Chapter 1. The school beauty asked me if I wanted to spend the night with her. Hello classmate, can I sit here?
Chen Jingtong had been standing in the library of Sias University for half an hour. It was the weekend and the library was crowded with people. Many people sat on the floor because there were no seats. Only the girl in a pleated skirt in front of him occupied a desk alone. The girl slowly raised her head, her face seemed carefully carved, and a barely perceptible cunning flashed in her slightly blue eyes. Then she took off her headphones.
There are so many people sitting on the ground and no one dares to provoke me. Doesn't this uncle in front of me know the reason?
What a simple uncle, but why is he holding a book called How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with You in Just 3 Days? A hint of doubt flashed across the girl's face, and coupled with her harmless face, anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. But in the next second, Chen Jingtong realized that he had miscalculated.
What did you say? You want to sleep with me?
The girl's beautiful eyes were filled with incredible shock. In the originally quiet library, because the girl deliberately raised her voice, the words were like a thunderclap, leaving Chen Jingtong stunned and standing there. Everyone in the library couldn't help but look at Chen Jingtong at this moment, and everyone's face was filled with meaningful expressions.
The girl's evil plan succeeded.
Regardless of Chen Jingtong's reaction, she put away the book How to Make a Rich Woman on the table, stood up, and slowly left. When she passed by Chen Jingtong, she suddenly stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, "I forgot to tell you that I am proficient in psychology."
I know what men are thinking. Are you embarrassed now? Chen Jingtong pulled the corner of his mouth, suddenly raised his voice, and shouted, "What did you say? 3,000 yuan a night? You are too expensive." At this moment, you could hear a pin drop in the library. Countless people turned their heads at the same time and looked at Chen Jingtong and the girl. Chen Jingtong also lowered his head and continued in a low voice, "You probably don't know that I am proficient in political science. I know exactly how to destroy a person." Are you very embarrassed now?
The girl was stunned for a moment, but her face did not show the expected shame and embarrassment. Instead, she was a little surprised and looked at Chen Jingtong carefully again.
Uncle, you are quite interesting, but I don't have time to play with you today. See you again sometime.
The girl jumped up and down as if no one was around, then turned around and left, which surprised Chen Jingtong a little.
Zhou Qiqi, you are quite interesting, but I am not here to chat with you.
The world is so topsy-turvy sometimes, lies are so pure that they don't even contain a trace of truth. Chen Jingtong curled the corners of his mouth and looked at the girl who disappeared from his sight, revealing a satisfied smile. It was much easier than he expected to let the girl leave, and it saved him a lot of trouble. Chen Jingtong took out the Huawei mobile phone from his pocket and turned on the scan function again.
Solid wood library chairs. Manufacturing date, March 9, 2022. The owner of the item is Xiaxi Academy. The source of the items is the furniture store. The item was produced in Binhai City. No special properties.
Special situation, there is a red envelope glued under the chair, which contains 3,000 yuan in cash. Chen Jingtong looked at the rows of detailed information about the chair where the girl had just sat that slowly appeared on his phone. Even though he had confirmed it several times, he still couldn't believe it.
Is this what it means to be so far ahead? It's indeed ahead enough. The reason why he tried to drive the girl away was to verify whether the information that appeared on the mobile phone was true. After all, neither his parents died, nor was he cheated on, nor did he travel through time, nor did he stop a dump truck from taking off. I just answered a call and accidentally clicked on the scan function, and then I found that my phone seemed to have mutated. The scan function can identify everything. For example, I also took a look at the girl Chen Jingtong just now, and she was not wearing a bra. With a hint of curiosity, Chen Jingtong put away his phone and sat on the chair that still had the girl's residual warmth. He quickly glanced at the rest of the people in the library. Fortunately, everyone was immersed in the ocean of knowledge and no one was paying attention to him. So Chen Jingtong stretched out his hand and began to touch the chair under his butt. Sure enough, Chen Jingtong soon felt something under the chair that felt like a cardboard box. After glancing around again to make sure no one was paying attention to him, Chen Jingtong threw the book in his hand to the ground, pretending that it had fallen. Then, while bending down to pick up the book, he tore off the red envelope stuck under the chair. Chen Jingtong sat up straight and put the red envelope in the book. After all, it was his first time, so he was a little nervous, even though he was a man. The red envelope was not big, only about the size of a palm, but it was filled to the brim. Chen Jingtong tore open the red envelope bit by bit, and instantly the pink bills inside came into view. Holy crap! It's actually true. Who the hell hid the money here? If the mobile phone hadn't mutated and was so far ahead, who would have known this?
Seeing the large stack of red bills in the red envelope, Chen Jingtong instantly became excited. It wasn't he because of the $3,000, but because he was sure that his phone was indeed far ahead. 3,000 yuan is not a lot, but it is not a little either. This Huawei mobile phone, which is far ahead of the others, was bought for 3,000 yuan.
But it broke down after less than a year of use.
Unexpectedly, after the mutation, not only did it not get stuck anymore, Chen Jingtong even felt that this thing could not be broken even by a nuclear bomb.
Who put the red envelope here? Does this make sense? Is this scientific? After all, even if most people want to hide money, they would only hide it in a secret place in their home. Who would hide money in a public place? Chen Jingtong frowned, but soon his eyes lit up.
Since my mobile phone has mutated, I can scan the properties of all things.
So if we scan the money with our mobile phone, can we find the original owner?
Although money is created by the state, it naturally becomes private property after flowing into the market. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong did not hesitate and took out his mobile phone again, turned on the scan function, and then aimed at the red envelope and the money inside.
Chapter 2: Scan to get cash. $3,000 in cash. Hiding time, February 27, 2025. The owner of the item is Chen Jingtong. Treasure hunt for the source of items. No special properties. Rows of detailed attributes of the money soon appeared on the phone screen.
But when he saw this information, Chen Jingtong was suddenly stunned. The only difference between this money and scanning other things by yourself is that there is no manufacturing time.
And the owner of the money was actually himself. How can it be mine? When have I ever hidden money here? The source is treasure hunting? Although it was indeed found in a very secret place, is that how you find treasure? Have our domestic products already been so far ahead?
Chen Jingtong has read quite a few online novels and has some knowledge of various cheat codes and systems, but this is the first time he has encountered this.
This is unscientific. The phone says the money is mine, but my stuff was either bought by me or given to me by someone else. But this money should be considered found, right? The original owner didn't agree to give it to me, so shouldn't it show the original owner? Chen Jingtong frowned and thought. There was only one possibility why the money had become his now. The original owner is dead. Only if the original owner is dead and Chen Jingtong picks up the money, will the money become his. Chen Jingtong was naturally not worried about the 3,000 yuan, but he wanted to analyze the working principle of the phone's functions. It seems that it is still not ahead enough, otherwise it should show who the previous owner was. Chen Jingtong sighed and was about to turn off his phone, take the money and leave when the screen suddenly flashed and the message was updated. 3,000 in cash. The owner of the item is Chen Jingtong. The one who hid the items, Zhou Qiqi. Treasure hunt for the source of items. No special attributes. Chen Jingtong was shocked and instantly overjoyed. It seems that this special ability will change according to one's thoughts. This is what a smartphone is. This is what it means to be so far ahead. Zhou Qiqi? Is she the weird beautiful girl from before? A meaningful smile appeared on Chen Jingtong's lips, and his eyes looked again in the direction where Zhou Qiqi had left. It seems I have to find an opportunity to contact that beautiful girl. I was so busy finding money just now that I didn't pay much attention to who she was. But for such a quirky and lively girl to hide some money here does seem to fit her personality. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong didn't think any more about it. He just opened the red envelope and took out all the money inside. After counting, I found that it was exactly 3,000 yuan. Since mobile payment became mainstream, Chen Jingtong has not touched cash for a long time. Now I suddenly have several $1,000s in cash in my hand. This feeling is actually quite good. After counting the money, Chen Jingtong put it away. When he was about to leave, he suddenly found 4 books on the table. One is called All Readers Are My Dads, one is called Self-Cultivation of Rich Women, one is called Postpartum Care of Sows, and the last one is The Heart Method of Tai Chi Internal Power Cultivation. Seeing these 4 books, Chen Jingtong frowned again. Do libraries still have this kind of thing now? Could these 4 books also have been left behind by that weird and clever girl? After thinking about it, it seems that this is quite consistent with her personality. Chen Jingtong was bored and suddenly had an idea. He took out his mobile phone again and started scanning these books. As Chen Jingtong scanned, detailed information about the books quickly began to appear on the phone screen.
It was not until Chen Jingtong started scanning the last book that his eyes suddenly lit up. A fake, low-quality pirated book at first glance.
Production took place last week.
Item source, ping 69.9 yuan, free shipping.
Origin of the item, Binhai City. No special attributes.
But pages 3 and 9 can be studied together, and the content is true. Looking at this information on the mobile phone screen, Chen Jingtong was completely stunned.
What the hell? This fake product from Pink 60 that costs 9.9 yuan and includes free shipping actually has 2 pages inside that can be used for study? So pages 3 and 9 are true? Although it's such a thick book, at least 100 pages, only 2 pages are real. But it can be learned after all. I don't know where the fake stuff was copied from.
If Chen Jingtong didn't have this advanced mobile phone, who the hell would have known that 2 pages out of the more than 100 pages contain true content? I don't know if this guy really knows Tai Chi internal skills, or he just made it up completely. It was just a lucky coincidence that he managed to write 2 pages and it really came out. Chen Jingtong was complaining in his heart, but at the same time he was very excited.
This is the secret of internal strength.
When I was a kid, I read martial arts novels, and those who had achieved great internal strength were all very awesome.
For any normal man, who doesn't have a martial arts dream?
Although Chen Jingtong is now in his 20s and once dreamed of traveling around the world with a sword, he finally found that he could not take his wallet with him. But now that there is suddenly such a mental method that can be practiced, it would be strange if I am not excited. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart and put away his phone. The next second, he opened the book and turned to the 3rd page. After taking a quick glance, he turned to page 9 and started reading again. As expected, when Chen Jingtong looked at any one of the pages, he felt like he was reading a book written in heaven and could not understand it at all.
But when you put the 2 pages together, you instantly understand. It is not difficult actually.
You just need to practice by making certain sounds according to a certain rhythm when breathing. Chen Jingtong really wanted to tear off the 2 pages and take them away, but then he thought that doing so seemed a bit unethical. Although he really wants to be a person who puts aside his personal qualities and enjoys a bad life. But the strong never complain about the environment, after all, they are the ones who destroyed the environment. So Chen Jingtong took out his mobile phone again and took pictures of the 2 pages. But Chen Jingtong suddenly discovered that as soon as he pointed his mobile phone camera at the 2 pages, a lot of information appeared on the screen again.
Tai Chi internal strength.
Source of items, extracted from the essence of Pink 6ES 9.9 yuan free shipping.
Item owner, Chen Jingtong. Special attribute, you become stronger as you read.
Effects of practice, strengthen the body, double the energy and blood, increase strength, and increase lifespan. Looking at the phone screen, Chen Jingtong was stunned again.
Reading will make me stronger? In other words, I don't even need to practice according to the mental method written here, I just need to read it? Chen Jingtong looked at this scene in disbelief.
This was simply the beginning of a life of hanging on the wall for him.
Chen Jingtong took a deep breath and suppressed his inner excitement. Chapter 3 2 pages really.
Chen Jingtong put down his phone and started reading.
Fortunately, it's only 2 pages and not many words, so it's a quick read.
It took Chen Jingtong less than a minute to finish reading 2 pages.
I just felt it carefully and didn't seem to find any changes in my body. Is it because I haven't read it enough times? Chen Jingtong shook his head and started reading again. Once. Twice. 10 times. 50 times. 100 times.
Chen Jingtong read the 2 pages over and over again 100 times in one breath. The more he read, the more Chen Jingtong could feel that his body seemed to have entered a very mysterious state. The words of the mental method on the 2 pages of paper began to automatically appear in his mind. There is absolutely no need to read books anymore. Even his breathing began to become rhythmic.
Gradually, Chen Jingtong could even clearly feel a warm current in his abdomen, slowly moving towards his whole body.
And I can clearly feel that there seems to be a surging force slowly increasing in my body. Chen Jingtong continued reading like this, not knowing how many times he had read it in the end. When Chen Jingtong woke up from that mysterious state, his eyes were full of surprise.
What's going on? It seems like you lost your 5 senses just now? No. I can feel that warmth in my body. Is this the legendary inner force? I can feel full of energy now. The sleepiness from staying up late last night is gone.
Chen Jingtong slowly felt the changes in his body and became more and more shocked.
How many times has this been? What if I read it 10,000 times? What about 100,000 times?
Although I don't know exactly how many times I have done it, but after looking at the time, I calculated that it's only about 300 to 500 times at most.
It's already so powerful. How strong would it become if you read this thousands of times? Chen Jingtong couldn't even dare to think about it.
In the past, it was difficult for him to carry a bucket of water to the third floor, but now, he can easily carry 100 or 200 kilograms to the fifth floor in one breath. Over the years, apart from exercising his waist strength when doing some love-related sports, Chen Jingtong has never exercised at other times.
It is no exaggeration to say that it is a weakling. Plus, I like to stay up late and have an irregular diet. I didn't think it mattered in the past. If I didn't stay up late when I was young, why would I stay up late when I'm old? But the feeling of weakness brought about by these bad living habits is also real. But now, Chen Jingtong felt that he was full of energy. Even if it's 10 times a night, that's no problem.
Although Chen Jingtong was not sure whether it was because he was too weak before, so now that he was a little stronger, this perception was magnified countless times.
But no matter what, Chen Jingtong felt that he was incredibly strong now.
Boys, your strength is here.
Being so far ahead is powerful. It's only the first day and it's already like this. Just by scanning the code on the phone, I can have such an adventure. No wonder readers like to read novels with systems and cheat codes.
Chen Jingtong took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Unexpectedly, Chen Jingtong suddenly discovered that he might be a martial arts genius that only appears once in a century. My breathing at this moment was involuntary. There was no need to try hard at all. I could do it just as it was written in the book, in tune with that rhythm. Even with ordinary breathing, you can feel the warm current flowing through your body, changing your body bit by bit. Unfortunately, there are very few genuine products on Pink Sixy that cost 9.9 yuan with free shipping. Therefore, the best Chen Jingtong can do now is this. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong's eyes suddenly lit up.
Since 2 pages in one book are real, why don't I buy a few more? Maybe I can even come up with a complete mental method?
Besides, it seems there is no need to stay here any longer.
I'm going to go out and see if I can scan something else. Chen Jingtong did what he thought.
He stood up and left the library, heading outside. When we came out onto the street, it was already dark and neon lights were flashing. Although it was almost 10 o'clock, there were still a lot of people on the street.
Many people probably just finished their night shift and are now off work. For Chen Jingtong, the nightlife has just begun.
Chen Jingtong stood at the corner of the street, looked at the people coming and going, took out his cell phone again, and scanned a girl who looked pretty.
Name, Pan Inlian. Age, 19. Height, 165 centimeters. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, mistress.
Unmarried, has a boyfriend who is a gigolo, is being kept by someone, has assets of 112,319.
Special attribute, M. Identified as a scumbag, beheaded by 100 people.
This time, Chen Jingtong suddenly found that his mobile phone's QR code scanning ability had been strengthened again. He no longer needs to look at the phone screen. The information scanned by him will appear directly in his mind. Looking at this information, Chen Jingtong was stunned again. The woman just now was only 19 years old.
Are all girls nowadays maturing so early?
I was still a virgin when I was 19. Although she is only 19 years old, her figure and appearance are indeed top-notch. But Chen Jingtong did not expect that this girl is actually a mistress and has a gigolo.
Has society gone so crazy? But to be honest, just looking at her appearance, you would never have thought that a girl with such a pure look would actually be so extravagant in private. Is this the legendary long-distance, slow-to-warm-up girlfriend? No wonder beautiful women like to find honest men. Although Chen Jingtong knew the beauty's background, the other passers-by did not know.
So when the beauty passed by, many men's eyes fell on her. After all, beautiful women are very common on the internet, but in fact they are just beauty filters. In real life, it is rare to see someone with a score of 6 or 7.
City people really know how to have fun.
Chen Jingtong sighed and curled the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, Chen Jingtong is very handsome and has started his life as a freeloader, so he naturally has no worries about finding a girlfriend. So even though the beauty just now was considered top quality, Chen Jingtong still felt that according to his current conditions, he had to at least find someone who was prettier than her. Although it is difficult, as long as there is no woman in your heart and there are women around you, that's enough. Nowadays, if you have money, not to mention beautiful women, even celebrities are no big deal.
Chen Jingtong took the phone and scanned it a few more times out of curiosity.
It was found that the results of each scan were basically the same. The information that comes out is nothing more than age, place of origin, assets, occupation, etc. After confirming, Chen Jingtong put away his phone and walked towards the intersection.
Chapter 4, Becoming Stronger.
At the beginning, Chen Jingtong walked very slowly, but soon, he began to speed up.
By the end, Chen Jingtong was running like the wind.
It's so fast, but I don't feel tired at all. If it were in the past, I would have to gasp for breath after running a few hundred meters. This endurance and this burst of power are totally different. After running for about a few minutes, Chen Jingtong had a preliminary understanding of his current physical strength and slowly slowed down.
Chen Jingtong is very satisfied with his current physical strength. This improvement is a geometric increase.
When he stopped, Chen Jingtong realized that he had unknowingly run to a square with a small river across the city next to it.
There is a large supermarket in this square. Although it is almost 10 o'clock, there are still many people.
After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Chen Jingtong continued walking.
Follow the path along the river and keep going forward.
While walking, he took out his cell phone again.
Chen Jingtong scanned everything he met on the road.
From the cement road under your feet, to the street lights on the roadside, to the small bridge. Chen Jingtong basically never let go of anything that caught his eye. Anyway, this is a public place, and no one would say he was taking pictures secretly or anything. At most, people would just think he was taking pictures of the scenery. When he saw this, Chen Jingtong was shocked. Many people look glamorous, but the information displayed is so shocking that it makes people drop their jaws.
Not only the women, but even the men, children, and the elderly are no exception.
For example, when Chen Jingtong glanced at a beggar lying on a bench on the side of the road, the information displayed almost made Chen Jingtong drop his phone to the ground. This guy's assets are actually more than 5 million. There is also a fully decorated house of over 100 square meters.
A BMW scooter. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Begging is also a high-paying job these days. This guy is actually richer than me. Although he knew the man's background, Chen Jingtong did not expose him.
I just sigh that there are too few scammers and too many fools these days. As he was sighing, Chen Jingtong suddenly saw a girl who was walking in yoga clothes, wearing headphones and listening to music.
Chen Jingtong's attention was instantly attracted by the girl because he knew her. She was the weird girl who asked him if he wanted to spend the night with her in the library.
Chen Jingtong was so busy taking the money from under the chair that he didn't look closely. Looking at her again under the light of the street lamp, this girl is so beautiful. If the mistress I scanned earlier was a beauty, then the girl in front of me is simply a natural beauty. Chen Jingtong took out his mobile phone and scanned it while the other party hadn't noticed him yet.
Name, Zhou Qiqi. Age, 19. Height, 171. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, student, occasionally live streaming.
Unmarried, single, assets of 39,219, no fixed assets, no car, no house, no love history.
Specialty, drawing. No special properties.
Please note that Zhou Qiqi will be crossing the road in 2 minutes and will be hit and killed by a black BMW sedan that runs a red light. Looking at the information about Zhou Qiqi that emerged in his mind, Chen Jingtong was suddenly stunned. This is the first time a prophetic message has appeared.
Just 2 minutes, hit and died.
Chen Jingtong frowned, and for a moment he was a little bit unbelievable.
This girl looks quirky, but she has never been in a relationship and has been solo since she was a mother?
Chen Jingtong had already verified the information on the mobile phone in the library, so he naturally had no doubts.
So, this girl named Zhou Qiqi, who I had only met once, would be hit to death 2 minutes later?
At this time, Zhou Qiqi was doing an outdoor live broadcast. Because of her sweet looks and good singing voice, she was quite popular. Although he is not a big internet celebrity, he can still gain tens of thousands of fans by occasionally starting a live broadcast. At this time, Zhou Qiqi finally discovered Chen Jingtong, because the screen of her live broadcast room happened to capture Chen Jingtong. In an instant, barrages of comments filled the sky.
Fuck. There's someone more handsome than me? This little brother is really handsome one. What's so handsome about him? Didn't you see that he was looking at my wife with a dull expression? It seems so. Another man who was knocked unconscious by my wife. My wife is so pretty, there are rivals for love everywhere. The two people were originally walking towards each other,
but now they are completely face to face, so much so that Chen Jingtong appeared in full in Zhou Qiqi's live broadcast room.
Zhou Qiqi's fans are not all men, there are also some women.
As soon as these fans saw Chen Jingtong appear in the live broadcast room, they immediately said he was so handsome. In addition, Chen Jingtong had just cultivated internal strength, and his overall temperament was even more extraordinary. As the comments in the live broadcast room spread, Zhou Qiqi naturally noticed Chen Jingtong. Just when Zhou Qiqi was about to speak in surprise, she saw Chen Jingtong suddenly looking at Zhou Qiqi and laughing.
If two people don't know each other, or one of them is very ugly, that would definitely lead to an accident.
But the situation now is special. Zhou Qiqi frowned and looked at Chen Jingtong.
Is it you?
Chen Jingtong curled his lips and replied.
It's me. We are destined to be together. If we are so destined to be together, then 3,000 for the whole night is not a problem.
As soon as Chen Jingtong's voice fell, the audience in the live broadcast room went wild.
What the hell? 3,000 for a night is not impossible? Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you're handsome. Call the police. You must call the police. You are harassing my wife in public. I can't stand it. Wife, run.
I can tell from the first glance that this guy doesn't look like a good person.
Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Uncle, guess what will happen if I shout that someone is sexually harassing me? Uncle?
Chen Jingtong took a step closer and looked at Zhou Qiqi, who was a head shorter than him.
Hello, Uncle. Uncle is very considerate. If you can't drink ice today, we can add each other's contact information and make an appointment another day. Zhou Qiqi looked at the approaching Chen Jingtong and subconsciously took 2 steps back.
Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Although she was lively and cheerful and a socialite, when she met someone like Chen Jingtong, she finally realized that she was totally unable to cope with it.
If Chen Jingtong was not handsome, she could just pretend to be blind, or even call the police. But the problem is, Chen Jingtong is so handsome.
For her, a girl who has absolutely no social experience and has never been in love, he is simply her dream lover. For a moment, Zhou Qiqi, who was somewhat confused, nodded as if possessed by a ghost. He took out his mobile phone and opened his friend's QR code. Chapter 5, Terrifying Thoughts. While adding contact information, Chen Jingtong looked at the zebra crossing not far away. Time passed by minute, and 2 minutes passed quickly. Zhou Qiqi also seemed to notice that something was wrong with Chen Jingtong, and looked in the direction Chen Jingtong was looking.
Bang! The two people's pupils shrank at the same time.
At the intersection where the pedestrian light was originally green, a black BMW sedan suddenly came speeding and ran a red light. Then it crashed head-on into the dump truck parked opposite, making a loud crashing noise. Zhou Qiqi just felt her scalp tingling. If it wasn't for Chen Jingtong stopping her and making jokes, delaying her for a minute or two. She was about to cross the intersection, and should be on the zebra crossing at this moment. Although Zhou Qiqi was not sure whether the car that ran the red light would hit him. But seeing this scene now, I still feel scared. According to the speed of the car that ran the red light, there would be no possibility of survival if it was hit.
Ha!
Zhou Qiqi stuck out her tongue in fear, and because she subconsciously looked towards the intersection, the live broadcast room happened to capture the scene of the car accident. All of a sudden, barrage of comments filled the screen again.
Fuck! That guy ran a red light and drove so fast? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?
The car is all torn apart.
It looks like the driver is going to die soon. Do you remember that the host just said he wanted to go across the street?
Remember, if she hadn't stopped here, she would have almost reached the middle of the road.
Fuck, this is terrifying when you think about it. So it seems that this handsome guy saved the anchor's life?
In addition to Chen Jingtong and Zhou Qiqi who were shocked, the audience in the live broadcast room and other passers-by who witnessed the scene on the road were also looking at the car accident with shock. The car that ran the red light had completely fallen apart and was in a mess. Even if no one came over to take a look, one could guess that the driver inside was probably beyond saving. On the ground, I don't know if it's the driver's blood, but it has already spread out from under the car. Compared to the shocked looks on the faces of the others, there was more surprise in Chen Jingtong's eyes. Because Chen Jingtong suddenly discovered one thing, that is, when the car hit, Chen Jingtong had changed Zhou Qiqi's fate. At this moment, he discovered that he could actually copy one of Zhou Qiqi's specialties. It seems that this mobile phone's mutated QR code scanning function still has many unknown functions that Chen Jingtong has not discovered yet. For example, the one in front of you is copying a special skill of a person whose destiny has been changed. Chen Jingtong came back to his senses and scanned Zhou Qiqi in front of him with his phone again.
Name, Zhou Qiqi. Age, 19. Height, 171. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, student, occasionally live streaming. The previous information was the same as before, with no changes until Chen Jingtong saw Zhou Qiqi's specialty. Specialty, drawing reproducible. Current situation, bond is formed, favorability increased by 66, a total of 68. You can add friends. Do you want to add them now? After seeing the information that was different from before, Chen Jingtong instantly lost his composure. He discovered that not only could he copy Zhou Qiqi's talent for drawing, but he could also see how much Zhou Qiqi liked him. Especially the favorability information, which was not there before, but I didn't expect it to appear after this incident. However, when Chen Jingtong looked at the last message, he was confused. What can I add as a friend? Chen Jingtong had only been exposed to this mutated QR code scanning function for half a day. Chen Jingtong knew nothing about many things and had no way of knowing them. It can only be verified bit by bit over time. But adding friends is obviously not as simple as it seems. After all, Chen Jingtong had already added Zhou Qiqi as a friend using Green Bubble, so the software that could be used to add friends definitely did not refer to any social software. Chen Jingtong frowned slightly and tried to control it with his mind to copy Zhou Qiqi's painting skills. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Chen Jingtong felt his whole body tremble. The next second, a flood of information emerged, and all that information was about painting techniques. In just the blink of an eye, Chen Jingtong discovered that he had learned to paint. I originally thought that I could only scan some information, but I didn't expect there would be so many hidden Easter eggs. This is 2BT. Chen Jingtong shook his head and focused his attention back on the message bar where he could add friends. Then he thought again, and the next second, the information about Zhou Qiqi changed again. Name, Zhou Qiqi. Age, 19. Height, 171. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, student, occasionally live streaming. Unmarried, single, assets of 30,000, no house or car, specializes in painting. But this time, the copyable icon behind the drawing disappeared, and the last message also disappeared, and was replaced by a friend slot. Friend Chen Jingtong, favorability 88. If the upper limit of favorability is 100, 88 is not too low, but it is not too high either. This score is already between ordinary friends and good friends. Although these operations by Chen Jingtong seem to be a lot, they are actually very fast, taking less than a minute. At this time, Zhou Qiqi, whose attention was attracted by the car accident, finally came back to his senses from his shock. Then, Zhou Qiqi looked at Chen Jingtong in front of him. But the look in his eyes was extremely complicated. I originally thought that the chance encounter in the library would be the last time I would see this handsome uncle. I didn't expect to meet you here again. What was even more unexpected was that he actually saved his own life. Even if it was unintentional, it still saved my life. Zhou Qiqi took a deep breath, and the fear of escaping death was gradually suppressed. Thank you, uncle. Chen Jingtong curled his lips, you're welcome. But Zhou Qiqi couldn't help but frown again. He thanked him because of him, he was able to escape this unexpected disaster. And he just said you're welcome without any hesitation. What does it mean? Did he know that the car would run a red light? I would cross the road and happen to meet him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How is it possible for someone in this world to predict the future? Zhou Qiqi shook his head vigorously, raised his head, and looked at Chen Jingtong with curiosity. Uncle, do you know why I thank you? Chen Jingtong shrugged and smiled faintly. Of course, otherwise do you really think I want 3,000 for a night? Chapter 6 Saving the School Beauty. Zhou Qiqi. Zhou Qiqi looked at Chen Jingtong in disbelief, with a complicated look in his eyes. Then he nodded cutely and asked slowly, am I not worth 3,000? Chen Jingtong. Zhou Qiqi, if you weren't good looking, I might not even bother to talk to you. But since we are so destined to meet, I still want to remind you not to play with your phone when crossing the road, and look carefully at the road. Chen Jingtong shrugged with a look of disdain. However, when Zhou Qiqi heard what Chen Jingtong said, he was shocked. Because no matter how you look at it, it seemed like Chen Jingtong deliberately blocked her way just to save her. But no matter how you think about it, this seems impossible. Because this is unscientific. As a modern, for good young person who has received 9 years of compulsory education,
although she is not a complete atheist, she definitely believes in science more. What made Zhou Qiqi even more confused was that she had never told him her name, so how did he know her name? And until now, I still don't know his name. Although green bubble has been added, the name of my green bubble is just a string of letters. But before Zhou Qiqi could figure it out, Chen Jingtong's gaze had already shifted away from Zhou Qiqi, looked forward, turned around and left. It was obvious that he was not prepared to continue talking to Zhou Qiqi. Zhou Qiqi was stunned for a moment, and blurted out subconsciously, "Uncle, wait a minute." However, even though Chen Jingtong heard it, he still did not stop, and did not even look back at Zhou Qiqi, but continued to walk forward on his own. Zhou Qiqi had no choice but to chase after him a few steps and catch up. At the same time, he turned off his phone and ended the live broadcast. "Uncle, wait a minute, walk slower." Zhou Qiqi, who finally caught up with Chen Jingtong, turned his head to look at Chen Jingtong with a resentful look on his face. Chen Jingtong still didn't turn his head, and asked jokingly, "Why? Do you really want me to pay you 3,000 for a night?" Zhou Qiqi: "No, uncle, I'm just curious, how do you know my name?" Chen Jingtong smiled mysteriously and said, "Guess." "No guessing." Zhou Qiqi pouted, grabbed Chen Jingtong's arm, shook it and continued to ask persistently, "Uncle, just tell me." Chen Jingtong sighed and gently pulled his arm out of Zhou Qiqi's hand. "Zhou Qiqi, have you ever heard of this saying? What? Sincerity is the ultimate weapon?" Zhou Qiqi: Forget it, forget it. I can't argue with you, so I'll be more sincere." "Hello uncle, my name is Zhou Qiqi, nice to meet you." A sly and slightly embarrassed smile flashed across the girl's eyes, then she stopped and extended her hand towards Chen Jingtong. "Uncle, you should understand, right? After all, a pretty girl like me must protect herself when she goes out. As the saying goes, you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others." Chen Jingtong shrugged, stopped, and reached out to hold the girl's hand. "Hello, my name is Chen Jingtong." The two men shook hands politely, and Zhou Qiqi began to ask questions again. "Uncle, you haven't told me yet, how do you know I'm going to cross the road? How do you know there's a car that's going to run a red light on that road? How do you know there's going to be a car accident there? How do you know?" "Stop." Chen Jingtong shook his head vigorously. At this moment, he finally understood why Sun Wukong had a headache about Tang Monk. "I can tell fortunes." Zhou Qiqi paused, but soon asked again, "Uncle, what else did you figure out?" Chen Jingtong was really annoyed by this chatterbox Zhou Qiqi, so he had to blurt it all out in one breath. Zhou Qiqi, 19 years old, student, assets of 39,219, no house or car, has been in solitary confinement since birth, can draw. I was already horrified halfway through hearing it, thinking that this handsome guy might be a pervert. He must have been tracking and investigating me for a long time to have so much information about me. But when Zhou Qiqi heard Chen Jingtong report the balance in her card, even accurate to the single digit, she was completely stunned. The look he gave Chen Jingtong was as if he had seen a ghost. Because no matter how we investigate or track, it is impossible to give such precise numbers. This number was taken 10 minutes ago when Zhou Qiqi went to the supermarket and bought a bottle of water. In order to confirm this incredible situation, Zhou Qiqi even took out his mobile phone on the spot and started checking his balance. Even I couldn't remember it so clearly, how could Chen Jingtong know it in such detail? When I saw that the balance in my phone was exactly the same as the number reported by Chen Jingtong, Zhou Qiqi was completely stunned. This also instantly proved that Chen Jingtong knew everything about her not because he was investigating or following her. At this moment, Zhou Qiqi's favorability towards Chen Jingtong rose sharply again. They have even begun to admire Chen Jingtong. Because Chen Jingtong can really tell fortunes. It's just that Chen Jingtong didn't continue to scan her now, so she didn't know about this. Seeing Zhou Qiqi's dazed expression, Chen Jingtong asked, "Do you believe it now?" "I believe it, I believe it." Zhou Qiqi swallowed her saliva, then put away her phone, held up her pretty and sweet face with both hands, and looked at Chen Jingtong with stars in her eyes. "Uncle! You are so awesome. So you really predicted that I would cross the road and be hit by the car that ran the red light, so you deliberately stopped me and saved my life?" At this moment, Zhou Qiqi completely believed that Chen Jingtong knew the ending, which was why he deliberately stopped him and saved him. "So? 3,000 is okay?" Chen Jingtong turned his head, curled the corners of his mouth, and asked again. "No. You." Zhou Qiqi's pretty face turned red instantly. Don't be fooled by her being very powerful, she is just showing off her eloquence. If you really ask her to do that, of course she can't do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been single since I was born. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. You also know that girls have to protect themselves when they go out. What time is it? Why don't you go home? If you don't go home, your parents will be worried about you. Go back now. Chen Jingtong reached out and touched Zhou Qiqi's head. Zhou Qiqi not only did not dodge, but instead sniffed like a flattered kitten. Without waiting for Zhou Qiqi to reply, Chen Jingtong raised his foot and walked forward again. He had just raised his foot and taken half a step when he had to stop again. Because someone pulled the corner of his clothes. Chapter 7 Lies Don't Hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. Chen Jingtong turned around and looked at Zhou Qiqi, who was tugging at his clothes and refusing to let him go. He just lowered his head with a flushed face. I don't have a mom or a dad. Chen Jingtong. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. Pulling the corner of his mouth, Chen Jingtong reached out and touched Zhou Qiqi's head again. So, you want to go home with me? Zhou Qiqi nodded. Chen Jingtong. What's going on? I just woke up to my life of hanging on the wall, and I picked up a beautiful girl when I went out? Please use your imagination to write down the following content, otherwise it will not be suitable for children. Please imagine a beautiful love action movie. If you can't think of one, please contact the author to receive a mysterious prize. The next morning, Zhou Qiqi sat opposite Chen Jingtong with a blushing face, eating her breakfast with her head down. But those beautiful eyes would drift towards Chen Jingtong opposite from time to time. After a night, Zhou Qiqi was still a little bit unbelievable. But if she were given another chance, she would probably still make the same choice. While eating breakfast, Chen Jingtong picked up his mobile phone and pretended to take a photo of Zhou Qiqi, but in fact he opened the scan function again and aimed it at Zhou Qiqi. Name, Zhou Qiqi. Age, 19. There was no change in the previous information, as usual, except that the favorability level soared from 88 to 98, and the relationship status also changed from having no relationship history to falling in love with Chen Jingtong. Regarding this information, Chen Jingtong could only exclaim that he was far ahead, because this information was updated in real time. Chen Jingtong was sighing when Zhou Qiqi's phone suddenly rang. Zhou Qiqi picked up the phone and answered the call. The call was from her best friend and classmate. Comrade Zhou Qiqi, have you gone to an uninhabited area? Why can't I get through to you on the phone all night? You haven't returned to school either? If you don't answer the phone again, I'm going to call the police. Kiki, I'm fine. I'll talk to you when I get back. It's not convenient over the phone. Zhou Qiqi lowered her head and answered the phone in a low voice, like a child who had done something wrong. She would occasionally steal a glance at Chen Jingtong opposite her, as if she was thinking about the madness of last night, and her pretty face turned red again. Okay, then hurry back to school. You have a class with the big devil today. Okay, I got it. Zhou Qiqi hung up the phone and looked up at Chen Jingtong opposite him. Uncle, can you take me back to school? Chen Jingtong reached out, wiped the soy milk from Zhou Qiqi's mouth, smiled and nodded. Of course, but, do you still call me uncle? As soon as Chen Jingtong finished speaking, Zhou Qiqi immediately lowered her head with a blushing face again. Everything that happened last night seemed like a dream, so crazy, but it seemed like everything was so natural. I am a well-known ice beauty in school, so no one dared to sit with me in the library before. If Coco knew this, she would be scared to death. Compared to Zhou Qiqi's shyness, Chen Jingtong is much calmer. Chen Jingtong was very satisfied with this beautiful girlfriend who had no romantic history and remained so well-behaved and obedient after being conquered. After the two finished breakfast, Chen Jingtong drove his second-hand BMW and took Zhou Qiqi to school. However, it must be said that the female students at SIAS University are all very good-looking. Even if you don't look for one specifically, anyone you pick on campus can be considered a beauty. Not only that, the luxury cars parked in front of the school can also prove this point. Of course, some of those luxury cars are driven by the students themselves, but more of them are driven by local tycoons or rich second generations. Chen Jingtong's car is certainly not a luxury car, but when Zhou Qiqi got out of Chen Jingtong's car, it still attracted countless people's attention. Even in SIAS University, where there are beauties everywhere, Zhou Qiqi's looks are definitely outstanding. Uncle, can you pick me up from school tonight? Zhou Qiqi got out of the car, took 2 steps, then suddenly turned back, stood in front of the car window, lowered her head, and asked with a blushing face. But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Qiqi immediately regretted it. She couldn't even believe that this was something she could say. Sure. Chen Jingtong nodded, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the car window.
Okay, see you tonight.
I'll let you see my cooking skills tonight. Seeing Chen Jingtong nod, Zhou Qiqi immediately danced with joy.
Okay.
Zhou Qiqi took a few steps forward, leaned in front of the car window, and kissed Chen Jingtong on the face lightly, then turned around and ran towards the school as if escaping.
Fuck. Brother, you are so awesome. I can't help but admit it.
This Zhou Qiqi is a famous school beauty in Xi'an. The people chasing after her can go around Binhai City for a week, but you actually caught up with her. Chen Jingtong watched Zhou Qiqi disappear from his sight and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a voice in his ears. Chen Jingtong looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was the young man in the Porsche parked next to him.
He seemed to be about the same age as Chen Jingtong.
Seeing him driving a Porsche, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but think of the beggar he met last night. For ordinary people, Porsche is already considered a luxury car.
Any new Porsche costs over 1 million yuan. However, when parked in front of the gate of Xi'an International Studies University, the car does not stand out so much. There are even some limited edition supercars, not to mention Bentley and Rolls-Royce.
Chen Jingtong didn't say anything, but picked up his phone and pretended to make a call, then glanced at the other party. Although it was very deliberate, the other party was a man after all, so naturally he would not be like a fairy, pestering her and accusing her of taking secret photos or something. Soon, the other party's information appeared in Chen Jingtong's mind.
Name, Su Shuai. Age, 23. Height, 168. Gender, male. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, swindler. Marital status, single.
Relationship status, 3 women at the same time.
Personal assets, 1,293,419. Method of transportation, rented Porsche Panamera. Personal strengths, running very fast, good at escaping. Special abilities, none.
What's about to happen? In 3 minutes, you will learn that your identity as a fraudster has been exposed, and you will become a wanted criminal on the internet.
On your way to escape, you will hit and kill your mother. Chen Jingtong couldn't help but frown when he saw the messages from the other party. This guy looks like a rich second generation, but I didn't expect he is actually a scammer? That is fine, but he is actually having 3 relationships at the same time? This car is also rented? However, Chen Jingtong didn't care much about these personal information.
What Chen Jingtong cared about was this guy's special skills.
Are you a fast runner and good at slipping away? Can this be considered a specialty? Is this skill because he is a liar, so it is convenient for him to escape when he is beaten? Chapter 8. Why are you so arrogant?
Not only that, Chen Jingtong was stunned at what was about to happen to this scammer.
Just run away, but you can actually hit someone? Not only did he hit someone, but he also killed his own mother? What the hell is this life?
Chen Jingtong curled the corners of his mouth, put down his phone and looked at this guy. If I were you, I would not come here to pick up girls or be a master of time management, but to turn myself in to the police station.
What?
As soon as Chen Jingtong finished speaking, this guy's eyes widened instantly and he looked at Chen Jingtong fiercely. The face instantly became distorted due to various complex emotions such as fear, anxiety, panic, etc. He seemed unable to believe what he had just heard.
You, what are you talking about? Turn yourself in? What am I turning myself in for?
With a pale face, he stared at a tuft of yellow hair and asked Chen Jingtong stutteringly. But his eyes were full of vigilance, as if he was ready to run away at any time. He began to speculate about Chen Jingtong's identity.
Who is this person? What identity? I don't remember knowing this person. Is he a policeman?
But no matter what Chen Jingtong's identity is, the little yellow-haired guy feels that he should not stay in this place for long.
It's up to you, but there's something I can't help but tell you.
Swindlers don't end well, and they may even bring trouble to their families. Chen Jingtong shrugged and replied calmly with an expressionless face. Naturally, Chen Jingtong has no good feelings towards this kind of scammers. Although this guy's personal assets are over 1 million, he is considered a wealthy man. But as a scammer, who knows where the money is hidden? Besides, this guy has 3 mistresses, so there are so many places to spend money. Moreover, the information just now did not mention that he owned any property or a car. Then there are only 2 possibilities: either he has it but it is not in his name, or he really doesn't have it.
Stop talking nonsense. I'm a good citizen, why are you cursing at me? The little yellow-haired guy couldn't bear it anymore and started roaring.
He turned around and started the car, ready to ignore Chen Jingtong and leave the place directly. It's just that he was leaving earlier, and Chen Jingtong wouldn't interfere.
But now, I'm sorry.
Chen Jingtong opened the car door directly, walked down, grabbed his little yellow hair, and lifted him out of the driver's seat. He slammed him to the ground, and before the other person could react, he kicked him in the face. The little yellow-haired boy was confused, and before he could react, he was knocked to the ground by Chen Jingtong and couldn't get up for a long time. This scene instantly attracted countless people to watch. When Zhou Qiqi got out of Chen Jing's stroller, many people noticed him. Now with the commotion, they all gathered around him in an instant. Many people even took out their mobile phones and started filming.
Chen Jingtong didn't care and just treated them as air.
Instead, he put one foot on the little yellow-haired boy's head, took out his cell phone with one hand, and started calling the police without saying a word. The old saying is indeed right, it is difficult to persuade a damned ghost with kind words.
I gave you a reminder, and it would have been fine if you didn't listen, but you actually dared to scold me?
It's just like holding a lantern in the toilet looking for shit death. Chen Jingtong also wanted to take this opportunity to try out the internal energy technique he had learned yesterday to see how much of an impact it had on his physical strength. After trying it this way, I really had a very intuitive feeling. Although the little yellow-haired boy in front of him was young, he was strong and healthy.
However, he had no ability to resist him at all.
Chen Jingtong had no psychological burden at all in beating up this swindler who was spewing shit. When the police arrive, he will of course be arrested. As for whether he needed to go back to the police station to record a statement or something, Chen Jingtong didn't care.
He didn't have anything to do anyway. Are you fucking crazy? Let me go.
A tuft of yellow-haired boy was stepped on by Chen Jingtong. Although his body could not move, his mouth was still roaring angrily. Chen Jingtong exerted force on his feet, and the guy screamed instantly.
Hello? Police?
Yes, at the gate of Sias College, just come over directly.
Okay, don't worry, I will be very careful.
Chen Jingtong continued to use force while talking to the police on his mobile phone until the little yellow hair could no longer make any sound.
This action stunned all the onlookers. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in confusion. What is even more puzzling is that even though Chen Jingtong beat someone up, why did he take the initiative to call the police?
However, because of Chen Jingtong's strength, the crowd didn't understand why, but most of them didn't want to be the first to stand out.
Of course, there were also some brave ones who came out and questioned Chen Jingtong. Why are you beating people in public? This is the school gate, you think this is your home? Let him go. Is there still law? Is there still law?
The man who questioned Chen Jingtong was a short and fat man with a beer belly so big that he couldn't see his toes when he stood up straight. He had only a few hairs on his head that fluttered in the wind. He had a gold chain around his neck that was as thick as a finger, and a black briefcase under his arm. When he stretched out his hand, he saw several big gold rings on his fingers and a big gold watch on his wrist. It's as if he is afraid that others don't know he is rich.
Chen Jingtong was too lazy to pay attention to him.
He hung up the call to the police and just glanced at the guy.
Name, Zhao Wei. Age, 41. Gender, male. Height, 159. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, contractor. Marital status, married. Relationship status, there is a mistress. Personal assets, 1,274,358. Method of transportation, BMW X6.
Property, 118 square meters of commercial housing and a street-side shop.
Personal specialty, none. Special case, 3 green hats. Seeing this information, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but laugh. If I were you, I would rather go home and see who my wife is fooling around with. Wearing a green hat every day when going out, what kind of elegant hobby is this? I have to sigh, modern people really know how to have fun.
The man has a mistress outside, while the woman keeps a gigolo at home.
You.
The short and fat man's face changed instantly when he heard this and he glared at Chen Jingtong. But my heart was already filled with mixed feelings, and I started to think. In fact, he also realized the problem. His wife is very beautiful, and there was indeed something wrong with her recently. It's just that he hasn't found any substantial evidence yet, and now that Chen Jingtong said this, he couldn't help but believe it. Men are naturally more sensitive about such things and would rather believe it than not. But while the short and fat man was suspicious, he was even more curious about how Chen Jingtong knew all these things.
Chapter 9 Unbelievable. Jia Wei, do you want me to tell you about your mistress?
Chen Jingtong looked at the short and fat man in front of him with a joking expression and interrupted him before he could finish his words. The short and fat man's expression changed drastically again in an instant, and he looked at Chen Jingtong in disbelief.
How do you know my name is Jia Wei? Roll.
Chen Jingtong was too lazy to pay attention to him and just shouted coldly. The short and fat man's face suddenly turned gloomy. As a man in his 40s, he felt somewhat embarrassed to be exposed in public by a young man in front of so many people and to be told to get out. Although the short and fat man knew that he was not a big boss and was worth only a little money, he felt that he was already better than most people. He wanted to get back at Chen Jingtong, but after thinking for a long time, he suddenly realized that he didn't know Chen Jingtong at all and didn't even know his name. On the contrary, the other party not only knew his name, but even seemed to know his private life, which he had always kept well hidden. This feeling is so horrible. It was as if I was running naked in front of this person without any clothes on. The short and fat man had a big fat face that turned the color of liver, his lips moved, but he couldn't fart for a long time. He tightened the briefcase under his arm, turned and left. Now he just wants to go home and see his wife. At this time, the crowd watching this scene couldn't help but become more curious. Of course, even those who were ready to make a move and were filled with moralistic spirit at the beginning suddenly stopped and dared not step forward to question Chen Jingtong. After all, no one wants to end up as a short and fat man, so everyone just stands there watching the show. Even the security guard at the school gate was sitting there, pretending not to see anything. Anyway, these two people are not students of the school, so no one can say anything unless I show up. Besides, Chen Jingtong has already called the police, and the police will be here soon anyway.
Sure enough, a police car drove over soon.
The policeman got out of the car at the school gate and squeezed through the crowd to stand in front of Chen Jingtong. There were two police officers who came to deal with the matter, one male and one female. It's just that the female police officer was so pretty and elegant that many people in the crowd were dazzled and couldn't look away.
What happens?
The female police officer walked up to Chen Jingtong, glanced at him, and asked in a cold voice.
Let him go.
The male policeman frowned and yelled at Chen Jingtong to let go of the tuft of yellow hair under his feet. Chen Jingtong raised his foot and shrugged.
He's a fraud.
But just as Chen Jingtong finished his words, the little yellow-haired boy regained his freedom. Seeing the police coming, he couldn't help but open his mouth and cry again.
Comrade police, you are finally here.
You must make the decision for me.
He is slandering me and talking nonsense.
I just saw the beauty from the Shia school get out of his car, so out of curiosity, I couldn't help but chat with him. He just dragged me out of the car and beat me up.
Police officer, look at the injuries on my body. The injuries on my face.
Not only did he beat me up like this, he even went so far as to accuse me of being a fraud.
Listening to what the little yellow-haired guy said to Chen Jingtong, the female police officer couldn't help but frown. The two policemen looked at the tuft of yellow hair and then looked at Chen Jingtong. One was crying loudly and it was a horrible sight, while the other was calm and expressionless. For a moment, they couldn't tell who was lying.
However, the female police officer believed more the disheveled little yellow-haired guy lying on the ground. Firstly, it was because of personal reasons, and secondly, it was because the guy was so miserable. At least it was a fact that he was beaten. But she also knew very well that handling cases was about evidence, not personal preference.
Come back to the police station with us. The female police officer frowned and said coldly. Chen Jingtong naturally didn't care, it was nothing anyway.
However, the little yellow-haired guy lying on the ground suddenly changed his expression when he heard this. As a swindler, he is naturally afraid of the police, just like a mouse seeing a cat. Although my identity has not been exposed yet, I still feel uneasy about going to the police station. At this moment, the little yellow-haired boy's cell phone suddenly rang.
Chen Jingtong pulled the corner of his mouth and couldn't help revealing a meaningful smile.
The little yellow-haired boy took out his cell phone tremblingly and answered the call.
As soon as the voice came out of the phone, the little yellow-haired guy's face turned pale in an instant. Exposed, run. The other party only said this one sentence and then hung up the phone. Although it was very brief, the little yellow-haired boy knew better than anyone that his identity was exposed.
The people who called him were his accomplices, and they were a fraud team.
Judging from his current situation, once he goes to jail, there is no way he will ever get out. Run.
The only thing left in his mind now was his accomplice's words. At the same time, a bunch of little yellow-haired kids had no time to think about anything else. They suddenly got up from the ground and ran outside. And the direction he ran was the car he rented. He wanted to drive away.
Isn't it a little late to think about running now?
Chen Jingtong had already anticipated this outcome, so the moment a tuft of little yellow hair crawled up from the ground, Chen Jingtong took action. He simply stretched out his foot, and the little yellow-haired creature was instantly tripped and fell to the ground, landing heavily on its face.
This scene stunned all the onlookers and the two policemen.
Whether it was a little yellow-haired guy who answered a phone call and then suddenly got up and tried to run, or Chen Jingtong who suddenly stretched out a foot and tripped him to the ground.
It all happened extremely fast, in a flash.
So much so that no one had time to react. But the two policemen reacted first and rushed over. One of them stood in front of Chen Jingtong and stopped him from attacking again. The other one stood in front of a tuft of yellow hair to prevent him from escaping further.
Don't move. Be honest. The two policemen blurted out almost at the same time.
Chen Jingtong still had a calm and composed look on his face, and just glanced at the female police officer who was blocking his way.
Police comrade, do you believe me now?
His accomplice called him and told him that he was exposed, so he wanted to escape. When the little yellow-haired guy saw that he couldn't escape, he quickly started to argue again.
Comrade police officer, I'm not trying to run away.
Something happened to my mother, and I'm in a hurry to find her. Chen Jingtong glanced at the tuft of yellow hair with disdain and was too lazy to say more.
If you didn't run, your mother would be fine. If you run, something will really happen to your mother.
But Chen Jingtong didn't say it out loud, because no one would believe it anyway.
Chapter 10. Call the police directly. Shut up. Be honest.
Come back to the police station with us, and we will investigate it thoroughly. The female police officer glared at Chen Jingtong fiercely, then looked at the tuft of yellow hair on the ground and shouted in a deep voice. The male policeman arrested Chen Jingtong and a group of yellow-haired kids without saying a word. After all, this is the school gate, with so many people watching, and the two people are suspected of fighting, which has a bad influence. Although it seemed like Chen Jingtong was unilaterally beating up a bunch of little yellow-haired guys,
Chen Jingtong didn't care.
Although it was the first time he wore a silver bracelet in his life, he found it quite novel.
Of course, no normal person wants to experience this novelty.
Both of them were taken into the police car, but their expressions were completely different. Chen Jingtong still looked calm and composed, but the face of that little yellow-haired guy looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. He knew very well that he could not escape, so he looked at Chen Jingtong with anger. But Chen Jingtong didn't care at all. At this moment, Chen Jingtong was already immersed in his own world. Because he found that he seemed to be able to copy another special skill. It seems that I have changed the life of this little yellow-haired kid, so I can copy his specialties. Chen Jingtong really wanted to use his cell phone to check his current situation, but he was in a police car with his hands handcuffed, so it was a bit inconvenient, so he had to give up. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but look at the little yellow-haired guy and the two policemen opposite him.
Chen Jingtong can now copy the special skills of a little yellow-haired guy.
If he remembers correctly, this guy's special skills are running, speed and escaping. However, Chen Jingtong felt that this skill was useless and he didn't even want to copy it. After all, he had learned 2 pages of Tai Chi internal energy techniques in the library yesterday. His physical strength was already beyond the reach of ordinary people, and his running speed was already very fast.
Chen Jingtong couldn't help but look at the two policemen.
If he could copy their specialties, he wondered what specialties they would have. It was just a thought. After all, Chen Jingtong was not sure whether the two policemen had any special skills. Although the cell phone mutation had only been going on for 2 days, Chen Jingtong had already scanned quite a few people. Not everyone has special skills, or not everyone's special skills are suitable for copying.
Chen Jingtong also had another doubt.
That is, now that he had changed the lives of this bunch of little yellow-haired people and had an extra replication point, could this replication point only be used for this bunch of little yellow-haired people, or could it be used for anyone?
If it can only be used on the person concerned, then Chen Jingtong is completely unnecessary. It would be awesome if it could be used on anyone.
Although not everyone has special skills, as long as you discover some amazing skills, you can just copy them yourself.
This is simply a bug in life.
Chen Jingtong was just thinking about it, but the little yellow-haired guy opposite him couldn't help it anymore and looked at Chen Jingtong with a puzzled expression.
Can you tell me who you really are?
Although he was asking Chen Jingtong, his eyes looked as if he wanted to eat Chen Jingtong alive. But now that he was handcuffed in the police car, the little yellow-haired boy finally calmed down. Now that I calmed down, I was even more puzzled. He couldn't figure it out. He didn't even know Chen Jingtong at all, so how did Chen Jingtong know his identity information? Just by chatting him up for a few words, he knew that I was a scammer? Even if there is a disagreement, they will just start fighting and you won't even have a chance to run away? Chen Jingtong pulled the corner of his mouth and asked calmly, "What's the matter? Do you still want revenge?" "That's not the case. I'm just curious. How did you know? Even if you're dead, you have to die clearly, right?" The little yellow-haired man shook his head and continued, "I don't think I know you at all. I've never even seen you before." "Huh? So you really are a fraud?" Before Chen Jingtong could reply, the male policeman in the car couldn't help but ask in surprise. Not only the male policeman, but the female policeman also looked at the rearview mirror with surprise. The little yellow-haired guy wanted to deny it, but the phone call just now had completely broken down his defenses. His identity has been exposed. Today is the internet age, and the speed of information dissemination is needless to say. I was afraid that before they even arrived at the police station, the wanted warrant for me had already been delivered to the police station. If I want to run now, it's obviously impossible. What awaits him will surely be the judgment of law. This is no longer something that can be brushed aside by simply denying it. The little yellow-haired boy frowned but chose to remain silent and stopped talking. The male police officer naturally would not start interrogating him in the car. Seeing that he shut up, he did not say anything more. "Anyway, we'll be at the police station soon and there's nothing we can't find out." However, the male policeman began to look at Chen Jingtong curiously. It sounded like the two of them didn't know each other, or had never even met before. If that is the case, how did he know that the other party was a scammer? He was even confident enough to beat the man up while calling the police. Isn't he afraid of making a mistake? Beating people is against the law. Making a false report to the police is also illegal. Chen Jingtong pretended not to see the male policeman looking at him with a puzzled look. Fortunately, they arrived at the police station very quickly, and Chen Jingtong and the little yellow-haired guy were taken into the interrogation room. The person responsible for interrogating Chen Jingtong was the female police officer from before. Name: Chen Jingtong. Age: 24. Gender: Chen Jingtong pulled the corner of his mouth. "Can't you see it? Answer whatever you are asked." "Man." The routine interrogation was over. Although Chen Jingtong was a little speechless, he was very cooperative. "Now tell me what happened." The female police officer raised her head, looked at Chen Jingtong, and asked again. Although Chen Jingtong didn't know why the female police officer seemed to have an inexplicable hostility towards him as soon as she saw him. But I was too lazy to think too much, so when she asked me, I told her everything that happened. Of course, Chen Jingtong definitely didn't say anything about the fact that he obtained a bunch of information about the little yellow-haired guy by scanning the code with his mobile phone. "So, just because he chatted with you, you concluded that he was a fraud?" After Chen Jingtong finished speaking, the female police officer frowned again, looked at Chen Jingtong in disbelief and asked slowly. "Yes." Chen Jingtong was too lazy to explain too much and just replied with one word. "Aren't you afraid that you are wrongly accusing someone? You have no evidence at all, and you still dare to hit someone. And you dare to call the police? Who gave you the courage?" The female police officer asked again in a deep voice. Chapter 11: I Can Tell Fortunes. Chen Jingtong still looked calm and slowly replied, "Fiona Liang gave me the courage, okay? Please be serious. This is a police station, not a vegetable market. What makes you think he is a scammer?" The female police officer tapped the table with the pen in her hand and shouted coldly. "If you must ask the reason, it is that I can tell fortunes." Chen Jingtong shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, the little yellow-haired guy was indeed a scammer, so even if he did that, it would not be illegal. The female police officer rubbed her brows and glared at Chen Jingtong fiercely. Her mother was right. The more handsome a man is, the easier it is for him to deceive people. Just like the readers who have read this, each of them is so handsome that it is obvious that they are all scumbags at first glance. "You." The female police officer took a deep breath to calm herself down. In another interrogation room, the male policeman had already finished interrogating a group of little yellow-haired boys. The reason why it was so fast was that as soon as he brought the little yellow-haired guy to the interrogation room, a colleague came in and told him that the little yellow-haired guy was a scammer. And I showed the issued wanted warrant to the male police officer, so the whole process became much simpler.
But the male policeman was stunned for a moment.
Although when Chen Jingtong was talking to the little yellow-haired guy in the police car, the male policeman suspected that the little yellow-haired guy might really be a scammer. But after the police verified that he was indeed a scammer, the male policeman still felt a little unbelievable. After all, Chen Jingtong didn't even know the little yellow-haired guy and had never even seen him.
How did he know?
As the male police officer finished the interrogation, the female police officer naturally quickly found out that the little yellow-haired man was a scammer. At this time, the female police officer returned to the interrogation room and looked at Chen Jingtong opposite her with shock.
Are you really not going to tell us how you knew the other party was a scammer? The female police officer took a deep breath and asked again patiently.
Only this time, the tone was noticeably softer.
Didn't I tell you? I can tell fortunes.
Chao Ting shrugged and replied calmly.
Well, since you don't want to talk, I can't force you. Mr. Chen, right?
Thank you for cooperating with our police and helping us catch the scammers on the run. Seeing that Chen Jingtong was unwilling to talk, the female police officer stopped asking questions, stood up and extended her hand towards Chen Jingtong. Chen Jingtong also stood up and shook hands with her. Originally thought to be just a simple handshake, but unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Jingtong shook the female police officer's hand, suddenly, a huge force came instantly.
This. Chen Jingtong frowned and looked at the female police officer opposite him.
But after a brief moment of shock, Chen Jingtong remained calm and began to exert force with his hands. The female police officer was startled, and soon she gave in to the pain and withdrew her hand.
Chen Jingtong didn't go too far.
Seeing that the female police officer was in pain, he let go of her hand. The female police officer acted as if nothing had happened and simply turned around and opened the door of the interrogation room.
Mr. Chen, you can go now. Without waiting for Chen Jingtong to reply, the female police officer turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a moment.
Chen Jingtong looked at the female police officer who was turning around and preparing to leave, but suddenly called her.
What's the matter? Mr. Chen, is there anything else? The female police officer stopped and turned to look at Chen Jingtong with a puzzled look on her face. It's true. This is the first time in my life that I've been to a police station, the first time I've been to an interrogation room, and the first time I've been handcuffed. Chen Jingtong walked out from behind the table in the interrogation room.
So, I want to take a photo as a souvenir.
You won't refuse, right?
Chen Jingtong said as he took out his cell phone and waved it at the female police officer. The female police officer was stunned for a moment and wanted to refuse, but after all, it was Chen Jingtong who helped them solve the case, so she was too embarrassed to speak up and just agreed.
Chen Jingtong didn't waste any time and directly turned on the scan function and scanned the female police officer.
At the same time, the identity information of the female police officer instantly appeared in Chen Jingtong's mind.
Name, Zhang Nianxiang. Age, 22. Gender, female. Height, 170 centimeters. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, policeman. Marital status, single. Relationship status, single, no relationship history. Personal assets, 1,219,839. Property, a single-family villa. Method of transportation, a Lexus.
Specialties, military boxing copyable, shooting copyable. Special situation, my best friend was cheated by a handsome scumbag, so I have no feelings for handsome guys. It's going to happen, someone will drug the Parisian bar at 11:50 tonight. Looking at this information, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but curl his lips. The appearance of the female police officer in front of him is even no less than that of Zhou Qiqi. It's just that Zhou Qiqi is the pure, sweet and energetic type, while Zhang Nianxiang in front of him is the cold and domineering type. What surprised Chen Jingtong was that this woman was already in her 20s and had never had a love history. In this era, this was really a rare existence. In addition, what Chen Jingtong did not expect was that she actually had two specialties. One is military boxing, which is basically a necessary skill for police officers and is suitable for close combat. Another one was shooting, which wasn't too surprising as a police officer. But what surprised Chen Jingtong was that it was later shown that it could be replicated, which means that Zhang Nianxiang's two specialties would make her the best even in the police force. What surprised Chen Jingtong was that he could actually copy Zhang Nianxiang's two skills. Of course, Chen Jingtong's attention was more focused on the last point. Will she be drugged at the Dream Paris bar at 11:50 tonight? She is a police officer, so it's okay for her to go to the bar so late at night.
Maybe she was on a mission or something. Chen Jingtong didn't think much about this, but as a police officer, how could someone dare to attack her? Who is this person? Are you so courageous?
Chen Jingtong put away his phone and once again focused his attention on his two replicable skills. Before Chen Jingtong was able to copy other people's special skills, he didn't have any special skills himself. His only special skill was that he was extremely tall, probably a few centimeters taller than the readers. However, Chen Jingtong did not think much about it, because among these two specialties, even if he wanted to copy them, he could only choose the first one.
Although as a man, everyone wants to have the ability to shoot accurately from 100 paces away. But the truth here is beyond the grasp of ordinary people. Therefore, even if he copied this skill, Chen Jingtong, as an ordinary person, would have no use for it. Chapter 12: Copying Specialties. As soon as Chen Jingtong thought of this idea instantly emerged in his mind.
And at the moment this thought appeared, an extremely mysterious feeling instantly spread throughout the body. The replicable points were instantly reset to 0, and then a huge amount of information about military boxing filled his mind. Chen Jingtong's pupils suddenly trembled, because this military boxing was completely different from what he had imagined. The military boxing that Chen Jingtong had imagined before was nothing more than a set of fake moves. But the military boxing he learned at this time turned out to be a deadly way of killing people with every move. Or maybe the military boxing that Zhang Nianxian learned was not the common military boxing.
Closer to that kind of fighting technique.
At this time, Zhang Nianxian was looking at Chen Jingtong with suspicion, wondering what was going on with the aura he suddenly exuded. But after all, they were still in the police station, so Zhang Nianxian didn't feel scared. But even so, Zhang Nianxian still felt a sense of danger.
To the extent that Zhang Nianxian couldn't help but stare at Chen Jingtong.
However, it seems that Chen Jingtong did a lot of things, but in fact it only took a moment. At this moment, Chen Jingtong gained a lot. Although his power and physical strength had been greatly improved after learning Pin CC's incomplete martial arts, Chen Jingtong was still a novice when it came to close combat.
At this time, by copying Zhang Nianxian's fighting skills, the combat effectiveness can be said to have been improved geometrically in an instant. Not to mention fighting 1 against 100, even if there were a dozen or so ordinary people, Chen Jingtong felt that he could easily handle them and knock them down. If I give myself a little more time and improve my physical strength and power a little more, even if I fight 100 people alone, it will definitely not be a problem. When he thought of this, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but want to leave the police station quickly and go back to continue reading Pin CC's incomplete martial arts skills. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong looked at Zhang Nianxiang, who was standing opposite him with a look of alert and confusion. Although most handsome guys are scumbags, not every handsome guy is a scumbag. Ah. Zhang Nianxiang frowned and stood there in a daze.
However, Chen Jingtong had already turned around and walked out of the interrogation room without saying anything more. After leaving the police station, Chen Jingtong went straight back to the gate of Science University. This time, there were only a few luxury cars left at the school gate. After all, it was past class time and most of the luxury cars had left. The crowd that had been watching before naturally dispersed early because Chen Jingtong and a group of yellow-haired guys were taken away by the police. Although the onlookers are gone, the security guard at the school gate is still there. So the security guard was the first to see Chen Jingtong reappear at the school gate. The security guard looked around suspiciously and found that only Chen Jingtong had returned, but the little yellow-haired guy was nowhere to be seen.
He couldn't help but become even more shocked and stared at Chen Jingtong.
Although he was extremely curious, he did not dare to go up and ask Chen Jingtong.
"Young man, it seems that the man is really a fraud? I'm a little curious, how did you know that?"
The security guard couldn't help it, and asked a question just when Chen Jingtong approached. But before Chen Jingtong could answer him, a man got out of a luxury car in front of the school gate. The man was wearing a very sexy pink suit with a tie underneath, a green shirt, and the hair on his head was dyed in various colors.
Chen Jingtong didn't know how to describe this face.
You say he is a street urchin, but he drives a luxury car.
You'd say he's a rich second generation, right?
His outfit is definitely non-mainstream and very popular among those born in the 1990s.
Even the car he drives is a Bentley.
Chen Jingtong knew that the car would cost at least 2 to 3 million yuan. And this person was obviously coming for Chen Jingtong, and had even been waiting for Chen Jingtong for a long time. He has been here since Chen Jingtong sent Zhou Qiqi to school. As for what happened between Chen Jingtong and the little yellow-haired guy just now, he could be said to have witnessed the entire process. This guy was originally quite idle, so after seeing Chen Jingtong, he instantly became very interested in him. When Chen Jingtong was taken to the police station, he stayed in the car and waited. He was very curious about who would come back and take away his car. As long as one of them doesn't come back, it will naturally prove that the other one is wrong. Even if the little yellow-haired boy had not committed any crime, Chen Jingtong would naturally be detained for his reckless beatings and suspected false reporting of the crime. Seeing Chen Jingtong coming back at this time, it naturally proved that the little yellow-haired guy was really a scammer. All of a sudden, Colorful became even more curious about Chen Jingtong. Seeing Chen Jingtong walking towards his car, he immediately got out and went straight towards Chen Jingtong. Chen Jingtong stopped and looked at the colorful scene with a frown. "Have you been waiting for me here?" "Smart, I was waiting for you." "Then you have plenty of free time." "Smart, I'm really free." Colorful didn't mind Chen Jingtong's indifference at all. Instead, he smiled and stretched out his hand. "Hello, my name is Yi Shaolin, let's be friends?" Chen Jingtong curled his lips and shook hands with him gently. "Chen Jingtong. Although I really want to know what the colorful things are waiting for me, I can't just take out my phone and scan them. After all, the other party is right in front of him, so doing this is a bit too much. What's more, Chen Jingtong just wanted to go home quickly so that he could study the incomplete martial arts skills he bought on Pink Sixie." Seeing Chen Jingtong shaking hands with him, Colorful continued to smile and said, "You should be older than me. Is it okay for me to call you brother?" Chen Jingtong nodded lightly without saying anything. "Brother Tong, I'll get straight to the point and not beat around the bush. I've been waiting for you for so long just to ask you, how did you know that guy was a scammer?" "To be honest, I was already here when you got here, so I witnessed the whole process. I wanted to ask you at that time, but the police came too quickly and then took you away by the police, so I have been waiting here to see who can come back. If I remember correctly, that guy said he didn't know you at all and had never met you. I've been waiting here for so long, thinking about this problem, but I can't figure it out. Can you tell me?" After Colorful finished speaking, he stared at Chen Jingtong intently. As a second-generation rich man with nothing to do, he has a biggest problem. To put it nicely, it's obsessive-compulsive disorder. To put it bluntly, it's gossip. If he doesn't get answers to some questions, he won't be able to sleep well. That's why I've waited so long, to get things clear. Chapter 13, a casual reminder. Want to know? Chen Jingtong raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. "I do." Colorful nodded heavily. "Add a contact number." Chen Jingtong didn't say much, but took out his cell phone. "Okay, Brother Tong." Colorful took out his cell phone without any hesitation and prepared to add Chen Jingtong's contact information. Chen Jingtong also took this opportunity to open the scan function and scan the colorful images. Name, Yang Jianzhong. Age, 26. Gender, male. Height, 166. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, unemployed, living off parents, second-generation rich. Marital status, single. Relationship status, single. Personal assets, 999,000, 172,481. Properties, 1 single-family villa and 15 school district houses. Means of transportation, a Bentley, a Rolls-Royce, and a Ferrari. Specialty, driving a Rolls-Royce with one hand. What's about to happen? 30 minutes later, at the intersection of Luyuan Road and Weilai Road, someone will rear-end another car because of playing with their phone. Chen Jingtong looked at the colorful information in his mind and couldn't help but twitching the corners of his mouth. Being an unemployed vagrant or a rich second generation who lives off his parents, when the hell did this become a profession? However, what shocked Chen Jingtong was that this was the first person he had met whose personal assets exceeded 10 million. In general, this colorful personal liquid funds and fixed assets have added up to more than 100 million. The working capital alone is almost over 100 million. This can no longer be described as a rich second generation, he is a fucking big shot. You have to know that many famous entrepreneurs, even if they have assets of over 100 million, over 1 billion, or even tens of billions or hundreds of billions, may not be able to come up with a cash flow of 100 million. This girl in front of me is only in her early 20s, and although she dresses like a non-mainstream person, I didn't expect her to be so rich. Chen Jingtong guessed that he was very rich, but he never expected that he was so rich. It wasn't just Chen Jingtong who saw this person. Even if he looked back at the first half of his life, this was definitely the richest man he had ever met. But Chen Jingtong couldn't understand it. This guy was so rich, why did his taste in clothes be so strange?
Do all rich people like this? Chen Jingtong was speechless. It turned out that reincarnation was a technical job.
Not to mention being a parasite from his parents. Even if he does nothing, he can rent out those dozens of houses and collect rent every day and live a more comfortable life than 99% of people. And this guy's specialty is actually driving a Rolls-Royce with one hand.
You know what, you really don't know, most people don't have this special skill. The main thing is that ordinary people can't afford a Rolls-Royce. Not to mention driving, there are hardly any cars on the road.
Many people are afraid that they may never have the chance to see a Rolls-Royce in person in their entire lives.
Chen Jingtong was so shocked that he finally came back to his senses. He thought that this guy was so weird and had never been in a relationship? Who would believe this if I told them?
Although this guy's clothes are non-mainstream, to be honest, he is not ugly and can even be considered handsome. As long as he dresses a little more normally, he can be considered a school idol, not to mention a young and handsome guy or Chen Jingtong.
It turns out that this kind of person has never been in love?
If these messages were not sent by mutant cell phones, Chen Jingtong would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Chen Jingtong was surprised and added this guy's contact information.
Brother Tong, we've added your contact information. Can you tell me now? How did you know that guy was a scammer? Chen Jingtong put away his phone and couldn't help but take another look at this weirdo. Why do you want to know so much?
Hearing this, the fellow had no choice but to smile bitterly and said, Brother Tong, to be honest, I have a problem, and that is obsessive-compulsive disorder. It would be fine if I didn't know about this, but if I don't get to the bottom of it now, I will suffer from insomnia at night.
Okay, I can tell you. But that's not the point. The point is, are you going to the intersection of Luyuan Road and Weilai Road later? Chen Jingtong did not answer, but asked back. Yeah, I have something to do there, what's the matter? Colorful looked at Chen Jingtong with some confusion.
Chen Jingtong retracted the complicated expression on his face and replied seriously, I'm giving you a piece of advice.
Don't play with your phone while driving. Don't play with your phone? Colorful was stunned for a moment.
Chen Jingtong didn't say anything more, but turned around and got into his car. After closing the car door, he said to him through the car window, if you really want to know how I knew that guy was a scammer, then do as I say.
It won't hurt you.
As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Colorful's reply, he started the car and sped away with his foot on the accelerator. Looking at Chen Jingtong leaving, although Colorful wanted to stop him, he frowned and didn't say anything.
I just couldn't help but start thinking about what Chen Jingtong's last sentence meant. Don't use your phone while driving? What does that mean? I don't have the habit of using my phone while driving. Even though it's for my own good, there's no need to remind me over and over again, right? Or is he really able to predict the future and will something bad happen to me when I play with my phone? Fuck, this can't be true. If this is true, then I'm completely convinced.
Although Chen Jingtong left, Colorful's mind was filled with countless doubts.
Forget it. There's no point in thinking so much. I'll just go there and find out.
Colorful shook his head and went straight back to his car, subconsciously looking at the phone on the passenger seat.
What he said was indeed true.
He really had to go to the intersection of Luyuan Road and Weilai Road to do some business. If he hadn't been out of curiosity, waiting here to see who would come back between Chen Jingtong and that little yellow-haired guy, he would have gone there long ago. However, since it was still early for the agreed meeting time, Colorful was not too anxious. Although he couldn't afford to offend that person, Colorful drove towards the agreed place. Not long after the car drove out, the cell phone on the passenger seat suddenly rang. He took a quick look at the colorful scene and subconsciously opened his phone.
Shaolin, where are you? Fatty and I have already left, don't be late.
The person who sent the message was the one he had an appointment with, and also the one he couldn't afford to offend.
I'm on my way.
I'm almost there, I should be there before you. There were not too many cars on the road at this time, and he had already reached the intersection of Luyuan Road and Weilai Road. Yi Shaolin, who was driving with one hand and replying to messages with one hand at the same time, suddenly remembered Chen Jingtong's words in his mind.
Don't play with your phone while you're driving. Chapter 14 Copy Points.
The moment this thought came to mind, the car in front suddenly braked hard. At the same time, a huge crash was heard from the front.
The colorful pupils suddenly shrank and he stepped on the brakes.
If he hadn't suddenly remembered what Chen Jingtong said and subconsciously slowed down the car, at his previous speed, he would not have had time to brake.
Moreover, we were driving on city roads, so the braking distance was not enough.
Seeing that his car was almost rear-ended, Yu Xiaolin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Before he remembered Chen Jingtong's words, the speed of the car had reached nearly 100 miles per hour. After thinking of Chen Jingtong's words, although he still had some doubts, he subconsciously reduced the speed to 40 or 50 miles per hour.
The speed is almost reduced by half. This allowed him to avoid rear-ending the car in front of him after he stepped on the brakes. After his mood finally calmed down, Yu Xiaolin suddenly realized again that what Chen Jingtong said was actually true. Awesome. He didn't know how to describe Chen Jingtong other than awesome.
If you can guess at the beginning that a bunch of yellow hair is a scammer, maybe it's just luck, or you can't say for sure what information you knew in advance. But before Chen Jingtong left, he specifically asked himself whether he really wanted to come here. After I answered Chen Jingtong yes, he repeatedly reminded me not to play with my mobile phone while driving. It is already obvious that Chen Jingtong already knew in advance that a car accident would happen in this place.
Chen Jingtong even calculated the time of the car accident with an accuracy that was almost certain.
It doesn't seem so difficult to understand that such an awesome person could tell that a little yellow-haired guy was a scammer. No wonder he said if you want to know the answer, just do as he says.
So that's it.
At this moment, the mystery of Chen Jingtong has been magnified countless times in Yu Xiaolin's mind. At this time, Chen Jingtong had just returned to where he lived.
Looking at the extra copy point he had, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but feel happy.
It looks like the guy reached the intersection, and then he didn't follow the original trajectory and rear-ended another vehicle, so I have changed the trajectory of his life. So far, Chen Jingtong has copied 2 specialties that originally belonged to others. The first time was when he copied Zhou Qiqi's painting skills, but that was because Chen Jingtong copied it tentatively.
Otherwise, Chen Jingtong would not copy a skill that seemed to be useless.
The second time, he copied the military boxing of the beautiful policewoman Zhang Nianxiang.
So now Chen Jingtong is more interested in copying other people's skills than scanning other people's information.
It's a pity that although there is one more copy point now, there is nothing to copy at the moment. Otherwise, Chen Jingtong really wanted to use up these copy points immediately.
But it's okay to keep it.
Maybe next time I'll come across some powerful skills and be able to copy them on the spot.
Anyway, this thing won't disappear, so you can use it anytime.
After returning home, Chen Jingtong felt relieved. I finally have the chance to scan myself with my phone and check my information. It has been 2 days, and this is the first time that Chen Jingtong has scanned himself. Before that, he always scanned others.
Soon, my own information appeared in my mind. Name, Chen Jingtong. Age, 24. Height, 181. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, wall hanger. Marital status, single. Relationship status, a potential girlfriend. Personal assets, 299,390. Method of transportation, second-hand BMW 3 Series. Specialties, military boxing. Painting. Special case, mobile phone code scanning can identify everything. Available copy points, 1. Chen Jingtong looked at this information and felt a little dissatisfied.
After all, there seemed to be no difference between looking at himself and looking at others. Except for a very small amount of new information, the rest of the information has basically not changed. For example, relationship status, having a girlfriend to be.
Chen Jingtong looked at this message and for a moment he didn't know what to say. So if we don't formally confess our love, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend anymore, right? Although they met by coincidence and got together quite quickly, Chen Jingtong admits that he was definitely not quick in some aspects.
Chen Jingtong did not agree with this information. After all, she should be considered my girlfriend. After all, the two of them had done everything they should and shouldn't have done. As he was thinking about it, Chen Jingtong suddenly realized a very serious problem.
Wait a moment. That's not right. Why are the only specialties listed as military boxing and painting?
I have been learning the incomplete skills of Pin Cece for a day or two.
Isn't that considered a special skill? Or is it because I don't have enough ability now, so it's not displayed?
Chen Jingtong thought about it for a while, but was still confused and didn't understand why it didn't show up.
Forget it.
Although this phone is far ahead of the rest, it's still not smart enough.
It seems like I can only figure this thing out by myself, little by little.
Chen Jingtong sighed and was about to put away his phone when he suddenly found an extra message on it. When I clicked on the green bubble, I found that the message was colorful and it was sent by Yi Shaolin.
Brother Tong. Awesome. You are the most awesome person. In addition, there is another transfer.
Looking at the long string of numbers, Chen Jingtong counted them carefully.
There are actually 200,000. Looking at this huge sum of money, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but be stunned.
Chen Jingtong believes that this is the first time he has seen so much money in his life. This 200,000 is probably not Yi Shaolin's upper limit, but Green Bubble's upper limit.
If there is no upper limit to the green bubble, I don't know how much money this kid will make.
But Chen Jingtong soon felt relieved, considering that he had nearly 100 million in cash.
What is 200,000? It's just equivalent to an ordinary $20.
So Chen Jingtong accepted this huge sum of money with peace of mind. In fact, compared with this money, although Chen Jingtong did save Yi Shaolin, getting the copy point that can copy other people's special skills is obviously more valuable. It can even be said that the copy point is a priceless treasure. If Chen Jingtong had reminded him unkindly, based on the speed he usually drives, this would definitely not be a simple rear-end collision. Not to mention that the repair cost of his Bentley is far more than 200,000 yuan, I'm afraid even the person would be either dead or disabled. However, Chen Jingtong remembered that when he saw his message, there was no indication of any serious consequences, such as death or injury.
Is it possible that even if I don't remind them, there won't be any serious consequences?
Chen Jingtong frowned and thought about it, but since he couldn't verify it, he naturally did not rule out this possibility.
Chapter 15 Direct Transfer.
But since it has already happened, Chen Jingtong no longer thinks about it. After receiving the huge transfer, Chen Jingtong sent a message back to Yi Shaolin.
Next time, drive safely and don't play with your phone while driving. Okay, Brother Tong, I'll remember that. I will never play with my phone while driving again. Thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I don't know if I can still talk to you now. Yi Shaolin's message also came quickly.
However, along with this information, there was another huge transfer.
Another long list of numbers. Another 200,000.
Chen Jingtong curled the corner of his mouth.
This is not the way to spend money, right?
But this time, Chen Jingtong did not accept the money.
Just take the first payment, asking for more would seem a bit greedy.
Although Chen Jingtong knew very well that this amount of money was a huge sum in the eyes of ordinary people, in Yi Shaolin's eyes, it was just pocket money. Besides, I didn't remind him for money at the beginning. However, when Yi Shaolin saw Chen Jingtong confiscating his second sum of money, he became a little anxious.
Brother Tong, it's not that I'm stingy.
It's just that the upper limit of green bubbles is this much, not my upper limit. I also want to send more at one time, but there's nothing I can do about it.
Chen Jingtong looked at the message sent by Yi Shaolin and became speechless. No need to send it. I don't think your money is too little. One is enough for me. Just drive safely in the future and don't play with your phone.
After replying to the message, Chen Jingtong put the phone directly into his pocket. Then he walked to the elevator that had just arrived and pressed the button for his floor.
Watching the elevator door close, Chen Jingtong began to think again.
I thought it was just a QR code scanning mutation, but I didn't expect that I would soon package myself as a fortune teller.
If word of mouth spreads, and the reputation gets higher, wouldn't it be a lot of money?
Although not everyone has an unexpected situation, I just need to tell others and enlighten those who have the yuan, right?
It seems like it can really be operated.
Watching the elevator slowly rising, this thought suddenly popped up in Chen Jingtong's mind. The more Chen Jingtong thought about it, the more he felt that there was a way forward. After all, even big stars and big entrepreneurs believe in this nowadays, and many big stars even go abroad to find the Dragon King or something like that to tell fortunes for them. Originally, Chen Jingtong had not thought of this, but because Yi Shaolin transferred money to him crazily, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but think of making money through this way. After all, those so-called masters and Dragon Kings are basically all nonsense.
But I can actually see the unexpected situations that are about to happen to others. It can be said to be foolproof.
Although there are not many rich people like Yi Shaolin, any one of them will definitely be generous as long as he can really change their lives. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong put this matter directly on the agenda and decided to make good use of it when he had the chance. Since Yi Shaolin trusts me so much, I should be able to open up channels to the upper class through him, right?
Just as I was thinking about it, the elevator arrived.
Chen Jingtong walked out of the elevator and returned to his residence. Next, he went straight to the sofa and began to meditate, silently reciting Pin Cece's incomplete exercises. At this time, Yi Shaolin, who was still sitting in his Bentley, saw the last message sent by Chen Jingtong and admired Chen Jingtong even more. What is a noble character? This is such a noble character. The money has been given to others, but they don't want it. Expert. It's really high. However, at this time, Yi Shaolin had already believed in Chen Jingtong's words without a doubt. I turned off my phone and left it on the passenger seat, not daring to look at it again. Although this was just Chen Jingtong's well-intentioned advice, what if Brother Tong was hinting at me? After putting down his phone, Yi Shaolin instantly became extremely alert, keeping his eyes and ears open, and even threw away his traditional skill of driving a Rolls-Royce with one hand. This is the first time in my life that I have driven so seriously. After much difficulty, they finally left the scene of the car accident, and Yi Shaolin finally breathed a sigh of relief. If this had happened in the past, I would probably have been driving while using my phone to record a video of the scene. After leaving the accident scene, I had to use my phone to send the photos to my friends. Now, whenever Yi Shaolin is driving, he won't even touch his cell phone. After parking the car and making sure there was no danger, Yi Shaolin picked up his phone again. Upon looking, he realized that the big sister he had made an appointment with had sent him several voice messages. Shaolin, we're here, where are you? Hurry up, you've been on the road for a long time, why don't I see you? By the way, I saw on the news that the car you came from was in an accident, so be careful. After hearing the message, Yi Shaolin quickly replied. I'll be there soon. There was a car accident. I'm fine. I met a master today. The master gave me some advice, otherwise I would have really been in trouble. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. I'll tell you when I get there. That expert is really awesome. After Yi Shaolin replied to the message, he put away his phone, got out of the car, and walked towards the agreed place. After arriving at the esports hotel, the other 3 people, 2 women and 1 man, had already arrived and even turned on their computers. Several of them have known each other for a long time. Today, they had nothing to do, so they made an appointment to play PUBG together. The man was a chubby young man, and everything he was wearing was branded. The 2 girls on the left were wearing a designer suit and a black miniskirt, with long hair draped over their shoulders and a pair of rimless silver glasses. They looked like extremely quiet intellectuals. The one on the right is wearing a small leather jacket, a small suspender, and a small leather skirt, giving people a very capable and neat feeling. Although the 2 girls have completely different styles, they are both stunning beauties without exception. The one Yi Shaolin didn't dare to provoke was not the beautiful woman who looked neat and tidy, but the beautiful woman who looked quiet and gentle. After seeing these 3 people, Yi Shaolin greeted them and automatically sat down in front of the remaining computer. After seeing Yi Shaolin sitting down, the quiet beauty couldn't help but ask. Shaolin, didn't you say that a master gave you guidance? A very powerful master? What's going on? As soon as the quiet beauty finished speaking, the other 2 people couldn't help but look at Yi Shaolin in unison and listen attentively. It's really amazing. You have no idea. I have been shocked by that master the whole day. Seeing the quiet beauty asking, Yi Shaolin quickly explained with excitement. Chapter 16 He is a master. Seeing Yi Shaolin's excitement, the fat man couldn't help but ask, who is this expert? Why do you admire him so much? Tell me about it quickly. Upon hearing this, the neat beauty raised her eyebrows and asked, Shaolin, are you crazy? What era is this? Are you still doing this? Do you know what science is? We should believe in science, not metaphysics. Yi Shaolin was not moved at all, and still replied with excitement, don't disbelieve me. He is truly an expert. After I finish speaking, I guarantee you will be shocked. You will also be in awe. Having said that, Yi Shaolin didn't say anymore, but started directly to tell Chen Jingtong everything that had happened after he met him, in detail and vividly. As for the remaining 3 people, they looked disdainful at the beginning, but as they listened to Yi Shaolin slowly finish his story, the look of shock in everyone's eyes became more and more intense. Later on, I became half believing and half doubting. Seeing the 3 people staring at him in amazement, Yi Shaolin asked angrily, why are you looking at me like that? What I said is true. It's not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe him. What you said is really too mysterious. How can there be such a person in the world? I don't believe that there is really someone who can predict the future. That's right, Shaolin. In my opinion, you just don't have enough social experience. Maybe this is a trap that they have set up a long time ago, waiting for you to fall into it. Yes, Shaolin, you are just too naive, with a one-track mind, and have never seen the dangers of society.
How about I take you to get a foot massage tonight? Get lost.
Yi Shaolin glared at the fat man.
Is it really that powerful?
Seeing that Yi Shaolin didn't seem to be joking, the quiet beauty frowned and began to think, staring into Yi Shaolin's eyes.
How many times have we told you about your habit of playing with your phone while driving?
You're lucky this time, but next time, don't play with your phone while driving.
Otherwise, I won't let you go.
Seeing that the other party was concerned about him, Yi Shaolin scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I know.
I will never play with my phone while driving again.
If it wasn't for Brother Tong's reminder this time, I would have really gotten into trouble.
Okay, I won't make malicious assumptions about the expert you mentioned. Since you think it's all true,
you can continue to contact him.
Anyway, that little money is nothing.
If it's true, it will be of great help not only to you, but also to your father.
Even if it's fake, it doesn't matter. It's just a small amount of money. The quiet beauty paused here before continuing. By the way, give me his contact information.
I'll find a time to meet him and see if he's really as awesome as you say.
Okay, I'll give it to you right away. Yi Shaolin didn't say much and directly gave Chen Jingtong's contact information to the quiet beauty. Aren't you a little too gullible? You too?
Although I believe Shaolin will not deceive us, the so-called master of Shaolin looks like a liar no matter how you look at him. The fat man began to pour cold water on them.
The neat beauty couldn't help but say, I think what the fat guy said is right.
It's obvious that the man deliberately learned about Shaolin beforehand and then set a trap for Shaolin.
Even though he only received one transfer from Shaolin, isn't it more obvious that he is trying to play the long game and catch a bigger fish? Besides, playing with your phone while driving is unsafe. Who the hell doesn't know that? Do we need him to remind us?
Maybe he says that to everyone he sees.
Shaolin just happened to be lucky enough to get lucky.
Seeing that the two still didn't believe him, Yi Shaolin once again vowed, no matter what you say, I believe Brother Tong.
He must be a master.
The fat man couldn't help it, rolled his eyes, and reached out to touch Yi Shaolin's forehead.
You don't have a fever? You've only known me for 1 day. Are you possessed? Go away, you are the one who is possessed.
Yi Shaolin rolled his eyes at the fat man, slapped his hand away, and reiterated, I'll say it again, whether you believe it or not, Brother Tong is awesome.
Okay, stop arguing.
If he's a liar or not, you can find out later by making an appointment to meet him.
The quiet beauty interrupted the topic.
Then he took out his cell phone and directly added Chen Jingtong as a friend. On the other side, Chen Jingtong was meditating and silently reading Pin Cece's incomplete martial arts skills. The cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting his silent reading. Chen Jingtong took out his cell phone and took a look, and found that a beautiful woman had added him as a friend. But after thinking about it, I couldn't imagine who knew my contact information, so I rejected the friend request on the spot. There are so many scammers these days, and there are so many tricks everywhere that you can easily be fooled if you are not careful.
Although the avatar looks like a beautiful woman, who knows if it is her? Maybe she grows tea for her grandfather and comes here to sell it? After the rejection, Chen Jingtong didn't think any more about it.
He continued to sit cross-legged and began to silently recite Pin Cece's incomplete martial arts technique. However, as he read silently more and more times, Chen Jingtong soon discovered a problem. I read it silently about 100 times yesterday, and my strength and physical fitness have improved significantly. But now, I have done this dozens of times, and I don't feel anything at all.
Isn't that enough?
Chen Jingtong shook his head and continued reading silently.
On the other side, the quiet beauty looked at the red dot of rejection coming from her phone with a look of disbelief. He actually refused to add me as a friend? This is the first time I've been rejected by someone in my life.
The quiet beauty turned to look at Yi Shaolin with a look of shock on her face.
Shaolin, let's not talk about whether the person you met is a so-called master. But is there something wrong with his aesthetic? Am I not beautiful? My profile picture is exactly me. Is he so short-sighted? He actually rejected me?
This is true, a quiet beauty is indeed a rare and top-notch beauty. From childhood to adulthood, I have always been the brightest star among the crowd. Surrounded by bootlickers, she is always the one who rejects others, and has never been rejected by others. Now she took the initiative to add Chen Jingtong, but she didn't expect that Chen Jingtong would directly reject her. Although she was a little angry, she became more interested in Chen Jingtong, who rejected her. Women are like this sometimes, very mean.
What did you say? You were rejected? If I remember correctly, no one has ever rejected you? The little fat man on the side asked in surprise when he heard this. Only Yi Shaolin looked calm, as if everything was within his expectations. How fresh! Doesn't this prove that my brother Tong is even more awesome? Don't you think about it, for someone as awesome as my brother Tong, does he still need beautiful women around him?
Yi Shaolin raised his eyebrows and continued speaking.
Let's not talk about anything else. I saw with my own eyes that the school beauty of Sias College got off Brother Tong's car. The school beauty is not inferior to you two in terms of appearance.
And she is younger.
Quiet beauty. Chapter 17 refused to add friends.
However, Chen Jingtong, who had just put down his phone and was about to continue silently reading the incomplete pin CC skills, found that his phone rang again. Chen Jingtong frowned, picked up his phone and took a look, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because it was another stranger who added him as a friend, and it was the friend request from the person he had just rejected.
Is there something wrong with this person? He has already refused, why is he adding more?
Chen Jingtong frowned and refused again, this time even faster than last time, without even thinking about it.
However, before he could put the phone down, it rang again. The person I just rejected has applied to be added as a friend again. Chen Jingtong was also a little angry and refused again. The man persevered and added again. Chen Jingtong refused again.
I don't know how many times the two of them were so unwilling to accept each other and they kept arguing back and forth.
This Chen Jingtong is really too much.
I have added it so many times, but he can't just approve it once, even if it's just to scold me a few words? Looking at her phone that had been rejected countless times, the quiet beauty also got angry. He even had this weird thought that even if Chen Jingtong scolded him after he passed.
Is this person out of his mind? He has been rejected so many times, but he is still adding more?
After Chen Jingtong rejected again, he watched the other party apply again, threw his phone aside, and was too lazy to pay attention to him. On the other side, the quiet beauty was stunned when she saw the friend adding interface which was neither rejected nor accepted again.
What does it mean? Are you just too lazy to pay attention to me?
But the quiet and beautiful girl didn't know that at this time Chen Jingtong had already started to silently recite Pin Cece's incomplete martial arts skills. Fortunately, the content was not very long, so Chen Jingtong read it silently again about 100 times.
Only then did I feel the subtle changes in my body.
The warm current that had made me feel comfortable before started from my abdomen and spread throughout my body. Chen Jingtong was so immersed in it that he had long forgotten about the rejection of adding a friend just now. Time passed by minute, and Chen Jingtong was immersed in this mysterious feeling. He didn't know how long it had been, and finally he suddenly opened his eyes.
So powerful?
Holy shit! It's several times more powerful than before. Chen Jingtong carefully felt the changes in his body and thought it was an illusion, but the moment he thought of it, he could instantly feel the warm current in his body. Previously, one could only feel it when entering that mysterious state, but now, not only can one feel it at any time, but one can also clearly perceive that the warm current is becoming stronger and stronger. Even the limbs can clearly feel a huge sense of power. If I meditate for a while every day, enter that mysterious state, and silently recite 100 or 80 times, to what extent will my body be strengthened? Chen Jingtong's eyes lit up. He was very sure that even the true disciple of Taiji Palace was definitely not as good as this one of his. It seems that the things scanned by mobile phones are much more powerful than those in reality. With this thought in mind, Chen Jingtong did not waste any time and began to meditate and read silently again. But after half a day had passed, Chen Jingtong finally realized that he had been dreaming too much. As his physical strength increases, more conditions are needed to enter that mysterious state. For example, you may be able to get started by reading silently 100 or 80 times at the beginning, but later you may need to read it 500 times, 1,000 times, or even there is no upper limit.
That's not all.
Even if you enter later, the improvement will be far less than at the beginning. After Chen Jingtong understood this, he no longer insisted on reading silently. Although my physical strength is definitely several times that of an ordinary person. But even if he possessed the legendary inner strength in the martial arts world, Chen Jingtong didn't know how to use it at all. This is similar to Duanyu. After all, having and using are two different things.
However, Chen Jingtong didn't care about these things.
After all, his physical strength had been significantly improved. It seems I need to go to the library when I have time, or check online to see if there is any way to use my inner strength. It would be best if we could complete this incomplete technique.
If we continue like this, What if we become possessed by evil spirits one day? Wait a minute.
Since I can scan out the genuine goods from the items on Pink60 that cost 9.9 yuan with free shipping,
does that mean I can also scan out the real thing from the fakes? Fuck.
Chen Jingtong suddenly discovered the highlight and stood up from the sofa abruptly.
I haven't thought about these before, or I have simply ignored them.
Because he scanned out useful items from the 9.9 yuan items on Pink60 with free shipping, his attention was drawn to them.
He only thought about how to improve himself and never thought about the follow-up matters.
At this time, as the difficulty of upgrading became greater and greater, his own strength became stronger and stronger.
Chen Jingtong suddenly thought of these things. If this works, then can I scan some Taoist mental methods from Taoist books? After all, even if you practice Tai Chi to perfection, you are at most a master. You are still a mortal after all. But Taoism is different.
It's not called practicing martial arts, it's called cultivating immortals.
Fuck. Chen Jingtong was so excited for a moment that he couldn't calm down. I even started to feel annoyed. Why did I think of this only now? You have this cheat in your hand, but you are still thinking about how to make money as a fortune teller? Isn't this just putting the cart before the horse? But this is just my speculation. Maybe it can scan out the real thing, but it doesn't necessarily mean it is a method of cultivating immortality, right? You still can't have too high expectations. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment.
Chen Jingtong shook his head vigorously to calm himself down. But once this thought came up, it was like weeds that could not be burned by wildfire, and there was no way to suppress it. People are like this: when they are poor they think about getting rich, when they are rich they think about being in power, and when they have power they think about immortality.
Desire is a huge gap that can never be filled.
Even Qin Shi Huang, who unified the 6 kingdoms and standardized the writing system and the wheel gauge, could not avoid having such thoughts, let alone ordinary people.
Countless emperors and generals throughout history have thought this way.
Chen Jingtong admitted that he was just an ordinary man, and if he had the chance to achieve immortality, he would naturally strive for it.
Damn it, I can't calm down. It was fine if I didn't think of this before, but now that I think of it, my mind is full of what-ifs. No, I'll go look for information later.
If Chen Jingtong hadn't had any Taoist books on hand, he would have wanted to try it right away.
Although I don't have books, I have a computer. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong couldn't wait to open his computer and start searching the internet. After entering the keywords, a large number of search pages will appear quickly. Chen Jingtong's attention was soon attracted by a website called Taoist Encyclopedia. Chapter 18 Crazy Scan begins.
After opening this website, Chen Jingtong casually clicked on a Taoist exercise. Next, he took out his mobile phone, turned on the scan function, and started scanning the technique. It was the first time for Chen Jingtong to scan a computer page, but soon information about the content appeared.
Web version of the Yellow Turban Army skills. Production time, 2024-0309. Producer, Nbikelj. The source of the exercises, the Taoist Encyclopedia website. Special circumstances, none. Looking at the displayed information, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but frown. It was pretty much as he expected, many of the skills were actually fake and useless.
Chen Jingtong did not hesitate and directly closed the page and opened another martial arts page.
Web version of Taoist Qigong Heart Method. Production time, 2024-0219. Producer, Kujik. The source of the exercises, the Taoist Encyclopedia website. Special circumstances, none.
As the information was displayed, Chen Jingtong discovered that it was still fake this time. Although Chen Jingtong has only encountered one real one so far, when he scanned the Tai Chi exercises for 9.9 yuan on Pink60, the information displayed was not zero. Instead, it clearly states what the effects are and how to learn them. Therefore, Chen Jingtong was certain that once he encountered a genuine Taoist technique, it would at least indicate what its effects were and how to practice it.
Taoism is a local religion, and it is much stronger than Buddhism, which is just seeking fame and reputation. Even the lowest level Taoist technique should have some effect of prolonging life.
After scanning 2 fake ones in a row, Chen Jingtong did not get discouraged. He simply closed the page and continued to scan the next one.
1, 2, 5, 10. As a result, Chen Jingtong's eyes were almost sore.
He scanned dozens of them in a row, but not a single one was real.
They were all fake. Chen Jingtong sighed and began to doubt. Am I really thinking too much? There is no such thing as cultivating immortals in this world? Or is it that the Taoist skills cannot be used to sweep it out?
It's true that the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment.
Chen Jingtong shook his head. But it's not surprising that everything on the internet is fake.
This doesn't prove that Taoism doesn't have real skills, or that Taoist skills can't reveal the real thing. After all, this website looks like a pirated website, full of colorful advertisements. The Genshin FA that I scanned before was at least a paper version, although I bought it from Pink Sixie for 9.9 yuan.
Maybe I should go to the antique street? See if there's any for sale? Even if you don't find any ancient books, maybe you can still pick up a bargain and buy some real antiques.
Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong's mood improved a little. But soon, Chen Jingtong's attention turned to the rest of the categories on the website.
Since Taoist things are all fake, what about the other categories? For example, what about ordinary martial arts? What about knives, guns, sticks, fists, and feet kung fu? Now that I've turned on the computer, I can't end up with nothing, right?
After all, compared to not knowing whether he could really sweep out a Taoist technique that could be practiced, Chen Jingtong has now really developed internal strength.
Since internal strength can be cultivated, then ancient martial arts must be real. So no matter whether it is boxing or kicking, or even sword or knife skills, or even light skills, the probability of it being effective is definitely much higher than Taoist mental skills. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong immediately started to open the ancient martial arts classification. But after opening it, Chen Jingtong discovered that this website did not contain as many ancient martial arts techniques as Taoist ones. Even if everything in Taoism is fake, don't worry about whether it's true or not, just tell me whether it's enough. Chen Jingtong tried changing the website, but still found that there were not many. Chen Jingtong quickly figured it out. After all, it was a real thing that existed in reality. Who would be willing to put it online for free for others to learn? As for the Taoist exercises, they are basically all fake and completely fabricated, so there are naturally many of them.
Chen Jingtong began to search, but his attention was not on boxing or swords, guns, sticks, or clubs. After all, this thing has few uses nowadays, not to mention that a gun is fast at a distance of 7 steps, and a gun is fast and accurate within 7 steps. Truth is much more powerful than your fists, kicks, swords, guns, sticks, or clubs. Chen Jingtong's attention was directly focused on the category of light skills. After searching for a long time, I finally found one. But most of them are about running, high jump, long jump, or hurdles and walls. It was completely different from what Chen Jingtong had imagined, such as the Lingbo Weibu that Duan Yu had learned, or the Qiankuan Denang Yi that Zhang Wuji had learned. I didn't pay attention to these things before, but now I checked them out and realized that the netizens of this generation are so damn foolish, aren't they? You dare to call this Qingdong? Can you at least come up with something decent? Chen Jingtong frowned and suddenly thought of something. If the so-called light skill starts with practicing high jump, long jump, and the like, it seems to be of no use to me.
But what if you scan it with your phone? What if some special situation is detected?
You know, that book of Tai Chi skills that costs 9.9 yuan on PinCC can reveal special situations.
You can become stronger just by reading it. If I can identify the special cases from the things that ordinary people need years of practice to gain something from, then does that mean I don't have to practice every day like ordinary people?
Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong casually clicked on a page, then took out his mobile phone and started scanning.
The steps to somersaults. Upload date, January 1st, 2024. Uploaded by GKH.
Special situation, you can become stronger by doing somersaults.
Special attribute, as light as a swallow. Looking at the information that appeared, Chen Jingtong was stunned. Fuck. Can it really be scanned out? Can this be understood as, I only need to do a somersault to surpass the average person's years or even decades of hard training? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I grew up in the countryside. I can do somersaults. Although I've been living in the city for these years, the things I learned when I was a child are at most a little unfamiliar now, but I will definitely not forget them. Besides, Chen Jingtong's current physical strength is dozens of times that of an ordinary person. Doing a few somersaults is still easy? As long as I can make myself stronger, isn't that enough? But Chen Jingtong was not sure in what aspect this strengthening would occur. Stronger waist? Or stronger legs? Or does the overall coordination of the body become stronger? Who cares? You'll know if you try it. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong didn't waste any more time and stood up directly. However, after Chen Jingtong stood up and walked around, he was suddenly stunned.
Because he discovered a new problem.
Chapter 19 Sweep Out.
Because Chen Jingtong was a newly graduated college student who had never worked the 996 schedule for even a few days, he lived in a rented one-bedroom apartment. Not to mention a somersault, he even had to walk carefully. There was really no space for him to do a somersault.
Chen Jingtong sighed. It seems that I have to hurry up and make money.
If I don't build a villa, I won't even have a place to practice martial arts in the future. The best one would be a detached villa, on a mountaintop or something like that, with hardly any people around. At that time, not to mention a somersault, even Robin would be fine. Practice at sunrise and go to the club at sunset.
It's so pleasant just thinking about it. But when Chen Jingtong thought of this, he couldn't help shaking his head again. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. It seems that the first thing to do now is to get a bigger residence. After all, if she could drive a sports car and live in a villa, anyone would be willing to marry Yang Mi. In recent years, Chen Jingtong has been barely making ends meet by occasionally writing online novels. People on the internet say that so-and-so became rich overnight and achieved financial freedom by writing novels. But until you really enter this industry, you will realize that it is complete nonsense.
It would be an overestimate to say that only 10 out of 10,000 people can fill their stomachs with this. Chen Jingtong even wrote in his introduction that readers are all his bosses, but he still earns very little. If readers are willing to give him some free gifts after reading the latest chapter, Chen Jingtong can earn a few cents more. As for wanting to live in a villa and drive a sports car by using this thing, that's no different from dreaming.
Chen Jingtong feels that writing novels is no different from competing with one's father.
Readers are all fathers, but not all authors treat readers as fathers.
After all, some people are born without parents.
Although Chen Jingtong quickly realized the cruelty of reality, in this era, wealth and status are basically only spread through blood and sex.
However, Chen Jingtong is no longer the same person as before. Because I have a plug-in. Forget about sports cars and villas, even the immortal Chen Jingtong dared to think about it. Even with the capabilities currently demonstrated by this plug-in, isn't it easy for Chen Jingtong to make some money whether he's picking up bargains in the antique circle or telling fortunes for rich people?
Chen Jingtong let out a long breath, looked at the narrow room in front of him, and pulled his thoughts back. It seemed that it was impossible to do a somersault in the rental house, so Chen Jingtong could only suppress his inner urge, sit back in front of the computer, and continue scanning. After Chen Jingtong swept away a lot of messy things, he found that except for the somersault, there was nothing special about it. In the end, the only thing left on the entire network that had not been swept was flying over the eaves and walking on the walls. The reason why this one was left unscanned was because in Chen Jingtong's opinion, this was the only thing that looked closest to the light kung fu that Chen Jingtong wanted.
Chen Jingtong took a deep breath and directly clicked on the second level page.
It is filled with various training techniques that allow people to fly over eaves and walls. Chen Jingtong is not only a typical martial arts fan, but also a loyal fan of water margin. The person he likes is not Song Jiang or Wu Yong, nor Shiman Qing or Pan Jinglian, but Shi Qian.
Chen Jingtong could almost recite the records about Shi Qian in the book by heart.
Ever since I was little, I wanted to be like Shi Qian, lightly tapping the green bricks with my toes, and my body would rise 3 feet up like the wind blowing through willow branches. His arms were stretched out like the wings of a hawk, and his cuffs rustled as he climbed up the eaves. The tiles did not move at all, as if a cloud of inky black smoke was drifting across the moonlight. His back was slightly arched, his 10 fingers like hooks clasping the carved brackets, his whole body hanging upside down between the beams, his sleeves hanging down like icicles suspended under the eaves. Suddenly, she twisted her waist and slid through the 3 corridors like a snake, sticking to the glazed beast's mouth. Her embroidered shoes touched the bells on the corners that startled the birds. The bronze bells were about to vibrate, and her figure had already floated to the neighboring yard like a fallen leaf. With his knees bent like a full bow, he jumped down from the 10-meter-high wall. As he fell, he tapped the brick wall with his left palm to relieve the force, and used the raised lotus-patterned bricks to spin with his right toes. When he landed, it was as if a feather fell to the ground, and even the sleeping cat slave under the corridor was not awakened. The silver threads between his fingers were like spider webs wrapped around the window lattice, and with a slight swing of his waist, they rolled up onto the crossbar. The moonlight reflected his silhouette curled up in the darkness of the caisson, just like a flea dormant on the drum surface, which was the essence of the name flea on the drum. However, the physical skills of Shi Qian described in water margin were completely different from those written on the second-level page in front of him. What I see now are basically various jumping exercises and body coordination exercises. All the training methods seem very scientific, so there is no mention of how to use internal force at all. If someone really practices for years as described above, although he may not be able to actually fly over eaves and walls, he should have no problem doing parkour or something like that. The word parkour popped up in Chen Jingtong's mind, because these things really look like parkour. I thought I could find something similar to Tai Chi's inner principles, but I didn't expect that I could only find these scientific training methods online. Chen Jingtong was very disappointed, but that didn't stop him from taking a look.
After scanning, Chen Jingtong put away his phone.
It seems I have to find a place to try it out. I have already finished sweeping it, but as for what effect will appear later, I will have to practice to know. But relying on these things now, it seems that it is not that easy to really learn Qigong.
It still takes time.
I hope the special properties I scanned out can be as powerful as the one that becomes stronger by reading silently. If it really goes as he wishes, he can get better at somersaults and high jumps, then practicing Qigong by himself should not be as difficult as he imagined. If this is not the case at all, then you can only rely on time and practice to become proficient, or if you have some opportunity in the future, you can learn the real Qigong body skills. Chen Jingtong put away his phone and went over all the practice methods for scanning out special situations in his mind before preparing to scan something else. For example, various kinds of boxing, various kinds of kicking, various kinds of swords, guns, sticks, and clubs. However, because the lightness skills just now were basically useless, Chen Jingtong didn't have much expectations for these. Chen Jingtong just wanted to scan it first. What if? There are so many websites. If the domestic ones are not good, you can just climb over the wall and look at the foreign ones. After all, domestic animals cannot become spirits, and Gui are not allowed to appear in the country. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong shook his head, picked up his phone again, and prepared to scan. However, before Chen Jingtong turned on the scan function,
the phone in my hand suddenly rang. Chen Jingtong was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at his mobile phone. I found out that someone called. Chapter 20, Life of a Cattleman. Chen Jingtong frowned and looked at the caller's name displayed on the phone. It was Li Laosi. This is an acquaintance, Chen Jingtong's former college classmate. After graduation, like him, I stayed in the city and worked like a slave. After graduation, although the two of them did not completely lose contact, they actually did not contact each other very often. Sometimes when they are bored, they would make an appointment to rescue a young girl whose father is addicted to gambling, whose mother is sick, whose younger brother is in school, and who has fallen into misfortune. Chen Jingtong answered the phone. Old four? What's wrong? What do you want from me? Brother Tong, long time no see. Are you free tonight? Let's go out and have a drink together.
Li Laoxi's voice soon came from the other side of the phone.
Tonight?
Chen Jingtong hesitated for a moment before asking. After all, I promised Zhou Qiqi that I would pick her up from school tonight. Chen Jingtong looked at the time and thought that Zhou Qiqi was about to finish school. If he didn't go, Zhou Qiqi would probably come over by herself.
Yes, tonight.
We haven't seen each other for a few months, so we wanted to meet and get together.
Li Laoxi's voice sounded again. Okay, where shall we meet? The usual place? Chen Jingtong thought about it for a moment and agreed.
Yes, the old place.
Seeing that Chen Jingtong agreed, Li Laoxi's tone became cheerful. Okay, let's meet at the usual place later. By the way, I might bring someone with me. Do you mind? Chen Jingtong asked. Bring someone? No problem, I don't mind. You should bring your girlfriend, Sister Qiao Qiao, right? That's not it. I broke up with her a long time ago. I brought someone else with me, someone you don't know.
After Chen Jingrong's voice fell, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then Li Laoxi's voice sounded again with some surprise.
Broken up? What happened?
I remember you were a famous golden couple in school. Everyone thought you would never break up, and you've been dating for so many years.
Chen Jingtong sighed. It's a long story. You should still remember what I told you about meeting the parents, right? Remember, what's wrong? Li Laosi asked with some surprise.
I met her parents, but they didn't like me at all. They thought I had no skills, didn't make money, and was a poor boy. I thought Xiao Qiao would argue with them, but her parents told her to break up, and she didn't hesitate at all.
She just broke up with me.
When Chen Jingtong said this, he sighed again, his face became a little bitter, as if he remembered some unhappy things. You don't know, she was arranged by her parents to go on a blind date a few days later, and then she met a second-generation demolition tycoon, and she announced it on WeChat Moments the next day.
Li Laosi was even more surprised. Is there such a thing? I really don't know. I remember that she used to be very obedient to you and very dependent on you, right? That was in the past. People change. And her parents are right. I really don't have any skills and I'm a poor boy. Besides, how can I meet her parents' demands? They want me to buy a house of more than 100 square meters in Binhai City, and also buy her brother a new BBA class car, and I have to pay in full. Let's just split it up. It's all in the past. The next one will be better behaved. Chen Jingtong was not vague at the time. When the other party asked for a breakup, he agreed, and he had no idea of getting back together. After all, a woman who grows up in that kind of family background will have a lot of trouble if she really gets married in the future. Apart from anything else, just the situation of Fu Dmo was enough for him to suffer. I'm sorry, Brother Tong, I really don't know about these things. When we meet later, let's get drunk together. But you don't have to be unhappy, Brother Tong. With your looks, you can find any beauty. If it weren't for Xiao Xiao, you would be overwhelmed by the choices, with so many beauties around you. Chen Jingtong pulled the corner of his mouth and interrupted Li Laoxi's words. Okay, don't comfort me, I've let it go a long time ago. But you're already married, and you still have the heart to think about these things? Your child is already several years old, right? Yes, Brother Tong, I got married early, and my children are clingy, but your children are still clingy. Okay, Brother Tong, it's hard to explain over the phone, let's talk about it in person later. Good. Chen Jingtong hung up the phone, but felt a little dazed. Li Laoxi's life is like most people's, going to school, graduating, getting married, having children, everything seems to be going according to plan. Chen Jingtong had thought about this kind of life that most people have before, but unfortunately people's opportunities are different. Moreover, the person Li Laoxi is going to marry is his childhood sweetheart. The two have known each other since childhood and have been together for decades. They got their marriage certificate right after graduation. Sometimes Chen Jingtong envied Li Laoxi. Although the end of his life could be foreseen at a glance, a simple life was the real life. In recent years, everyone has been busy with life, and we have indeed met less and less. This is also the reason why Chen Jingtong agreed after a little thought. After all, Chen Jingtong now doesn't have to worry about 3 meals a day anymore. So it is better to meet today than to wait for a day. If you meet today, you don't know when the next time will be. Because next, Chen Jingtong felt that he would be very busy. Putting aside other things, practicing martial arts will definitely take a lot of time. Forget it, just keep sweeping. Chen Jingtong looked at the time. There was still some time before Zhou Qiqi finished school, so Chen Jingtong decided to pick up Zhou Qiqi later. With this thought in mind, Chen Jingtong no longer wasted time and directly opened the second-level page of boxing. You know what, these boxing styles are so varied. Shengquan, Erlangquan, Weituochuan, Dashengquan, Baxiangquan, Tianluoquan, Damaquan, Madrusamudi Palm, Yekchaian San Palm, Yumengquan, Yingmengquan, Shuihumengquan, Zirimengquan, Luohan Mengquan, Hongmengquan, Shaolingquan Songsun, Hunan, Wadangshan, Hubei, Imaiquaname, Sichuan, Kongtongquan Kongtongshan, Gansu, Jeet Kindu, Tongbiquan, Paiguachuan, Danjiao, Chuojiao, Bagwazang footwork, walking and turning, Shangquan stretching, and long-range attack. Although these boxing techniques were basically nothing like the 18 dragons subduing palms in martial arts novels, they did dazzle Chen Jingtong for a moment. But Chen Jingtong still doesn't know whether these boxing techniques are real or fake. After a quick glance, Chen Jingtong's eyes finally fell on Tai Chi. Putting aside other things, I have already learned the incomplete Tai Chi exercises, maybe they can be used in conjunction with Tai Chi? However, when Chen Jingtong thought of Tai Chi, a celebrity suddenly popped up in his mind. That is the founder of the famous Lightning 5 Whips Master Ma. Thinking of this person, Chen Jingtong immediately lost interest. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. It's probably fake. Let's take a look at Bajiquan first. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Jingtong directly clicked on the Bajiquan page. Chapter 21 Scanning the Boxing Manual. After opening it, I immediately saw a detailed introduction to this boxing style. Bajiquan originated in Sangzhou, the hometown of martial arts. It belongs to the Sangzhou Hui martial arts. It is generally believed that it was first passed on by Wu Zhong, a martial artist from Lai, and became famous in Sangzhou. As of 2025, it has a history of more than 300 years. Bajiquan is a short-range boxing style, and its movements are generally strong, simple, and powerful. Looking at the screen full of introductions about Bajiquan, Chen Jingtong was too lazy to read on, so he just picked up his phone and started scanning. The essentials of Wu Zhong Bajiquan boxing. Uploaded by Haku. Source: Chinese Boxing Encyclopedia website. Practice conditions: memorize and you will become stronger. Special attribute: strengthen your body. After Chen Jingtong saw the information that appeared in his mind, he was stunned for a moment. Do I have to memorize this to become stronger? Are you serious? Chen Jingtong took a look at it. Although he was not sure about the exact length, he roughly estimated that it was at least 7 or 8,000 words. You want me to memorize this? Although the previous incomplete Tai Chi Heart Sutra also had the same condition, the problem was that the Tai Chi Heart Sutra had fewer words. There are only 2 pages in total, and less than 1,000 words in total. As Chen Jingtong continued reading, he even discovered that this thing was just a text introduction. There are no pictures in either. Many of these characters are even rare ones, and Chen Jingtong doesn't recognize them at all. I can read it, and it's not impossible to memorize it, it just takes some time. But the biggest problem is that looking at these obscure texts, I have no idea where to start if I really want to practice. Although I love martial arts, I have no foundation in martial arts at all. Not only that, these more than 8,000 words are not even the complete version. What is displayed when scanning the QR code is actually incomplete. Chen Jingtong sighed, took a photo of the 8,000 words, and ignored it, continuing with the rest of his punches. But as Chen Jingtong scanned more and more, he soon discovered a fact that stunned him. That is, all the boxing techniques here, without exception, are incomplete. There is no complete one. Moreover, all the special punches, without exception, have the same effect, which is to strengthen the body. Even the conditions are the same, that is, Chen Jingtong needs to memorize it. Looking at the information about these boxing techniques, Chen Jingtong felt like crying but had no tears. Shouldn't this thing be used to practice actual moves? What's the use of endorsement? Is a paper general also a general? In desperation, Chen Jingtong had to turn his attention back to the first scan, but Jiquan. I never memorized classical Chinese texts so carefully when I was in school. Now that I have graduated for so long, I still have to memorize the texts? If I recite it a few more times, will this incomplete boxing technique automatically complete itself? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Chen Jingtong's eyes lit up instantly and he couldn't wait to start reciting it. Originally, this thing needs to be read, understood, and practiced with diagrams to become stronger. But Chen Jingtong has a cheat, so he doesn't need to understand or practice with any diagrams. He only needs to memorize and he will learn to become stronger. Chen Jingtong simply started trying to memorize it. Originally, Chen Jingtong thought that it would take some time to memorize these 7 or 8,000 words. However, when he actually tried to memorize them, he found that it was completely different from what he had imagined. After only reading it once or twice, which took less than 10 minutes, Chen Jingtong found that he had memorized it completely. And at the moment he recited it, Chen Jingtong suddenly felt his body tremble violently. At the same time, all kinds of analysis and key points of this boxing style suddenly appeared in his mind, and they were dynamic. It was as if a martial arts master turned into a little man and patiently instilled all this knowledge directly into Chen Jingtong over and over again in his mind. Even Chen Jingtong stood up involuntarily and began to practice naturally according to the movements in his mind. The whole set of boxing techniques was practiced very quickly. As Chen Jingtong finished practicing at once, the little man in his mind disappeared. At this moment, Chen Jingtong suddenly woke up. He actually learned this boxing technique so quickly? Although I don't know if I can be considered to have mastered it, at least I can imitate it and perform this boxing technique completely. Fuck. Is this so perverted? It's only been 10 minutes. I actually learned a set of boxing techniques? Although I can't say I've mastered it, at least I've mastered the basics. I should have no problem using it. This scene was completely beyond Chen Jingtong's expectations. This also made Chen Jingtong certain. The so-called condition is memorization. In fact, he only needs to read it twice, and the picture will automatically appear in his mind, and then he can learn this boxing technique. Of course, unless he has a cheat, ordinary people would not be able to learn these words even if they were given them. After all, you can learn it if you memorize it. These conditions seem too simple now. There must be many people in the world who have photographic memories. If everyone could be like him and learn things just by memorizing them, then there would be countless masters in this world. Chen Jingtong let out a long sigh and calmed himself down. Then he tried to perform the same punch again according to his memory. Finally, Chen Jingtong confirmed that everything that had just happened was true. He has really mastered this set of boxing techniques.
Even after what happened just now, this set of boxing skills has become muscle memory. Not only did it not seem unfamiliar at all, but it was incredibly smooth and fluent, as if it was a move that had been practiced for more than 10 years. It was as if he had previously copied the military boxing of the beautiful policewoman Zhang Nianxiang directly through the copy point. However, compared to copying other people's specialties, this boxing style seems somewhat unskilled and far from being as thorough as copying. You should know that what you copy is not just other people's expertise, but also their insights, experiences, and personal opinions. This means that Chen Jingtong has practiced military boxing for as long as the beautiful policewoman Zhang Nianxiang has practiced it, and even better. Although it's not as awesome as the copied ones, it's already pretty abnormal. At least I know how to do it now. However, these boxing techniques are incomplete. Is it because they are incomplete in the first place, or is it because the uploader did it on purpose? Chen Jingtong frowned and thought. He knew it, but it was not complete. If you only know these tricks, I'm afraid they won't be very powerful. However, Chen Jingtong's physical strength is no longer comparable to that of ordinary people. With his physical strength, even if it is an incomplete martial arts routine, the power can be doubled. Chapter 22: How to Use Internal Force? Not only that, Chen Jingtong also thought that he had internal strength. It's just that I don't know how to use my internal force yet. If I can learn how to use my internal force and then perform these boxing techniques, the power will probably increase countless times. Even if these boxing techniques are incomplete versions, their power is probably no less than that of a person without internal strength who has learned the complete version. Moreover, Chen Jingtong seriously suspected that after so many years, the ancient martial arts that have been passed down to the present day may no longer have a complete version. If there is, then I can get the complete version sooner or later. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jingtong looked at the time. Zhou Qiqi was about to finish school. It seemed that he didn't have time to continue today. He decided to go pick up Zhou Qiqi from school first. Fortunately, Chen Jingtong lives not far from Zhou Qiqi's school. When we arrived at the school gate, Zhou Qiqi had just finished school. Chen Jingtong made a phone call and was connected to Zhou Qiqi smoothly. As soon as Zhou Qiqi saw Chen Jingtong, he couldn't help but asked happily, "Uncle, should we go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables first?" "No need. My plans for tonight have changed. My friend asked me to meet him for dinner. You can go with me." Chen Jingtong replied with a smile while opening the car door. "Ah." Zhou Qiqi was obviously stunned for a moment, but he became happier the next second and asked like a child, "Uncle, are you going to take me to meet your friend?" "Yes." "Okay." Zhou Qiqi nodded heavily. Not only was the joy on his face almost overflowing, but his heart was also filled with excitement. The uncle wants to take me to meet his friends. Friends who can be invited to have dinner together are definitely good friends. What does this mean? This means that the uncle wants to integrate himself into his circle of friends. Doesn't this mean the uncle already thinks of me as his girlfriend? No, the uncle did everything to me, that is how I am. Snort. Uncle hasn't confessed to me yet. Thinking of this, Zhou Qiqi asked directly, "Uncle, can't you help me put the suitcase in the trunk? I can't move it." Chen Jingtong curled the corner of his mouth, only then did he realize that Zhou Qiqi actually came out with a suitcase. "This is?" Zhou Qiqi pursed his lips and said pitifully, "Uncle, I don't want to live on campus anymore. I want to live with you." Chen Jingtong. Although Chen Jingtong also wanted to have such a beautiful girl accompany him day and night, Chen Jingtong had to deal with a lot of things recently. Putting aside other things, practicing martial arts must not be delayed. With a beautiful girl by your side, who would have the time to practice martial arts? Wouldn't that mean we have to perform love action movies every day? Of course, there is another very important reason, which is that the rental house I live in now is too small. After thinking for a while, Chen Jingtong replied softly, "Qiqi, you've been to my place, but it's too small. I'm planning to move. How about this? I'll find a big villa in a few days, and you can move in then." As soon as Chen Jingtong finished speaking, Zhou Qiqi's eyes dimmed instantly. He lowered his head with a look of disappointment and said, "Oh." Chen Jingtong helplessly reached out and touched Zhou Qiqi's head, then smiled softly again. "Okay, although we can't live together for the time being, you can leave your things with me first, and I'll take them directly with me when I move." "Okay." Zhou Qiqi then raised his head and forced a smile. Although the uncle didn't let me live with him, he let me leave my things there. Does this mean I can go to uncle's house anytime? Does this mean that the uncle has already accepted that I am his girlfriend?
Wait a moment. I.
Zhou Qiqi suddenly remembered something very important. It was a coincidence that I met Chen Jingtong, and it was even more inexplicable that we were together.
I haven't even found out yet whether this uncle has a girlfriend or not. Is uncle married? Could it be that I am the uncle's kept lover?
Thinking of this, Zhou Qiqi's pretty face instantly turned from sunny to cloudy again. I was only thinking about how to get the uncle to officially announce it on WeChat Moments and acknowledge my identity.
But I didn't expect this.
Although there is no sign of other women in the uncle's house, what if the uncle? Seeing Zhou Qiqi's pretty face turn from sunny to cloudy again, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Zhou Qiqi looked at Chen Jingtong with an aggrieved look on his face, puffed up his cheeks and asked, "Uncle, do you have a girlfriend?"
Chen Jingtong. This little girl is so silly and cute. It's only now that I remember asking myself if I have a girlfriend. Although I adhere to the principle of making friends that swearing is allowed but posting on WeChat Moments is not. It happened before, but it's not excessive.
Chen Jingtong replied with a curl of his lips.
Ah? They broke up? It's a good breakup.
As soon as Chen Jingtong's voice fell, Zhou Qiqi instantly smiled like a flower.
Chen Jingtong.
Sure enough, the younger the girl, the easier it is to please her. A bowl of spicy hot pot will do the trick, and at most a chicken drumstick will make you very happy.
The older a woman is, the more she wants.
Although every woman grows from 18 to 80 years old, men can always only look for 18-year-olds.
If you can't satisfy a 38-year-old, can you satisfy an 18-year-old? At worst, just change it.
When Zhou Qiqi saw Chen Jingtong's speechless expression, she finally realized that she seemed to have said something wrong and couldn't help but stick out her tongue.
Uncle, do you want a girlfriend? Do you think I can do it?
Although Zhou Qiqi also fantasized that Chen Jingtong could give her an unforgettable confession.
But women are so strange.
As long as you enter her body, you can enter her heart.
Even entering the body is most of the time easier than entering the mind. This is like getting into the capital city. It's much easier than fighting for the capital city.
Chen Jingtong was able to keep his composure, but Zhou Qiqi couldn't hold back any longer and started asking directly. However, as soon as Zhou Qiqi finished speaking, her pretty face turned red, she lowered her head, and secretly glanced at Chen Jingtong, who had just put the suitcase into the trunk. My heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of my throat. At this time, he was expecting Chen Jingtong to give a positive answer, but he was also afraid that Chen Jingtong would refuse. All her life, Zhou Qiqi has never confessed her love to a boy, let alone held his hand. Chen Jingtong was the first man she had intimate contact with. Zhou Qiqi never thought that one day she would be so bold as to take the initiative to confess her love to someone.
If this is considered a confession. Fortunately, there are not many people at the school gate now, otherwise Zhou Qiqi, who was feeling like every second is passing by, would want to find a hole to crawl into. There was no moment that Zhou Qiqi felt that time was passing so slowly. My mind is blank and I don't know what I'm thinking. Chapter 23. The School Beauty is Here. You.
Chen Jingtong suppressed his smile and deliberately did not answer Zhou Qiqi, but looked Zhou Qiqi up and down. Zhou Qiqi suddenly raised his head, puffed up his cheeks, put his hands on his hips and said, "Humph.
What's wrong with me?" Chen Jingtong finally couldn't help laughing and said, "It's not impossible, it depends on your performance."
Ah? Zhou Qiqi was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something. He suddenly moved closer to Chen Jingtong and said in a low voice, "Uncle, I brought a lot of cosplay clothes from the comic exhibition.
When I get home after dinner with your friends, I'll wear them for you to see." Chen Jingtong.
Have you ever cosplayed? Zhou Qiqi quickly shook his head and said, No, I just saw those girls at the comic convention wearing them and they look really good, so I bought them and I've never worn them.
Zhou Qiqi was not lying. She really bought it and had never worn it. Okay. Chen Jingtong nodded. Chen Jingtong opened the car door. "Hurry up and get in the car, or you'll be late."
When we were in school, we were all poor and the school was in the suburbs, so the old place where Chen Jingtong and Li Laosi agreed to meet was not in the city. It is located in a town under Binhai City, so Chen Jingtong needs to drive through a section of highway. Although it is a town, it also has its advantages. That is, all the food they eat is pure natural, pollution-free, green and healthy food. Even the meat is raised by the boss himself. Because it is affordable and tastes great, after Chen Jingtong and Li Laosi ate there once, they would go there for every gathering thereafter.
But now transportation is convenient, so it doesn't take too long. It only takes about a few dozen minutes to drive there. Because we are going to the town, we rarely encounter traffic jams.
Soon, Chen Jingtong took Zhou Qiqi to the agreed location. When I got off the car, I saw the domestic car driven by Li Laosi parked there.
That was the car bought by Li Laosi's father. Li Laosi himself bought a Japanese car, but Li Laosi liked to drive his father's car when he went out. Chen Jingtong parked the car and walked inside with Zhou Qiqi.
As soon as I entered the door, I saw 2 men, 2 women, and a child of 3 or 4 years old sitting in the corner. The burly man leaning against the wall, wearing a big cotton jacket, jeans, and a beard, was Li Laosi.
Chen Jingtong was sometimes surprised. With Li Laosi's appearance, why didn't he shave his beard? He wasn't an artist.
Every time Chen Jingtong expressed doubts, Li Laosi would say with a confident look on his face that he was married with children, and image was worthless. He was not single like Chen Jingtong, so he did not need to hook up with any young girls. Besides, Li Laosi himself thinks that growing a beard makes him look mature and cool. Although Chen Jingtong couldn't appreciate it, just like Chen Jingtong couldn't appreciate Yi Shaolin's colorful non-mainstream outfit, he didn't ask any more questions about it later. The child sitting on the left of Li Laosi is a little girl with 2 pigtails.
She looks very cute.
Sitting next to the little girl was a woman in her 20s, about 1.6 meters tall, wearing a down jacket.
Although not as stunning as Zhou Qiqi, she was also considered to be pretty.
As for the other person, a man and a woman, the man was wearing a suit and had a slicked back hair, and Chen Jingtong did not recognize him. As for that woman, Chen Jingtong knew her.
She was Li Laosi's biological sister.
She was quite cute and a little bird-like type of girl.
Brother Tong.
Here. The moment Chen Jingtong brought Zhou Qiqi in, Li Laosi saw Chen Jingtong and immediately waved to greet him.
Chen Jingtong nodded and walked over with Zhou Qiqi. Brother Tong, who is this? Li Laosi stood up and looked at Zhou Qiqi beside Chen Jingtong with surprise in his eyes. He couldn't help but ask a question.
If his wife and children hadn't been around, Li Laosi would have been even more surprised. After all, nowadays, beauties are very common on the internet, but not so common in real life. Once the internet opens up about beauty, even an 80-year-old lady can become a beauty in seconds. Although Chen Jingtong is indeed very handsome, his previous girlfriends are also very beautiful. But Li Laosi knew that no matter how beautiful Chen Jingtong's ex-girlfriends were, they were probably not as stunning as the beautiful girl next to him now. Chen Jingtong and Li Laosi are the same age, but the beautiful girl next to him looks only in her teens.
The corners of Li Laosi's mouth twitched a few times.
He felt that Chen Jingtong was a man without martial ethics and was actually taking advantage of the young.
Hello, my name is Zhou Qiqi, and I'm Chen Jingtong's girlfriend.
Before Chen Jingtong could answer, Zhou Qiqi answered with a smile, and her tone was filled with a kind of arrogance that declared sovereignty.
Li Laosi. What kind of magic did Chen Jingtong perform? Such a beautiful young girl is so devoted and proactive?
Not only Li Laosi, but the other people also looked at Chen Jingtong in surprise, and then looked at the amazing Zhou Qiqi.
Brother Tong, you are awesome. Li Laosi smiled and nodded at Zhou Qiqi.
Although he wanted to look at her a few more times, because his wife and children were around, he could only shift his gaze from Zhou Qiqi to Chen Jingtong and gave Chen Jingtong a thumbs up. Chen Jingtong pulled the corner of his mouth, stretched out his hand and rubbed Zhou Qiqi's head habitually, then smiled and replied, "To be precise, she is my girlfriend-to-be, and we are not officially together yet."
I don't submit to anyone but you. You're the one pretending to be so arrogant.
As soon as Chen Jingtong finished speaking, Li Laosi rolled his eyes. The two of them have a very good relationship, so they can talk without any scruples.
Chen Jingtong didn't say anything more, but changed the subject and asked, "Have you ordered?" Li Laosi then asked Chen Jingtong and Zhou Qiqi to sit down quickly, and said with a smile, "We ordered some side dishes, but not the main dishes. We're waiting for you. How about it? The same old rules? Let's go and watch it live." Okay. Qiqi, you take a seat first. I'll go check it out with Laosi.
Chen Jingtong nodded, turned to look at Li Laosi's wife, and continued, "Sister-in-law, please help me take care of her." Li Laosi's wife smiled and nodded, pulling Zhou Qiqi to sit next to her. "Go, I'm here, don't worry." Since Chen Jingtong had a very good relationship with Li Laosi, he was naturally also very familiar with Li Laosi's wife. This restaurant is a bit like a farm stay, so you can choose meat such as chicken, duck, and fish on the spot, and you can even catch them yourself. After giving the instructions, Chen Jingtong followed Li Laosi outside. As soon as he walked out the door, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but ask, "Old four, you didn't say you were bringing anyone with you? That guy looks unfamiliar. Who is he?"
Chapter 24 Friends Dinner.
Upon hearing this, Li Laosi frowned and sighed.
It makes me angry just thinking about it.
My sister happened to see me when I was leaving the house and insisted that I bring her along. That guy has been chasing after my sister and followed me regardless of whether I agreed or not.
Li Laosi sighed and continued, Brother Tong, I didn't expect this when I called you.
So I'm really sorry, just ignore them. You know my sister, she's a stubborn person. If I don't bring her here, I don't know what she'll do to me.
Oh.
It's all my fault for spoiling him when I was a kid. He's only a year younger than me, but he's already grown up.
He's always relying on his parents for support.
Not to mention me as his brother, even my parents are worried sick about him. Chen Jingtong just smiled faintly when he heard this. It doesn't matter, we are just friends, there's no need to be so formal. Although Chen Jingtong said this, after all, there was an outsider here, so he naturally had to restrain his words and could not say whatever he wanted.
But it's just a meal together, and at worst we can move on. So Chen Jingtong didn't take it seriously.
The two are old friends, and Chen Jingtong is naturally very familiar with Li Laosi's sister. It just looks like a little bird, but in fact it is a living Sichuan and Chongqing Tyrannosaurus. Of course, it would be fine if you don't provoke her, but once you make her angry, she is no joke. When they didn't know each other well at the beginning, Li Laosi once joked that he wanted to match Chen Jingtong with his sister and make him his brother-in-law in the future. After Chen Jingtong understood the situation, he directly advised Li Laosi to give up the idea.
The two people chatted while selecting meat and poultry.
By the time the two of them finished their selection and returned to their seats, the suitor of Li Laosi's sister was showing off incessantly. He said that he was an excellent student of Binhai University of Finance and Economics, and he knew everything about finance, stocks, etc. He also said that the Audi A4 parked at the door was earned through the stock market. He also said that he had recently investigated the market and found that Hanfu is the most popular short video now, so he plans to join this industry and make a fortune. Chen Jingtong listened and just glanced at the guy indifferently, but did not express any opinion.
If what he said is true, then I have to say, it is really amazing.
As for what he said about investigating the market, it is true that Hanfu has been very popular recently. But making money from this, especially making a lot of money, is not as easy as you think. From factories, to plate making, to sales, and so on, starting a business is not something that can be accomplished with just passion. Seeing Chen Jingtong looking at him, this guy became more and more excited.
He looks like, what if you don't agree? I'm so awesome, shouldn't you all worship me? Chen Jingtong just didn't comment.
After sitting down next to Zhou Qiqi, he took out his mobile phone and pretended to check the message. In fact, he opened the scan function and scanned the message at this guy without saying a word. Soon, information about this guy appeared.
Name, Zhang Yang. Age, 27. Height, 171. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, pickpocket.
Relationship status, single, Aquaman, casting a wide net to pick up girls.
Personal assets, $9,751. Personal skills, bragging can be copied, lockpicking can be copied, stealing can be copied. Special circumstances, none.
What's about to happen? I saw an electric bike on the way to get a free meal because I was so persistent that I stole the battery.
But the electric bike belongs to the wife of the director of the Kwoto Town police station. Although the surveillance camera didn't capture it, the suspect can be retrieved through the surveillance camera. In 3 minutes, the police will rush here and arrest him. Looking at this person's message, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is this even possible? Pickpocket? So the guy was just bragging just now? What? Being a top student at a financial university, or making a fortune in the stock market and owning a car, are they all just bragging?
But Chen Jingtong was a little surprised that this guy actually had so many special skills.
Although it seems outrageous, it does exist. Not only that, this guy is actually a sea king, falling in love with everyone he meets?
What surprised Chen Jingtong the most was that this guy was about to be arrested by the police.
Regarding this result, Chen Jingtong can only say that it is really awesome.
As long as Chen Jingtong can scan what is about to happen to that person, he can arbitrarily change the other person's life trajectory and then obtain the copy point. However, Chen Jingtong had no intention of changing the situation of this guy.
Is it necessary to remind a pickpocket to continue stealing?
Besides, although this guy has many talents, Chen Jingtong doesn't like his talents of bragging and stealing. The only thing I'm somewhat interested in is lockpicking.
This thing is somewhat useful in life. As for bragging and stealing, it is better not to have such talents.
Although Chen Jingtong could have completely left this guy's life trajectory unchanged, he could have used the remaining copy point to directly copy this guy's lock-picking skills.
However, Chen Jingtong was just thinking about it and quickly gave up the idea. I am now an expert, and I will only get stronger. Why would we need such useless skills by then? It is entirely possible to defeat 10 people with one's own strength. Unlock? I could just kick it open. Why bother? Besides, if you really want to copy this skill, you can just find a locksmith and copy it from a decent person. Uncle, check the information.
Just when Chen Jingtong was lost in thought, Zhou Qiqi suddenly approached him and whispered a reminder in Chen Jingtong's ear. Chen Jingtong was stunned for a moment, and his thoughts were pulled back to reality. He subconsciously picked up his phone and took a look.
There was indeed an unread message in the green bubble. I opened it and took a look, and found that it was sent by Zhou Qiqi. Uncle, do you know this guy?
Chen Jingtong was stunned again, not knowing why Zhou Qiqi asked this.
I don't know him, what's wrong? I doubt he's bragging.
Don't doubt it, it's just bragging, but he will be taken away in 3 minutes.
Ah? What do you mean? You'll find out soon. Okay, uncle.
Chen Jingtong and Zhou Qiqi were playing with their phones, messaging each other and chatting, so they didn't even pay attention to what this guy was bragging about. When this guy saw that Chen Jingtong and Zhou Qiqi didn't listen to his bragging, he frowned and seemed a little angry, with a fierce look in his eyes. Although this guy is pursuing Li Laoxi's sister now, for him, he will not let go of anyone who is even slightly pretty. What else more, she is a rare beauty like Zhou Qiqi.
Chapter 25. He is a thief.
Any normal man, even when seeing Zhou Qiqi for the first time, will definitely be moved and regard her as his white moonlight. So when this guy saw Zhou Qiqi for the first time, he already had evil thoughts. Although he is a sea king, he believes that he has seen so many women, but none of them has 1/10 of Zhou Qiqi's temperament and beauty. This is also why, as soon as Zhou Qiqi sat down, this guy started to act like a conspicuous person and brag about everything. It's just to attract Zhou Qiqi's attention and make Zhou Qiqi feel awesome. As long as he can get Zhou Qiqi's attention, he will have the opportunity to poach Chen Jingtong. If he had a chance to get close to Zhou Qiqi, let alone Li Laoxi's sister, even if it was 10 or 100 Li Laoxi's sisters, he would not hesitate at all. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qiqi was leaning on Chen Jingtong's shoulder.
Both of them were playing with their mobile phones.
They didn't even look at me, let alone listen to me bragging.
So this guy got angry directly. This is so disrespectful.
But in fact, it was just because his attention was focused on Zhou Qiqi. So I didn't notice that not only Chen Jingtong and Zhou Qiqi were playing with their phones, but also the other 3 people, including the little kid, were playing with their phones.
No one in the audience was listening to his bragging. For Li Laoxi, he came here today just to treat Chen Jingtong to dinner.
Even his wife and children were brought along as a byproduct, and as for his younger sister, she insisted on coming on her own. But even so, these people are all considered our own. Including Chen Jingtong's girlfriend, who is also his sister-in-law. As a result, this guy kept begging and no one asked him to come, but he insisted on coming here. Everyone, including Li Laoxi, felt that many topics were inconvenient to discuss because of this guy's existence.
Not only is this guy unaware of this, he's also still bragging. What's wrong with playing with your phone?
As long as I don't chase you away, I'm showing you good manners.
Li Laoxi even thought that since he had already apologized, the worst that could happen was that he could just find another time another day to invite Chen Jingtong to dinner.
Or after eating, you can go to another place with Chen Jingtong to have a drink.
Brother Chen, what business are you in?
Seeing that no one paid attention to him, this guy actually took the initiative to ask Chen Jingtong.
Unemployed.
Chen Jingtong replied casually without even raising his head.
Unemployed vagrant? Then you should not have much income? Are you living a very tight life?
When this guy heard Chen Jingtong say that he was an unemployed vagrant, he couldn't help laughing, feeling full of superiority and pride.
Yes.
Chen Jingtong finally raised his head and looked at this guy, but his face was expressionless.
This guy thought Chen Jingtong was trying to get close to him, so he immediately laughed and said, "Do you want to make money? If you want, you can come and hang out with me. Then I'll help you make a lot of money."
As this guy was trying to make conversation and deliberately strike up a conversation with Chen Jingtong, Li Laoxi and the others couldn't help but put down their phones and looked at him with frowns. Chen Jingtong twitched the corner of his mouth, he couldn't bear it anymore.
Really?
I'm afraid that after you make a lot of money, you'll have the life to spend it, and then you'll get yourself into trouble and end up in jail.
That's not worth it.
As soon as Chen Jingtong finished speaking, his face changed drastically.
Jail? You have the life to get it but not the life to spend it? Oh shit. Hit the pain point directly.
He makes a living by being a pickpocket and stealing things.
The money comes really quickly. For example, on the way here just now, he stole a brand new battery. It's still in the trunk.
In this line of work, as long as you are brave, you can make a lot of money without any investment.
Although the money can be made quickly, it is illegal and cannot be exposed. Once discovered, you will naturally go to jail.
Now that Chen Jingtong had exposed his mistake on the spot, he suddenly became alert.
What do you mean? I am a decent person and of course I do decent business. I think you are a jobless person, but you can make friends, so I want to help you. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but why are you slandering me?
This guy looked at Chen Jingtong warily while blaming him for what he had done.
Oh? Really? Serious? Then can you explain to me why you came to eat and stole someone's battery?
Chen Jingtong curled his lips again and asked lightly.
Stealing batteries?
As soon as Chen Jingtong finished speaking, before this guy could speak, Li Laosi was stunned for a moment and asked without waiting. In fact, Li Laosi really dislikes this oily and nonsense guy, but they are all adults and it is not good to be too extreme. Privately, Li Laosi repeatedly told his sister that even if she was living off her parents at home, she was not allowed to get too close to this guy. But now Chen Jingtong's words were so explosive that Li Laosi subconsciously hesitated. This guy looks like he's dressed up properly, and he doesn't look like a thief at all, right? However, compared to his own hesitation, Li Laosi was more willing to believe Chen Jingtong. After all, they are good friends who have known each other for many years.
Li Laosi knows Chen Jingtong very well, and Chen Jingtong will never slander others without any basis. Therefore, there is only one truth. That means this guy really stole something.
Thinking carefully at this time, Li Laosi suddenly remembered that this guy was driving behind him at the beginning. But at one point in the middle, this guy suddenly disappeared. Then soon, he caught up again. At first, Li Laosi didn't take it seriously, thinking that the guy stopped the car to answer a phone call or didn't follow.
Now that I think about it, could it be that he happened to steal batteries during that time? However, Li Laosi's sister frowned slightly when she heard this. Brother Tong, is there any misunderstanding? How could he steal something? Did you see it wrong?
Although Li Laosi's sister didn't like this guy, apart from other things, this guy drove an Audi, dressed decently, and was eloquent.
He really didn't look like someone who would steal things. So Li Laosi's sister didn't believe it either. Brother Chen, even if you don't want to be with me, you don't have to smear me like this, right? There should be a limit to joking, right? Don't make such jokes next time.
Hearing that someone was speaking for him, he felt a little relieved and spoke again.
Oh, then just think of it as me joking. Chen Jingtong looked at the time and was too lazy to say more.
After all, it won't be long before everyone sees this guy's true face.
However, when Li Laosi's sister saw this scene, her brows frowned even deeper. Li Laosi's sister does have a good impression of Chen Jingtong.
After all, he is handsome and has been a good friend of his brother for many years, so they know each other well. They had been in contact frequently over the years, but unfortunately, Chen Jingtong had no interest in her at all.
This made Li Laosi's sister feel somewhat resentful towards Chen Jingtong.
Now seeing that Chen Jingtong was so rude to his pursuer and slandered others as if nothing had happened, he felt even more resentful in his heart. He stood up immediately, wanting Chen Jingtong to apologize to his suitor.
Chapter 26. The police are here. However, the moment she stood up,
suddenly, there was a shrill sound of sirens outside the door. The moment the siren sounded, the guy was startled. The panic on his face was instantly visible. The sound of sirens came from far away and got closer, and in the blink of an eye, it stopped outside the hotel. Although he looked panicked, he still pretended to be calm. Because when he took action, he confirmed that the area was a blind spot for surveillance and it was impossible for him to be photographed. So even when he heard the police coming, he still had a sense of hope. But as a pickpocket, seeing the police is like seeing a cat to a mouse. The fear that came from deep in his bones could not be avoided no matter how hard he pretended to be calm, and he was shaking with fear all over. At this time, several policemen walked in directly from outside the door. After coming in, he first took a quick look around the hotel. Finally, his eyes fell on Chen Jingtong's table, or rather, on this guy. As the police's eyes fell on him, he began to tremble even more violently. Several policemen walked straight towards them.
Your name is Zhang Yang, right? You're quite courageous. You dare to steal the things of the director's wife? Do you want to come with us, or do we do it to you? A policeman walked up to the guy and spoke.
The remaining few policemen calmly surrounded the guy to prevent him from escaping.
Although this place is not in the city, it is not far from the city. Although there aren't as many surveillance cameras as in the city, it's still no problem to find a pickpocket. This guy was so bold that he even stole things from the director's wife. He really didn't take us police officers seriously.
No matter how badly a pickpocket is treated, let alone the police, any normal person would have no good feelings towards them. Without waiting for the guy to reply, the policeman in front took out the handcuffs and handcuffed them directly on the guy's wrists.
I didn't. This guy was shaking all over and could only say that it was gone. No? Then do you know why we came straight here to catch you instead of others?
To tell you the truth, even though you chose to act in a blind spot, there are quite a few surveillance cameras along the way. As soon as you stole the item, we checked the surveillance camera and found your car.
During that time, no one stayed there except you.
Besides, you are a repeat offender with a lot of criminal records.
Are you still trying to make excuses? As the police finished their words, this guy couldn't even say it was not me. He looked at the police in disbelief.
I never thought that just stealing something would offend the director. If he knew that those things belonged to the director's wife, he would never dare to steal them even if you beat him to death. Without giving him a chance to argue, the police handcuffed him and dragged him outside.
The other police officers looked at Chen Jingtong and the rest. Comrade police, we don't know him.
He is pursuing my sister, so he came here to eat for free.
We are not familiar with him at all.
Seeing the policeman looking at him, Li Laosi quickly stood up and explained.
Don't worry. I'm not looking for you. Just register your identities. Don't worry. We won't wrongly accuse a good person, nor will we let a bad person go.
Several policemen divided the work. 2 of them were responsible for escorting Zhang Yang outside, and the remaining policemen began to record the identity information of Chen Jingtong and others, and asked some simple questions. In fact, according to the procedure, Chen Jingtong and his friends would not be able to have their meal today as they would be taken back to the police station to record their statements. Even if it really has nothing to do with this matter, there is no way to escape it. It's just that Chen Jingtong and his companions were very cooperative, and it wasn't the first time that Zhang Yang was caught for stealing.
So the policeman didn't make things difficult for Chen Jingtong and the others.
After registering them one by one with their ID cards, they left. Seeing that the police had left, Li Laosi finally breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he couldn't help being shocked.
Fuck, Brother Tong, I didn't expect your words to come true. He actually stole something? You can't judge a person by his appearance. He looks like a decent person, but I didn't expect him to be a habitual thief.
Li Laosi breathed a sigh of relief, not because of anything else, but simply because he was not taken away by the police, so his plan to meet Chen Jingtong and have a meal together was not ruined. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Li Laosi's gaze involuntarily fell on Chen Jingtong, his eyes full of curiosity.
Not only Li Laosi, but everyone else's eyes also fell on Chen Jingtong. But the expressions of the other people were more of curiosity. However, Li Laosi's sister's expression was pale. Just now he was arguing with Chen Jingtong about that guy, saying that that guy would never steal anything. I didn't expect that in less than a minute, I would be slapped in the face. Not only was that guy taken away by the police for stealing, he was also a repeat offender. If it weren't for the humane police officers, they wouldn't even be able to have their meal and would all be thrown into jail. As a result, she was so uncomfortable and extremely embarrassed at this moment.
Brother, sister-in-law, Brother Tong, I feel a little uncomfortable.
You guys eat, I'm going home first.
Li Laosi's sister took a deep breath, said hello, and without waiting for anyone to respond, she walked straight out of the restaurant.
Staying here would just be awkward. Watching his own sister leave the restaurant, a smile appeared on Li Laosi's face. Although this is his biological sister, as her biological brother, he should be unhappy that his sister was slapped in the face for defending someone whose background he didn't know. But in fact, Li Laosi is happier than anyone else now.
Li Laosi didn't like that guy in the first place, and now that he's been caught, his sister has finally realized what kind of guy he is, and this will save her a lot of trouble in the future.
It's all right now. Everyone who should leave has left. Brother Tong, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect it to be like this.
I just wanted to invite you to have a small gathering simply because we haven't seen each other for a long time.
You almost got thrown into jail because of my sister. Li Laosi pulled Chen Jingtong to sit down again and said apologetically. Old four, don't apologize. When did you become so distant with me?
Chen Jingtong patted Li Laosi's shoulder and comforted him gently. Seeing that Chen Jingtong really didn't care, Li Laosi then asked the biggest question in his mind.
By the way, Brother Tong, I'm curious, how did you know that guy stole something? After all, we didn't come here together. When you arrived, we were already there, so you shouldn't have seen anything, right? After being asked this by Li Laosi, the other people all looked at Chen Jingtong with curiosity. Chapter 27 Curious.
Li Laosi was not the most curious one here, but Zhou Qiqi was the most curious one. Because Zhou Qiqi suddenly remembered that when she met Chen Jingtong for the second time, it was Chen Jingtong who stopped her and saved her from a car accident. At that time, Zhou Qiqi was also very curious and asked Chen Jingtong. It's just that Chen Jingtong said he could tell fortunes. Zhou Qiqi didn't think much about it at the time, so he believed it. Although he believed it, Zhou Qiqi had only experienced it once. Zhou Qiqi always felt that Chen Jingtong's abilities were not that simple. Especially now that something like this has happened. Others may not know, but Zhou Qiqi knows it very well. Chen Jingtong told her before the guy was taken away by the police. He said don't worry about it and he will be arrested soon. At first Zhou Qiqi didn't take it seriously and thought Chen Jingtong was comforting her. Now that the guy was really caught, Zhou Qiqi suddenly came to his senses. What's more, Zhou Qiqi was with Chen Jingtong all the way and had never seen that guy. There weren't any unexpected problems. Since she didn't see the guy stealing anything, naturally Chen Jingtong didn't see it either. But he didn't even see it, so how could Chen Jingtong know it so clearly? Zhou Qiqi didn't dare to think about it anymore. What kind of incredible skill is this? I didn't see it. Chen Jingtong smiled faintly and answered. Li Laosi asked again, how do you know if you didn't see it? I can tell fortunes. Chen Jingtong still used this as an excuse. Fortune telling? Li Laosi looked at Chen Jingtong with suspicion, but he was only half believing and half doubting. He has known Chen Jingtong for a long time. As old friends, he had no idea that Chen Jingtong could tell fortunes? I just learned it too. Seeing that Li Laosi was half believing and half doubting, Chen Jingtong added again. No way? Brother Tong, we've known each other for so many years, and you can tell fortunes, how come I don't know? You just learned it? What kind of gift is this? Others have studied it for decades but still can't tell fortunes as accurately as you. There are many fortune tellers these days, but few of them have real talent and knowledge. Moreover, any fortune teller you can see are basically old men in their 70s or 80s. Young man, how can you tell fortunes? Apart from anything else, the Book of Changes is not for normal people to read. Forget about understanding the content. It would take you at least 10 days or half a month to read it through. Brother Tong, that's awesome. I don't know what else to say except that it's awesome. Li Laosi sat down again with a shocked look on his face. Seeing that the other party believed it, Chen Jingtong didn't say anything more. After Li Laosi sat down, he stopped worrying about this issue. Brother Tong, we finally get to meet each other. That guy just ruined our mood again. How about we go somewhere else to have a drink after we finish eating? Chen Jingtong thought about it, then shook his head and said, maybe next time. I'm a bit busy recently. Li Laosi was a little disappointed, but seeing that Chen Jingtong was not available, he had to give up. Okay, then next time, it's settled. A few people were eating and chatting. Since they had to drive, Chen Jingtong didn't drink any alcohol. Without alcohol, they naturally ate much faster. After an hour or so, the meal was finished. After several people walked out of the hotel, they waved goodbye. Chen Jingtong took Zhou Qiqi and drove towards the city. Uncle, you seem to have a very good relationship with him. On the way, Zhou Qiqi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said with a smile on his face. He's really good. He's been my friend for many years. But after graduation, we've all been busy with our lives, and he got married and had kids, so we've had fewer opportunities to meet. Chen Jingtong drove back. Then uncle, where are we going now? Zhou Qiqi changed the subject, turned her head, and asked with a blushing face, her eyes seeming to carry an inexplicable expectation. Come home, I'll take care of some things first, and then I'll take you out for a walk. Okay, uncle. When Zhou Qiqi got a positive answer, he cheered and jumped for joy like a happy child. Chatting all the way, I arrived home unknowingly. Chen Jingtong let Zhou Qiqi play by himself for a while, and then he turned and went into the study. I originally wanted to continue scanning codes, but after turning on the computer, I scanned for more than half an hour and didn't scan a single useful one.
Chen Jingtong sighed, stretched, and gave up.
I turned off the computer and walked into the living room, but I didn't see Zhou Qiqi. Chen Jingtong was stunned for a moment, then turned around and went to the bedroom, but there was no one in the bedroom. I walked out again and suddenly heard some noise coming from the bathroom.
Chen Jingtong knocked on the door. "Uncle, is that you? I'm taking a shower."
Chen Jingtong curled his lips. "It just so happens, let's wash together." Without waiting for Zhou Qiqi to speak again, Chen Jingtong opened the door and walked in. As night fell, Chen Jingtong drove out of the community. Zhou Qiqi had already collapsed on the bed, unable to move, so Chen Jingtong came out alone. Originally Chen Jingtong didn't want to come out, but after all, something might happen to the beautiful policewoman tonight. Chen Jingtong sat in the car and turned on the navigation on his mobile phone.
Dream Paris Bar.
Although he is in his 20s, Chen Jingtong has rarely been to bars.
I looked at the navigation and found that the distance was not too far. It would take less than half an hour to drive there. This bar is a bit strange.
It is not in the downtown area, but opposite a park. Chen Jingtong parked his car on the roadside next to the park and sat alone on a bench in the park.
Arrived too early.
There were still 30 or 40 minutes before Zhang Yinshan got into trouble.
There were basically no people in the park at this time.
Chen Jingtong is not clear about how strong he is now.
Although I had swept out a lot of messy things before, none of them was complete.
Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong stood up and walked to the open space in the park. Chen Jingtong had previously discovered the trick of flipping at home, but because the space at home was too small, he never had the chance to try it out. Now is a good time to use this time to try it out and see what benefits it can bring. To be on the safe side, Chen Jingtong still looked around. After all, there is a bar across the street and it is also a park late at night. Although Chen Jingtong himself had never tried it, he had heard a lot about men and women having sex outdoors at night. After taking a few glances and finding that there was no movement, Chen Jingtong stopped looking. I recalled in my mind the key points of the somersault movements that I had learned, and then stretched my body.
Next, he did a side flip.
After all, this is the simplest one and does not require as much strength and body coordination as front and back flips. After doing several side flips in a row, Chen Jingtong finally stopped and began to carefully feel the changes in his body.
Chapter 28 Stronger. It seems that there is no change? It seems that just like the previous one, that reading makes you stronger, only when you reach a certain amount will it bring about changes. It's just, how many of these do I have to do to be effective? Reading isn't that hard, but this thing is. Does it start at 100 as well? Will it require more times as time goes on?
After Chen Jingtong realized that there was no obvious change in his body, he couldn't help but stop and think carefully.
Soon, Chen Jingtong continued to flip it again. 10. 20.
If this had happened in the past, Chen Jingtong would definitely not have been able to do so many somersaults at once.
But Chen Jingtong's physical strength today is completely different from before.
Let alone dozens of them, he can do hundreds in one breath without any pressure at all.
At the beginning, Chen Jingtong didn't feel anything.
As he did it more and more times, Chen Jingtong gradually noticed changes. After doing it for an unknown number of times, Chen Jingtong only felt his whole body shiver violently, and then he felt the warm current in his body seem to have become much stronger. As the warm current spread throughout his body, Chen Jingtong once again felt an extremely comfortable pleasure coming and once again entered an extremely mysterious state. After this feeling appeared, Chen Jingtong's somersault speed did not decrease but increased. At first, it was about 1 or 2 seconds to do one somersault, and later it was directly 1 second. If viewed from a distance, Chen Jingtong's body looked like a kite in a strong wind, spinning non-stop. Only when this mysterious feeling slowly faded away did Chen Jingtong finally stop. When I felt it carefully again at this moment, I was suddenly surprised that I didn't feel tired at all.
Instead, I felt my body become extremely light.
This is not physical weight loss, his body weight has not changed at all.
But I can really feel that my body seems to be much lighter now.
This made Chen Jingtong feel that he could just jump up several meters high without any effort. The gravity of the earth seemed to have been reduced countless times for him. When this thought popped up in his mind, Chen Jingtong tried to jump directly. With this jump, the feeling of being as light as a swallow became even clearer. It was clearly just a simple jump, without any effort at all, but the height he jumped was much higher than when he had tried his best before.
Although I don't know how many flips I made just now, it should be less than 100, right? Does this make me so powerful? If I flip more, can I really achieve the skill of floating on water?
A light flashed in Chen Jingtong's eyes. Although Chen Jingtong already knew that when scanning a certain code, he would become stronger, as long as he did so, he would definitely gain unexpected benefits. But I didn't expect that this somersault could actually increase my jumping ability to such a terrifying level. It was such a pleasant surprise. It seems that my previous assumptions about Qigong that I scanned online were too low. Although most people can achieve this level with more practice, you have to know that I only made a few dozen mistakes just now, and it brought about obvious changes. For an ordinary person to reach my level, I'm afraid it would take several years of continuous practice, right? Besides, this is just external training. My internal strength is not used at all. If one day I could scan the technique of using internal energy and combine it with internal energy, how terrifying would that be? Is it possible for me to do those flying and wall climbing skills in movies and TV dramas in real life? Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but feel full of anticipation. I looked at the time and there was still some time before Zhang Yanxiang was drugged. Chen Jingtong did not waste any time and started practicing somersaults again. I don't know if it's because he became stronger just now, but this time Chen Jingtong was able to flip it over more easily. And this time, Chen Jingtong not only did a side flip, he also tried a front and back flip. That mysterious state appeared faster this time. As he turned more and more, the obvious feeling of lightness of his body became more and more obvious. In fact, it is not just the lightness of the body that changes. Even the jumping ability, the force unloading in the air, and the body coordination will become stronger and stronger with the somersault. This made Chen Jingtong more excited than the gains he could get from silently reading the incomplete skills of PinCC for 9.9 yuan. After all, Chen Jingtong still doesn't know how to use internal force. But the enhancement brought by somersault is visible to the naked eye and can be used at any time. In addition, Chen Jingtong is also looking forward to whether he can master the kind of light skills shown in movies and TV dramas. For ordinary people, whether they are doing a somersault or running, the most they can do is flip over a 3 to 5 meter wall or jump 2 to 3 meters, which is already the limit. But if I keep practicing like this, I will most likely be able to master Qigong. Of course, in the short term, Chen Jingtong doesn't expect to be able to reach the mysterious level of stepping in the air. But Chen Jingtong felt that he could still look forward to being able to jump over a 10-meter high wall while chatting and laughing, or to climb walls and fly over eaves. As Chen Jingtong performed continuous somersaults, time passed slowly. Finally, there were only about 10 minutes left before Zhang Yanxiang's accident. Chen Jingtong finally stopped with a feeling of wanting more. At this point in time, it was almost midnight. In the past, it happened to be the time when Chen Jingtong's own physical data was refreshed. The purpose of going out today is not to practice somersaults. It was to change Zhang Yanxiang's life trajectory and obtain a copy point. Chen Jingtong has already copied the military boxing from Zhang Yanxiang. As long as he saves Zhang Yanxiang tonight, he can get another copy point. Chen Jingtong still attaches great importance to copy points. After all, this thing is much faster than practicing by scanning the code yourself. The only flaw is that even if you have the copy points, it still depends on fate to encounter the specialties you like. After checking the time, Chen Jingtong didn't think any more about it. He put his phone back into his pocket and walked out of the park towards the bar across the street. There is only a road between the park and the bar. It only takes a few minutes to walk from the park to the bar. When Chen Jingtong arrived at the bar, the time had not yet arrived. As soon as he entered, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but frown. Because it was so noisy in there, the music and the roars were so deafening that it hurt my eardrums. In the middle of the dance floor, several beauties in bikinis were twisting their bodies in seductive and posing styles. A group of people in the audience were drinking and shaking their heads wildly. Chen Jingtong frowned and began to search. I want to find Zhang Yanxiang as soon as possible. Chapter 29 Bar. This bar is divided into booths and stage. The stage is several steps higher than the booths. Fortunately, Zhang Yanxiang was on the stage at that time, so Chen Jingtong found her without much effort. Looking at Zhang Yanxiang at this moment, Chen Jingtong was a little dazed for a moment. This is completely different from what I saw during the day. During the day, Zhang Yanxiang wore a uniform and looked cool. At this time, Zhang Yanxiang was wearing shorts, a small suspender top, her hair draped behind her head, and delicate makeup. She was holding a wine bottle in one hand and a cigarette in the other, and was twisting her body in ecstasy. Chen Jingtong curled the corners of his mouth. Isn't the contrast too big? But you know what? Zhang Nianxiang now has lost that aloof air that keeps people at a distance, and her bold dressing style makes her very sexy. But Chen Jingtong didn't like this type, so he frowned. Fortunately, he had only met Zhang Nianxiang once, and she was not his girl, so Chen Jingtong didn't bother to think too much about it.
Chen Jingtong came here not so much to save Zhang Nianxiang as for that copy point.
What Zhang Nianxiang does after get off work and how she dresses are her own business.
Chen Jingtong is too lazy to care and doesn't want to care. Walking straight to the bar, Chen Jingtong casually ordered a drink.
His eyes were always on Zhang Nianxiang, and the glass of wine was just placed there without being drunk. After all, I still have to drive soon, and ordering a glass of wine will only make me look like a guest.
I took out my cell phone and took a look.
It was not far from 12 o'clock. Judging from previous information, something was about to happen to Zhang Nianxiang. Sure enough, just after Chen Jingtong ordered drinks, he saw Zhang Nianxiang walk down from the stage and then sit down on the other side of the bar. There was a glass of wine right where Zhang Nian was sitting. As Zhang Nianxiang sat down, Chen Jingtong instantly discovered that someone's eyes, like his, were on Zhang Nianxiang.
Moreover, there was obviously more than one person on the other side.
The glass of wine seemed to be the one Zhang Nianxiang had ordered earlier. After sitting down, she picked up the wine on the table very naturally.
People who were paying as much attention to Zhang Nianxiang as Chen Jingtong were closer to Zhang Nianxiang.
When they saw Zhang Nianxiang pick up the wine glass, a wicked smile instantly appeared at the corner of their mouth. The lighting in the bar was poor and it was very noisy, so unless you were paying close attention, it would be difficult to notice someone was looking at Zhang Nianxiang. Chen Jingtong was able to discover it so quickly because he already knew what was going to happen next.
So when you see something abnormal, you can naturally analyze it.
It seems that the people who drugged Zhang Nianxiang should be the ones next to her.
Chen Jingtong's eyes darkened and he thought slowly.
At the same time, Chen Jingtong stood up with a wine glass and walked towards Zhang Nianxiang.
The two people were not far apart, so they reached Zhang Nianxiang in just a few steps.
When Zhang Nianxiang saw Chen Jingtong suddenly appear, she was obviously very surprised.
Ha!
Zhang Nianxiang was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect to see Chen Jingtong here. After all, there are many bars in Binhai City, and the location of this bar is a bit remote. Plus, he is not very famous, so not many people know about him.
What a coincidence, Officer Zhang. I didn't expect to meet you here.
Chen Jingtong shook the wine glass in his hand, sat down on the chair next to Zhang Nianxiang, moved closer, and spoke loudly.
Why are you here? Zhang Nianxiang couldn't help asking with a puzzled look on her face.
Chen Jingtong did not explain, but pointed at the wine in Zhang Nianxiang's hand that she had not yet had time to drink. I think what you should do now is not to ask me why I am here, but to put down the glass of wine in your hand.
What's the meaning?
As soon as Chen Jingtong finished speaking, Zhang Nianxiang was stunned for a moment. As a police officer, she quickly realized the hidden meaning of Chen Jingtong's words.
He frowned and subconsciously looked at the wine in his hand. After a while, he looked at Chen Jingtong half doubtfully and asked slowly, "What's wrong with this glass of wine?" Chen Jingtong shrugged and replied indifferently, "I have said everything I need to say." If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it. It's up to you.
Without waiting for Zhang Nianxiang to speak again, Chen Jingtong put the glass of wine in his hand on the bar and slowly pushed it in front of Zhang Nianxiang.
If you really want to drink, I just ordered this glass of wine.
It's not touched yet, so consider it my treat.
Thanks, you can drink it yourself.
Zhang Nianxiang put down the glass of wine in her hand and pushed Chen Jingtong's wine back in front of Chen Jingtong. Then he took a deep breath and continued, "Thank you so much.
I owe you a favor." Obviously, after weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Nianxiang chose to believe Chen Jingtong.
Although I didn't know what was wrong with this glass of wine, I still didn't drink it.
Okay, I'll go first. See you again if we're lucky. Seeing that Zhang Nianxiang didn't drink the glass of wine, Chen Jingtong smiled, nodded, and stood up. He just came here to change Zhang Nianxiang's original life trajectory.
Now that Zhang Nianxiang didn't drink that glass of wine, he should have completed his mission.
And even if Zhang Nianxiang still drank that glass of wine afterwards, I would have changed Zhang Nianxiang's life trajectory at the original time point.
After all, the copy points have been obtained, so Chen Jingtong naturally doesn't need to say or do anything more.
Chen Jingtong now has 2 copy points that can be used at any time.
After standing up, Chen Jingtong walked straight towards the door of the bar without waiting for Zhang Nianxiang to speak. At this time, a bold strong man who had been staring at Zhang Nianxiang not far away couldn't help but frowned. His eyes fell on Chen Jingtong and followed Chen Jingtong towards the door of the bar.
Bang!
The bald burly man slammed the wine glass in his hand heavily on the bar, stood up suddenly and chased after Chen Jingtong. At the same time, the two tattooed brothers next to him followed closely behind and chased after Chen Jingtong together. Zhang Yanxiang naturally saw this scene as well. He couldn't help but frowned, stood up and walked out of the bar. As soon as Chen Jingtong walked out of the bar, he noticed a few people following him. However, Chen Jingtong was not afraid at all. He just curled the corners of his mouth, and even had an expectant look in his eyes. Ever since I became stronger, I seem to have no chance to fight with others. Catching the swindler previously was just a one-sided crushing. The opponent didn't even have a chance to fight back and I easily subdued him. Now that someone has caught up with him, Chen Jingtong is looking forward to seeing how powerful he really is in actual combat. After all, these people who followed him were not good people. Even if they did take action, it would not be considered a crime, at most it would be considered self-defense. Chapter 30, Instant Kill. For Chen Jingtong, he was not afraid at all, but was extremely looking forward to it. Chen Jingtong pretended not to notice and continued walking outside, glancing at the surrounding environment out of the corner of his eye. I happened to see a small alley not far away, so I walked straight into it without hesitation. Seeing Chen Jingtong walk into the remote alley, the bald strong man was immediately delighted and waved to the two younger brothers behind him. Several people followed Chen Jingtong into the alley. Chen Jingtong didn't know, but they knew clearly that not only was there no surveillance in that alley, but no one usually went in there, let alone in the middle of the night. Several people showed joy on their faces, quickened their pace, caught up with him in a few steps, stopped Chen Jingtong in an instant, and surrounded him. Chen Jingtong pretended to be terrified and deliberately asked, "Who are you?" The bald man sneered, looked at Chen Jingtong, and then replied, "Who we are, don't worry about it. You ruined our good deeds, so we will teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Chen Jingtong to speak again, the bald strong man raised his foot and kicked Chen Jingtong in the stomach. Although this kick was decisive enough, even Chen Jingtong, who had little fighting experience, could tell from this kick that this guy was not a martial artist and probably even rarely exercised. Because this kick was full of flaws, Chen Jingtong just turned his body slightly and easily avoided the kick. As a result, the bald man's kick missed. If it weren't for the quick-witted brothers behind him who supported him, he would have almost fallen to the ground. "I'm going to beat you up, and you dare to hide? Come on." The bald strong man kicked in the air and became angry immediately, waving his hands at his two younger brothers. Upon hearing what was said, the two younger brothers behind him immediately kicked Chen Jingtong. "Wow, you all like to use your feet, right?" Seeing that the two younger brothers also raised their feet, Chen Jingtong did not choose to dodge this time. Instead, he suddenly pointed his toes and jumped up. As he landed, he used a whip kick to knock the two younger brothers to the ground at the same time. How could those two younger brothers have imagined that Chen Jingtong could jump so high and have such strong legs? When the two men kicked in the air, they were caught off guard and swept away by Chen Jingtong. The two brothers slammed heavily into the wall of the alley and then fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, screams were heard, and he struggled and curled up into a ball, his face turned pale. Not to mention fighting again, it was even a question whether he could get up. In an instant, the two adult men were rendered incapable of fighting. The bald strong man was completely dumbfounded when he saw the scene. They never expected that the man who ruined their plans could be such a good fighter. The bald strong man was trembling all over. There was ferocity in his eyes at first, but now there was fear in his eyes. How dare he attack Chen Jingtong again? However, just because he didn't dare to take action, it didn't mean that Chen Jingtong didn't dare to take action. After Chen Jingtong landed, he clapped his hands, with a smile on his face that made the bald strongman tremble, and slowly walked towards the bald strongman step by step. You don't come over." The bald strongman swallowed his saliva involuntarily and subconsciously spoke to Chen Jingtong stutteringly. This was not the first time that the three of them had drugged a beautiful young woman who came to the bar to drink alone. Relying on their large numbers and the fact that most of the people who came to the bar were not good people, they rarely failed. Chen Jingtong walked up to the bald burly man with a look of disappointment on his face. He thought he could test his own fighting ability, so when the bald strong man attacked at the beginning, Chen Jingtong just dodged. Now it seems that these three people are complete waste. Chen Jingtong stretched out his hand, grabbed the bald man by the neck, lifted him up with one hand, and then slammed him to the ground. The bald strong man let out a miserable howl and instantly curled up into a ball like his younger brother. It seemed that he was more seriously injured than his younger brother. I thought I could test my skills, but I didn't expect it to be so vulnerable. Forget about trying to reach out, it only took Chen Jingtong a dozen seconds to knock down these three people.
How can you practice if you haven't even warmed up?
I originally thought that if I met a few capable fighters, Chen Jingtong could try using his internal strength. Now it seems that if we rely purely on physical strength, we can only use 10% to 20% of our strength, otherwise it would be easy to kill them directly. Although he failed to test his own strength, Chen Jingtong had no choice but to stop, turned around and prepared to leave. The three people lying on the ground breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chen Jingtong turn around and prepare to leave.
I hit a wall. This person is so scary. 1 against 3, the three of them didn't even have the strength to fight back.
He only attacked them once, and the three of them couldn't get up.
You have to know that they have bullied the minority by relying on their numbers before. They have always been the ones bullying others. This is the first time that they have been pinned to the ground and rubbed.
Not only were these three people confused and shocked, but even Zhang Yanxiang, who was outside the alley entrance, was stunned and stood there, looking at everything that was happening in the alley in disbelief. It was the first time that Zhang Yanxiang saw Chen Jingtong was so skilled. The last time they met, the swindler caught by Chen Jingtong was already lying on the ground when Zhang Yanxiang arrived, unable to move at all. So Zhang Yanxiang had never seen Chen Jingtong take action. This was the first time she saw Chen Jingtong take action.
Although Zhang Yanxiang thought she could handle those three people just now.
But I have been learning various fighting skills since I was a child, and I have even served in the army.
It seems that I have underestimated this guy's ability. He is such a good fighter, why should I worry about him?
Zhang Yanxiang came back to her senses when she saw Chen Jingtong turn around, but her eyes began to flicker. For women, a man like Chen Jingtong, who is not only handsome but also has extraordinary skills and is young, is basically irresistible.
This sense of security is simply overwhelming.
This made Zhang Yanxiang involuntarily curious about Chen Jingtong.
How did Chen Jingtong acquire such abilities? Could this guy have practiced this on his own?
His move just now had some shadows of tan leg, but this kind of traditional martial arts cannot be practiced without decades of immersion. Besides, in this day and age, although you can find a lot of martial arts moves on the internet, most of them are incomplete and basically incomplete. Also, without the guidance of an expert, it is absolutely impossible to master it on your own. When Zhang Yanxiang thought of this, she immediately raised her foot and walked towards Chen Jingtong.
Chapter 31, Battle with the Beautiful Policewoman.
Chen Jingtong raised his head and looked at Zhang Yanxiang, who was walking towards him. There was no surprise on his face, as if he had expected Zhang Yanxiang to appear here. If I have made it so obvious and Zhang Yanxiang still hasn't noticed that three people followed me out of the bar, then my job as a police officer would be in vain.
Officer Zhang, you are not here to arrest me, are you?
Chen Jingtong raised his eyebrows, looked at Zhang Yanxiang, slowly stopped, and asked with a smile.
Of course not. It can even be considered as self-defense and a courageous act.
Zhang Yanxiang tilted her head and looked at Chen Jingtong in front of her so seriously for the first time, and replied with a smile.
Is that given to you?
Chen Jingtong turned sideways and pointed at the three people still lying in the alley.
Okay. Zhang Yanxiang nodded. If everything is okay, I'll leave first. See you again if we're lucky. Chen Jingtong shrugged, turned around and wanted to leave. Wait a moment.
However, as soon as Chen Jingtong took a step, Zhang Yanxiang called him.
What? Officer Zhang, do you have anything else to do?
Chen Jingtong pretended to be confused, stopped, looked at Zhang Yanxiang and asked. Zhang Yanxiang pointed inside the alley and replied with a smile, My good nightlife has been disturbed, which is very disappointing, so I am very unhappy now.
From your appearance, it seems that the three people inside did not satisfy you. How about fighting with me? Chen Jingtong. This is the first time I have seen someone make such an outrageous request to me.
However, I didn't enjoy myself very much just now, and it seemed that Zhang Yanxiang saw it.
Chen Jingtong was somewhat tempted by Zhang Yanxiang's proposal.
The three people in the alley were indeed too weak, and Chen Jingtong did not achieve his goal. I have copied Zhang Yanxiang's military boxing and know that Zhang Yanxiang's skills are definitely extraordinary. If I could fight with Zhang Yanxiang, I would probably be able to test out how good my skills are.
What? Are you scared?
Seeing Chen Jingtong hesitate and remain silent, Zhang Yanxiang actually took a few steps closer, looked at Chen Jingtong provocatively and asked again. Chen Jingtong was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, You don't have to provoke me.
Since you want to fight so much, it's better to obey than to be respectful. Come on.
Chen Jingtong was naturally happy that someone was willing to be his sparring partner. As soon as Chen Jingtong's voice fell, Zhang Yanxiang moved instantly, and in the blink of an eye she was in front of Chen Jingtong. She half knelt and swept her right foot towards Chen Jingtong's lower body.
This series of actions is clean and neat, and the difference can be seen instantly compared to the three people inside.
Even people who have never practiced martial arts can tell that Zhang Yanxiang is a martial artist.
Although this move was extremely powerful, it was obvious that Zhang Yanxiang was doing it with a tentative purpose.
She did not use her full strength, nor did she attack at the fatal point. Seeing Zhang Yanxiang taking action, Chen Jingtong frowned, but he was not too panicked. Instead, his fighting spirit was instantly aroused. Not only did he not dodge, but he chose to bend his legs and take the attack. Seeing that Chen Jingtong did not dodge or evade, Zhang Yanxiang frowned. She did not expect that Chen Jingtong would choose not to dodge or evade.
However, despite being unexpected, Zhang Yanxiang did not hold back and continued to attack Zhang Yanxiang. In fact, even if Zhang Yanxiang wanted to stop, it was obviously too late. Fortunately, she didn't use her full strength, so she didn't have any psychological burden. Bang! In a flash, the two people's legs collided.
A muffled sound was heard, but Chen Jingtong's expression remained unchanged and his body did not move at all. This made Zhang Yanxiang's face change slightly. Although she didn't use her full strength in this move, it was definitely not something an ordinary person could withstand. Unexpectedly, Chen Jingtong not only managed to hold on, but was also able to keep his body steady without moving at all. At this moment, Zhang Yanxiang suddenly felt a huge force coming from Chen Jingtong's legs when he was blocking her attack.
This huge force caused Zhang Yanxiang's body to fly backwards involuntarily. In an instant, Zhang Yanxiang's face changed drastically and she thought to herself, "Oh no."
Sure enough, the moment she flew backwards, Chen Jingtong's figure moved and ran directly towards Zhang Yanxiang, who was still in the air.
He clenched his right fist and attacked Zhang Yanxiang. Zhang Yanxiang could only instinctively cross her hands to block Chen Jingtong's attack. Almost at the same time, Zhang Yanxiang finally landed. Although she blocked Chen Jingtong's attack, her body couldn't help but retreat again. At the same time, a sharp pain came from the elbow that was hit by Chen Jingtong, and the leg that Chen Jingtong had just blocked from her. After taking several steps back, Zhang Yanxiang finally managed to steady herself and stand up. This was the case when Chen Jingtong did not continue to pursue.
If Chen Jingtong had continued to pursue, Zhang Yanxiang would instantly fall into a disadvantage, and would be suppressed by Chen Jingtong and would only be able to defend herself without any power to fight back. Each of them only made one move, but Zhang Yanxiang had already tested Chen Jingtong's skills.
Powerful.
I originally thought that Chen Jingtong was just an amateur fighting enthusiast who practiced privately, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. Chen Jingtong's strength, physical strength, and reaction ability are definitely not comparable to ordinary people.
Chen Jingtong did not continue chasing, but looked at Zhang Yanxiang.
"Since you want me to fight with you, then use all your strength, otherwise the fight will not be enjoyable." Zhang Yanxiang took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know your strengths just now, so I just made a tentative move. I'm going to use all my strength next time, so be careful." Zhang Yanxiang stretched her body and replied with a serious expression. "It seems that Chen Jingtong had seen through my tentative move just now. If a fight really breaks out, a professionally trained person like Zhang Yanxiang would never directly sweep his legs to attack the opponent's lower body without knowing the opponent's strength. Even though this move was quite powerful, it left many loopholes. This is also the reason why Chen Jingtong countered with just one move." Seeing Zhang Yanxiang's serious expression, he took a stance. Chen Jingtong hooked his finger at Zhang Yanxiang. "Take action." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Yanxiang tiptoed the ground and rushed towards Chen Jingtong. "Be careful." The man in the voice arrived in front of Chen Jingtong almost at the same time, and he clenched his right fist and hit Chen Jingtong directly in the face. Chen Jingtong raised his right hand to block the attack, and his left elbow smashed towards Chen Jingtong's shoulder. At this time, the two people were very close to each other, almost sticking together. If it was a real fight, Chen Jingtong's blow would have landed on the opponent's neck. But because he was afraid of something happening, Chen Jingtong changed the attack point to the opponent's shoulder. In this way, even if the opponent fails to avoid it, at most he will suffer minor injuries and lose his combat effectiveness, but it will not be fatal. Chapter 32: The Beautiful Policewoman Lost. Chen Jingtong was very familiar with Zhang Yanxiang's skills, but Zhang Yanxiang knew basically nothing about Chen Jingtong's strength. Therefore, when he saw Chen Jingtong blocking his attack and then directly using his elbow, he was instantly shocked. He quickly dodged sideways and narrowly avoided Chen Jingtong's attack. At the same time, he raised his leg and swept it hard towards Chen Jingtong's head.
Although Chen Jingtong used a killing move, he still held back. Because it was avoided, Zhang Nianxian didn't know about it. Zhang Nianxian's counterattack at this time was a real killing move.
Chen Jingtong smiled faintly, squatted slightly, and easily avoided the move.
Almost at the same time, Zhang Nianxian's fist attacked Chen Jingtong's face again.
However, this time, Chen Jingtong did not dodge, but hugged Zhang Nianxian directly around the waist, holding her whole body tightly in his arms, and her legs, which had not yet fallen down, were also placed on Chen Jingtong's shoulders. Not only did Zhang Nianxian's attack miss instantly, she was unable to move at this moment, and her pretty face was filled with shame and anger.
This is the first time in my life that I have had such close contact with a man.
It was not until Chen Jingtong pushed with a little force and released Zhang Nianxian that Zhang Nianxian retreated several steps and barely managed to stabilize his body.
You lose. Chen Jingtong shrugged and replied calmly. You.
He had to admit that he had indeed lost. In fact, if Chen Jingtong had wanted to, he would have been injured long ago.
But when she thought of what had just happened, Zhang Nianxian's pretty face turned red again involuntarily. Still fighting? Chen Jingtong stood there leisurely.
Although he won, Zhang Nianxian was the only person he had met who could fight a little, at least for now. This was also the first time that he had truly fought with someone, and Chen Jingtong actually felt very happy. Of course, it's not that I feel great hugging a beauty like Zhang Nianxian, but it's that I feel great fighting.
Beat. Zhang Nianxian frowned and bent over again to attack Chen Jingtong.
Before they knew it, the three people in the alley had been struggling, and finally caught their breath and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Looking at the two people fighting at the entrance of the alley, I really want to take this opportunity to escape.
But Chen Jingtong and Zhang Nianxian blocked the entrance to the alley, so they had no chance to leave.
If they went there now, they would be knocked to the ground again by these two fierce men if they were not careful. Secondly, although he climbed up with great difficulty, he could only sit there leaning against the wall and still could not stand up.
The three of them now even agreed to feel lucky.
Judging from the fighting power Chen Jingtong has shown now, he was showing mercy just now. If they used their full strength, the three of them believed that they would have no chance of leaving this alley alive. Not only that, even the fighting power displayed by Zhang Nianxian made the three people feel scared.
Even the three of them couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude towards Chen Jingtong. Fortunately, Chen Jingtong ruined their plans. If they really drugged Zhang Nianxian and she found out afterwards, wouldn't she beat them to death? The three people looked at Chen Jingtong and Zhang Nianxian fighting in shock, and the more they watched, the more frightened they became. If they hadn't heard that they were just sparring, the three of them couldn't help but think that they had some deep and irreconcilable hatred. Look at that beautiful lady just now, but in less than half an hour, she has been beaten up by Chen Jingtong, with a swollen nose and a swollen face, and looks like a pig head. Zhang Nianxian was also extremely furious at this time. She was so angry after being beaten by Chen Jingtong that she attacked Chen Jingtong's vital points with every move she made.
At this point, the three of them didn't even dare to move, let alone think of running away. If Chen Jingtong had beaten them like this just now, they would probably have kneeled down and begged for mercy.
It's too fierce. At the same time, the three people also began to wonder. Chen Jingtong is so powerful, what is his identity? Such a powerful person definitely can't be an ordinary person. Bang! The three people were thinking anxiously when another muffled sound was heard. During the fight, Zhang Nianxian was kicked in the abdomen by Chen Jingtong, and the whole person flew backwards. Finally fell heavily to the ground. Chen Jingtong frowned, looked at the scene with some embarrassment, and finally stopped. He really had no combat experience, and even though he had held back some strength when he attacked, he still couldn't control the force well, and as a result, he accidentally beat a beautiful policewoman into a pig's head. How about forget it and fight again next time? Looking at Zhang Nianxian, who was crawling up from the ground in a disheveled state, Chen Jingtong curled the corners of his mouth and spoke slowly. No. Keep fighting. Zhang Nianxian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth fiercely, but he was not willing to stop fighting at all. It seemed that Zhang Nianxian was angry after being beaten by Chen Jingtong. Even if he can't win, he is unwilling to stop. Looking at Chen Jingtong again, he seemed like nothing had happened. Apart from his clothes being a little messy, he had no injuries at all. Forget it, there are 3 guys in there waiting for you to deal with. And it's getting late, let's fight them next time. Chen Jingtong frowned and continued, we've been fighting for such a long time, I guess you must have vented your unhappiness a lot, right? Also, what you're wearing today doesn't seem suitable for fighting.
You'd better not wear it like this when you go out to play next time, or be more careful when you go out to play.
Besides, this doesn't suit your style. What Qin Jingtong said is true. Zhang Nianxiang is indeed very sexy in her current outfit.
But during the fight between the two people just now, Qin Jingtong touched sensitive areas several times, even if it was unintentional. After the voice landed, Qin Jingtong turned around and left without waiting for Zhang Nianxiang to speak again. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. After all, she is a beauty and a police officer. This time he was beaten like this. If we don't leave now, we'll be in big trouble.
You! Stop! Don't move!
Watching Qin Jingtong stride away, Zhang Nianxiang stomped her feet and shouted. However, this stomping of her foot instantly affected the injuries on her body, and she gasped in pain.
Is this guy a man? How dare you treat me so harshly?
It's a stretch for this guy to find a girlfriend. But Qin Jingtong wanted to leave, and there was nothing she could do. After all, to be honest, it was she who took the initiative to propose a fight with Qin Jingtong. To put it another way, she and Qin Jingtong are not even friends. What position or qualifications does she have to ask others not to leave?
The more she thought about it, the angrier she became.
Zhang Nianxiang looked at Qin Jingtong with a resentful look on her face as he disappeared from her sight.
I turned my head suddenly and looked at the three people in the alley. Chapter 33 What is Love? Qin Jingtong walked a long way and could still hear the screams of three men coming from the alley.
Qin Jingtong curled his lips and got into the car, but his mind began to recall the battle scene just now. Although the battle just now was not exciting, it benefited Qin Jingtong a lot. At least he has confirmed that his current skills are definitely good enough to be considered a master. If this had happened in the past, he would have been beaten into a pig's head by Zhang Nianxiang, and he would have been completely powerless to fight back. It was the kind of situation where he was crushed unilaterally. To the extent that Qin Jingtong, who was already in the car, even had a sense of illusion as if he was dreaming. I didn't expect that in just 2 days, I had transformed myself into a martial arts master. Although my skills are indeed pretty good, it's a pity that I still haven't put my inner strength to good use. Zhang Nianxiang just now can barely be considered an expert, but she couldn't beat me even though I didn't use my internal energy. So I didn't have a chance to try out what would happen if I used my internal energy. If he had used his internal force just now, Zhang Nianxiang would have fallen down long ago.
With my current skills, even if there are 10 or so ordinary strong men, I'm afraid they won't be my match, right?
Thinking of this, Qin Jingtong shook his head. It seemed that he would have to give it his all in the future if he had the chance to do so. Inserting the key, Qin Jingtong started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards home.
When I got home, it was almost 2 in the morning.
What surprised Qin Jingtong was that the lights were on in the living room of his house. Zhou Qiqi was actually awake at this time, and sat on the sofa in the living room, live streaming and drawing at the same time. The person sketched on the drawing paper was actually Qin Jingtong. Seeing Qin Jingtong coming back, Zhou Qiqi laughed instantly. At the same time, the men in the live broadcast room suddenly felt like the sky was falling.
Wife! What's going on? You're actually with him?
I admit he's more handsome than me, but you're too fast.
Can anyone tell me if I'm heartbroken? My heart is broken. The goddess is with someone else. The end of love is a freezer. A steamer. A suitcase. A sewer. A septic tank. A barren mountain. A river, a lake, or an ocean.
But Zhou Qiqi's eyes were full of Qin Jingtong, so she had no time to read the comments.
Why aren't you asleep yet?
Qin Jingtong closed the door, hung the key behind it, walked to Zhou Qiqi, and habitually reached out and touched Zhou Qiqi's head. Then he sat down next to Zhou Qiqi, naturally put his arms around Zhou Qiqi's waist, and looked at the drawing board.
Okay, it's already 2 o'clock. Let's draw it tomorrow. Be good and go to bed. Okay. Zhou Qiqi nodded obediently.
He didn't even say goodbye to his fans and just chose to end the live broadcast. Suddenly, the live broadcast was filled with ghosts howling again.
How come my goddess was kidnapped? Who is that guy? Come out and fight me. Wow, the goddess has a boyfriend. My heart is instantly broken into 8 pieces. What? Boyfriend? I don't believe it unless you show your affection in front of me. Goddess, please don't fall in love. Look more at us single fans. We are the true love. You bastard, you must be nice to our female anchor, or we won't let you go. It's over, it's over. My fantasy is shattered. The goddess belongs to someone else from now on. Humph, so what if you have a boyfriend? I will still protect the goddess silently. The goddess boyfriend must be under a lot of pressure, after all, there are so many fans watching him. From today on, I will turn my grief and anger into strength and give gifts to the goddess like crazy, so that her boyfriend will know how powerful we are. Oh my, the goddess is in love, my youth is over. Was it live streaming just now? Chen Jingtong realized it when he saw Zhou Qiqi turn off his phone. Yeah. Zhou Qiqi nodded obediently again, letting Chen Jingtong hold her hand and stand up. Unexpectedly, Chen Jingtong actually took Zhou Qiqi directly to the bathroom. Zhou Qiqi. Didn't we agree to go to bed as it's getting late? What do you want to do by taking me to the bathroom? I just went out to do some work and worked up a sweat. Let's take a bath together. As if seeing Zhou Qiqi's confusion, Chen Jingtong said with a wicked smile. Zhou Qiqi. Her pretty face instantly turned red, she lowered her head in shame and anger, and replied with a weak and tinny voice. The next morning, at the dining table in the living room, Chen Jingtong ate the breakfast prepared by Zhou Qiqi and praised it highly. Originally, Zhou Qiqi wanted to let Chen Jingtong taste her cooking last night, but he didn't get to try it because Li Laosi treated them. This morning, Zhou Qiqi got up very early and prepared breakfast for Chen Jingtong to wake up and eat. Although breakfast only consists of steamed eggs, simple millet porridge and soy milk, it shows how virtuous Zhou Qiqi is. It must be said that Zhou Qiqi's cooking skills are good and the food tastes delicious. Uncle, is it delicious? Zhou Qiqi looked nervous as she looked at Chen Jingtong, who was eating breakfast, and asked with a little anticipation. It's delicious. Chen Jingtong touched Zhou Qiqi's head lovingly and replied with a smile. Hee, I told you I'm a good cook. Uncle, if you like it, I'll cook for you every day. After getting a positive answer, Zhou Qiqi instantly smiled as brightly as a flower in early spring. Uncle, your refrigerator is empty. Let's go to the vegetable market together after I get out of school. In fact, Zhou Qiqi suggested going to the vegetable market yesterday, but was delayed because of something. When Zhou Qiqi said this, of course, she didn't just want to go to the market to replenish her ingredients. But as long as Chen Jingtong agreed, she could still sleep in Chen Jingtong's house today and be with Chen Jingtong. Okay. Chen Jingtong nodded and replied. Although he was indeed very busy, Chen Jingtong's heart couldn't help but tremble when faced with the expectant look of the beautiful girl. I'm afraid no man would be able to refuse such a request, right? Although it is obvious at a glance that this girl has some little plans in her mind, they are almost written on her face. It seems like we have to buy a villa as soon as possible. Otherwise, this rental house is still too small and it's really inconvenient. There's no place to practice, and if we add another person, it will be even more cramped. Chen Jingtong has now started to think about how to make money as quickly as possible. After all, buying a villa is not a small amount of money. With Chen Jingtong's current savings, it might not even be enough to buy a toilet. Judging from Chen Jingtong's current means, there are many ways to make money quickly. For example, fortune-telling, finding bargains at the antique market, gambling on gemstones, and so on. Chapter 34. Love is a verb, not a noun. After the two finished breakfast, Chen Jingtong drove Zhou Qiqi to school. As always, the school gate is filled with all kinds of luxury cars at this time every day. Uncle, see you after school. Zhou Qiqi got out of the car, leaned on the car window, smiled and said to Chen Jingtong. Without waiting for Chen Jingtong to reply, he suddenly kissed Chen Jingtong on the face like a chick pecking at rice. Then he ran towards the school as if escaping. A smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Jingtong's lips as he watched Zhou Qiqi's figure disappear from his sight. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared in Chen Jingtong's sight. This person is Yi Shaolin. With his colorful hair, it's hard not to see him. When Chen Jingtong saw this guy, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Brother Tong, good morning. It seems like your relationship is progressing very quickly. That's awesome. Yi Shaolin also followed Zhou Qiqi's example, leaning on Chen Jingtong's car window and greeting him with a smile. Waiting for me? Chen Jingtong rolled his eyes and asked unhappily. Yes. It's Brother Tong after all, I can tell at a glance. Didn't you save my life yesterday, so I came here today specially to thank you in person. Didn't I thank you yesterday? You were so generous. How can that be the same? I saved a life and built a 7-story pagoda. How can I not thank you in person?
Chen Jingtong rolled his eyes at Yi Shaolin again. Alright, even if I don't remind you, your life won't be in danger.
Stop flattering me and get down to business. What's the matter?
Seeing that Chen Jingtong had exposed him, Yi Shaolin did not feel embarrassed at all. He smiled awkwardly and said, nothing can be hidden from Brother Tong's eyes. Nonsense, it's so early in the morning, you're not here to pick up girls, what else can you do besides waiting for me?
Hey, Brother Tong, I really do have something to talk to you about. Yi Shaolin smiled and didn't keep the secret any longer. I have a friend who wants to meet you and ask for your advice. Do you have time, Brother Tong?
As if afraid that Chen Jingtong would not agree, Yi Shaolin quickly added, Brother Tong, don't worry, I will never let you work in vain.
My friend is richer than me and is more generous than me. As long as Brother Tong is willing to help, the price is definitely not a problem. Chen Jingtong was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but laugh. I only help people with Yuan Dynasty. Ah?
Yi Shaolin was stunned at first, then his brows lit up with joy. So, in that case, I am your destined one, Brother Tong? Looking at this guy's fiery eyes, Chen Jingtong felt uncomfortable all over. If Chen Jingtong hadn't seen this guy before and knew that his sexual orientation was normal, he would never want to see him again.
Okay, Brother Tong, I'm serious. How can I be sure that my friend is your destined one? The corner of Chen Jingtong's mouth twitched. It seemed that this guy mistook Yu Yuanren for Yu Yuanren. How about this, for your sake, bring your friend to see me, and you'll know when we meet. Apart from anything else, this kid is really generous. If I can help, then I will help. If I really can't help, then I will just refuse. Okay. Brother Tong, when are you free? I can contact my friend to come meet you right now.
Seeing that Chen Jingtong agreed, Yi Shaolin was immediately delighted. Chen Jingtong took a look and found himself at the school gate. Although he was free, it was obviously not a suitable place for a meeting.
Yi Shaolin was very perceptive.
Before Chen Jingtong could speak, he immediately said, Brother Tong, if you are free, let's go to another place.
Brother Tong, is there any place you want to go or recommend? Chen Jingtong thought about it and immediately replied, I remember there is a park nearby, how about we meet at the park? Good.
Yi Shaolin naturally had no objection and followed Chen Jingtong's instructions in everything.
Okay, Brother Tong, I'll go call my friend first.
As Yi Shaolin spoke, he walked to the side, took out his cell phone and started making a call.
Shaolin, what's going on?
A pleasant female voice soon came from the other end of the phone. It was the seemingly quiet beauty who had dinner with Yi Shaolin and his friends yesterday. The beautiful lady who was rejected by Chen Jingtong countless times when he wanted to add her as a friend.
No problem, Brother Tong has agreed to meet you.
The location is in the park next to Sias College.
But you should be mentally prepared. Brother Tong only agreed to meet you, but he did not agree to help you. He said he would talk about it after we meet. He only helps those who are destined to be together. Only help those who are destined to be together? The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment. You can't even pay? This is not a blind date. You're overthinking it.
Brother Tong has a girlfriend, and she's the campus beauty of Sias College.
She just turned 18, young, beautiful and full of energy.
Besides, Brother Tong doesn't need a blind date. With Brother Tong's looks and abilities, there must be a lot of people chasing after him.
Shaolin, are you itching for a fight? Believe it or not, I'll spank you. Yi Shaolin trembled all over.
He had been beaten by her many times since he was a child. He hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to finish speaking. Putting away his phone, Yi Shaolin returned to Chen Jingtong's car again.
Brother Tong, it's settled. Yeah. Chen Jingtong nodded.
I was just trying to make money to buy a villa, and this business came to me. Although he didn't know how much money he could make, since Yi Shaolin had said that the other party was richer than him, he would definitely not be stingy when spending.
To these wealthy people, money is just a string of numbers. Moreover, even if it's not for the money, maybe you can gain a copy point.
At this moment, Yi Shaolin faced Chen Jingtong and felt some pressure unconsciously. It didn't matter when we first met yesterday, because I didn't know Chen Jingtong's abilities. Now that he knew this, he naturally became cautious in everything he did, for fear of offending Chen Jingtong.
Let's go.
Chen Jingtong started the car first and pointed in the direction of the park towards Yi Shaolin.
Okay, Brother Tong.
Yi Shaolin also hurried back to his car, followed Chen Jingtong, and drove towards the park. The park was not far from the school, so the two arrived there quickly. After parking the car, the two people got out. Because it was still early, there were many elderly people doing morning exercises in the park. Chen Jingtong chose this place because he also wanted to exercise. As soon as he got off the car, Chen Jingtong walked into the park. Yi Shaolin hurriedly followed Chen Jingtong. Since Chen Jingtong didn't say anything, he didn't dare to chat with him. The two of them walked all the way to the artificial lake in the park. There were almost no people around, so Chen Jingtong stopped. "I'll wait for your friend here. You can go shopping by yourself first. I'll exercise for a while. When your friend comes, you can just bring him here." Chapter 35, Practicing Qigong. "Okay, Brother Tong." Yi Shaolin was a little surprised, but still nodded and replied. Without waiting for Yi Shaolin to leave, Chen Jingtong started stretching his muscles. It was just a simple warm-up exercise at the beginning, and Yi Shaolin on the side became a little curious when watching it. "I thought the exercise Brother Tong was talking about was martial arts or something." The results seemed to be just simple gymnastics movements. Although Yi Shaolin dresses like a non-mainstream person, he is actually a real taekwondo master. Under normal circumstances, it is no problem to beat up a few ordinary people. But when Yi Shaolin was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that Chen Jingtong had finished warming up and actually started doing a somersault. And after the somersault, the next one follows. Not only is there no rest in between, but the speed is also extremely fast. Even in the ears, there was the sound of gusts of wind. Almost in the blink of an eye, Chen Jingtong turned into a spinning top, flipping wildly. Yi Shaolin stared at the scene in amazement. He couldn't even count how many Chen Jingtong flipped over, as he couldn't keep up with Chen Jingtong's speed. All we know is that Chen Jingtong actually performed dozens of somersaults in a short period of time, and they were extremely standard, and he didn't even have the slightest intention of stopping. As a taekwondo master, somersaults are not difficult for him. Yi Shaolin thought to himself that he could also do a few. But to be able to flip so many pages in one breath and for such a long time without stopping, not only Yi Shaolin himself could not do it, but no one he knew could do it. However, what shocked Yi Shaolin even more was that at first Chen Jingtong only did a side flip, but it soon turned into a back flip, and then into a front flip. After a moment, Chen Jingtong actually performed the three movements in turn. Yi Shaolin thought Chen Jingtong was about to finish, but Chen Jingtong not only did not finish, but became even faster. The gust of wind was blowing straight at my face. Fuck. Brother Tong is training this leg? This speed. This endurance. This stamina. This waist strength. I am ashamed of myself. Time passed by minute, and Yi Shaolin didn't know how many times Chen Jingtong had flipped, but Chen Jingtong finally stopped. Although somersaults are not a difficult move, Chen Jingtong is one in a million when he does all three moves in turn, for such a long time and so quickly in one breath. Yi Shaolin was even certain that if he filmed Chen Jingtong's somersault and posted it online, it would definitely cause a sensation. This is really unscientific. Chen Jingtong naturally ignored Yi Shaolin, who was shocked and his mouth was wide open, and just immersed himself in that familiar mysterious feeling. After doing thousands of them in one breath, Chen Jingtong finally stopped. It took less than half an hour, just about 10 to 20 minutes. This amount of time is really nothing in a day. Many people even just stare blankly for 10 or 20 minutes. However, Chen Jingtong did somersaults continuously at a high intensity for more than 10 to 20 minutes, which was terrifying. The consumption of physical energy is also to an extremely terrifying level. Even if it was Chen Jingtong, if he had not practiced it once when he went to rescue Zhang Nianshan last night, it would be difficult for him to last such a long time given his physical fitness. At this rate, as long as I take some time out every day and persist in practicing somersaults, even if I can't use my internal energy, sooner or later I will definitely be able to achieve the level of Qigong in movies and TV dramas. Chen Jingtong carefully felt the changes in his body, but he was thinking in surprise in his heart. Given how light my body is now, it won't be long before I can fly over rooftops and walls, and even walk on water. Brother Tong. Holy shit. You are so awesome. Is your body made of iron? You have been flipping for almost half an hour in one breath? Are you still human? No. You are simply a god. Yi Shaolin, who was stunned beside him, finally came to his senses and couldn't help but said in shock. Practice makes perfect. If you practice every day, you can do it. Brought back to reality by Yi Shaolin's voice, Chen Jingtong waved his hand and replied casually. But his eyes were looking at a young couple who were dating by the lake. When he first arrived, there were only him and Yi Shaolin here, and he didn't know when the couple came. The reason why Chen Jingtong watched them was not because they were doing anything inappropriate for children. Instead, they were obviously holding their phones and taking pictures of something in their direction. When they saw Chen Jingtong looking over, they quickly put away their phones, smiled at Chen Jingtong, and gave him a thumbs up.
Awesome.
Although the distance was not very close, I could still hear what the man said. Chen Jingtong curled the corners of his mouth, stopped looking at them, and turned his gaze back to Yi Shaolin.
Your friend hasn't arrived yet? How long will it take?
Yi Shaolin took a look and replied, I'll ask her.
Hello? Where are you? How long will it take you to get there?
I'm already here, I'm parking my car, I saw your car, I'll be right over.
Okay, Brother Tong and I will wait for you here, so hurry up.
After hanging up the phone, Yi Shaolin said to Chen Jingtong, Brother Tong, my friend has arrived.
He just parked the car and should be here soon. Okay. Chen Jingtong nodded lightly.
While answering, Chen Jingtong took out his mobile phone and pretended to take pictures of the scenery. After all, when Yi Shaolin's friends arrive, Chen Jingtong still has to take a look. Just as Chen Jingtong turned on his cell phone, he saw 3 people walking towards him from a distance.
One is a man and the other 2 are women.
The woman in the front was wearing a white down jacket, a woolen sweater underneath, cotton trousers, and a pair of white sneakers. Her hair was tied behind her head. She had a beautiful appearance and gave people the feeling of a girl next door.
The other woman was completely different.
She wore a trench coat that reached her ankles, a tight lining that showed her figure, and black high heels, giving her the feeling of an urban beauty.
As for the man, he was wearing a sports suit and looked a little fat.
As soon as the 3 people appeared in his sight, Yi Shaolin's eyes suddenly lit up and he went to meet them.
Sister Anqi, this way.
At Yi Shaolin's call, 3 people instantly walked over here. While the 3 people's eyes were on Yi Shaolin, Chen Jingtong directly turned on the scanning function in his mobile phone and quickly scanned the 3 people. In an instant, the information of the 3 people appeared directly in Chen Jingtong's mind.
Chapter 36 Go Meet the Beauty. Name, Lianqi. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, General Manager of Hunyuan Real Estate.
Relationship status, unmarried, single.
Personal assets, $219,039. Fixed assets, 1 villa and 10 commercial houses. Means of transportation, Mercedes-Benz G500, Wuling Hongwon. Personal specialty, playing the flute copyable.
It's about to happen. At 9:31 tonight, Zhang Xiaoyer was stabbed to death by a middle school student in an internet cafe.
Name, Tian Cua. Age, 23. Height, 166 centimeters. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, owner of Cua Gym.
Relationship status, unmarried, single.
Personal assets, 139,180,000. Fixed assets, 1 villa and 1 commercial house. Method of transportation, a Harley motorcycle. Personal specialty, fighting skills copyable.
What's about to happen? At 9:35 tonight, Xiaoyer was in the internet cafe. When she came out of the bathroom, she saw her good friend Lianqi dying at the hands of a middle school student. She lost her mind and beat the assailant to death.
Name, Hui. Age, 23. Height, 171 centimeters. Place of origin, Binhai City.
Occupation, owner of the Hu family hotel chain, owner of the old Hu family hot pot restaurant. Relationship status, unmarried, single.
Personal assets, $377,425,631. Personal assets, a villa, a hotel, a hot pot restaurant. Method of transportation, a Rolls-Royce. Personal specialty, cooking skills replicable.
What's about to happen? At 9:31 tonight, Xiaoyer Internet Cafe was stabbed to death by a middle school student. Looking at the information of the 3 people appearing in his mind, Chen Jingtong's pupils dilated instantly. It's not because these 3 people are rich, but because of what happened to them next. 2 of them were actually stabbed to death by middle school students. Chen Jingtong read it several times, otherwise he would have thought he had seen it wrong. If this information had not been verified many times before, Chen Jingtong would have suspected that there was something wrong with his plugin.
What era is this? Are there still such extreme people? Although an incident of a middle school student urinating in a hot pot restaurant broke out a few days ago. But what I saw right now was murder. Besides, these people are worth hundreds of millions. Why go to the internet cafe if you have nothing to do? It would have been fine if he had just gone to an internet cafe, but he was actually killed by a middle school student? And 2 people died at once?
The corners of Chen Jingtong's mouth twitched so much that the look he gave the 3 people became strange.
In any case, this experience is so weird and outrageous. It's simply outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme.
Let us not talk about the fighting power of middle school students.
And this middle school student refers to junior high school students, which means they are at most 12 or 13 years old? After these 2 little brats killed someone, they were beaten to death by Tian Siyue. What the hell, even TV dramas wouldn't dare to write it like this, right? It's really quite tortuous and bizarre.
It was the first time that Chen Jingtong swept 3 people at the same time, and it was also the first time that an accident happened to all 3 of them.
The most important thing is that the accidents of these 3 people are actually closely related. So if I change their original life trajectory, will I be rewarded with 3 copy points at once? Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but feel a little excited.
I earned 3 copying points this time, something I had never thought about before.
It was Chen Jingtong's first time facing a mass incident, and he couldn't help but feel excited.
Not only that, Chen Jingtong also discovered that these 3 people actually had special skills that could be directly copied.
Blow the flute. Fighting. Cooking skills.
When he saw the flute being played, Chen Jingtong admitted that he was stunned for a moment.
Even if girls like to learn something about music, chess, calligraphy and painting, there shouldn't be many people who would learn to play such a niche instrument as the flute, right?
Just as he was thinking about it, Yi Shaolin had already brought 3 people to him, and Chen Jingtong quickly put away his phone. Chen Jingtong had already obtained the information of the 3 people, so there was no need to scan again. At this moment, the 3 people looked at Chen Jingtong at the same time, looking him up and down. The expressions of the 3 people were completely different, but they had one thing in common, which was surprise.
So handsome? Li Anqi's first reaction was that she didn't expect Chen Jingtong to be so handsome.
Although I had heard Yi Shaolin say that Chen Jingtong was very handsome before, I subconsciously thought that it was because Yi Shaolin looked at Chen Jingtong through a filter, and Li Anqi really didn't believe in Yi Shaolin's aesthetic taste. After all, not only is this thing colorful, but it also wears clothes that are like those of a non-mainstream brand. Now that I finally meet him, I didn't expect that Chen Jingtong is not only handsome, but also so young. As for Tian Siyue, she looked curious.
Because Tian Siyue thought, how could such a young and handsome man be a fortune teller? Even Tian Siyue's first reaction was, could this guy be a liar?
The last one was Hu Wei, and there was more curiosity in his eyes. As one of Yi Shaolin's childhood friends, Hu Wei did not doubt what Yi Shaolin said.
But after Hu Wei saw Chen Jingtong, he wondered if Chen Jingtong was just lucky enough to get lucky.
After all, everyone knows not to play with your phone while driving. The 3 people looked at Chen Jingtong with different expressions, and Yi Shaolin acted as a middleman and began to introduce them one by one.
Brother Tong, this is Li Anqi, one of my childhood friends.
Yi Shaolin pointed at Li Anqi and introduced her.
Brother Tong, this is Tian Siyue, also my childhood friend.
Brother Tong, this fat guy is also my childhood friend, his name is Hu Wei. Before Yi Shaolin could finish his words, Hu Wei rolled his eyes at him and kicked him in the butt. Among the previous few people, almost no one believed that Chen Jingtong could tell fortunes, so they agreed that when they met, they would try Chen Jingtong first.
As a result, as soon as Yi Shaolin met Chen Jingtong, he told him his name. Having said so much, how else can we test it? Chen Jingtong looked at this scene and naturally guessed the various reasons quickly.
It definitely wasn't because Yi Shaolin called him fat that he kicked Yi Shaolin. However, Yi Shaolin was not vague. He glared back and kicked the fat man back. At the same time, he winked at the 3 of them.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Among the 3 people, Li Anqi was the first to speak, smiling and extending her hand towards Chen Jingtong. It seemed as if the incident of Chen Jingtong rejecting my friend request dozens of times yesterday had never happened.
You should be glad to meet me.
Chen Jingtong curled the corners of his mouth, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with Li Anqi politely.
Chapter 37, Can you do whatever you want just because you are handsome?
When Chen Jingtong's voice fell, not only Li Anqi, but the others were all stunned.
What kind of way of speaking is this? It's better to say that you are happy too early. This is the first time we meet, are you so crazy? The 3 people's favorable impression of Chen Jingtong decreased again.
After all, everyone knows that saying nice to meet you is just a common compliment.
Who in their right mind would answer like that? Brother Tong, we heard from Shaolin that you can tell fortunes. So we came to you specially, can you help us tell fortunes? Also, I personally want to ask, why did you reject my friend request dozens of times?
Lianqi withdrew her hand, frowned slightly, and stopped being polite. Instead, she spoke directly to the point. Chen Jingtong still had no expression on his face. He just replied calmly, there's no need to add friends, but fortune telling is fine.
Lianqi. Aren't I beautiful? Don't I have any charm? This was the first time I took the initiative to add a man as contact information in person, and I was rejected again? Do you know how many bootlickers there are around you? Does this guy like men? But that's not right. Didn't T. Shaolin say that this guy has a girlfriend?
Seeing the stunned expressions of the three people, Chen Jingtong didn't care and asked directly, your situation is a bit special.
It can be regarded as a way to avoid disaster. How much are you willing to spend? Lianqi. Where are we going now? Start asking for money right away? Why is this person like this? Can you do whatever you want just because you are handsome?
It seems that Shaolin was indeed deceived. Not only Lianqi thought so, but Tian Ciyue and Hu Wei on the side also thought so. After all, they had just met, and two of the three hadn't even spoken yet.
As a result, Chen Jingtong started asking for money directly.
Not only these three people, Yi Shaolin also looked confused at this time.
What is going on? When I first met Brother Tong, he didn't seem to ask me for money? Later I gave him the money, but he only took half? Why is it like this now? Brother Tong shouldn't be doing this for money, right? I guess I was not mistaken about his somersault just now, right? He doesn't look like a liar at all? How much do you want? After a while, the fat man was the first to come back to his senses. He frowned and asked with a little displeasure.
Chen Jingtong didn't care about the attitudes of these people at all. He just replied calmly, that depends on how much you think your life is worth. In Chen Jingtong's heart, he was not prepared to be friends with these people. Yi Shaolin introduced them to Chen Jingtong for help, and Chen Jingtong charged some money.
Isn't that reasonable? Besides, these people are all worth over 100 million yuan, so even if they give them a little more, it wouldn't be too much, right? If the person was stingy, Chen Jingtong would simply not help. Anyway, with your own abilities, if you want to make money, there are plenty of opportunities. What are our lives worth? What do you mean by that?
As soon as Chen Jingtong finished speaking, Lianqi asked again in surprise. However, in her heart, Chen Jingtong has already been labeled a liar. Let us not talk about the fact that he asked for money right away, but he started to act mysterious and even threatened his life. If this isn't a liar, what else could it be? This routine is too common. This is what most charlatans do. The three people subconsciously looked at Yi Shaolin on the side, but saw that Yi Shaolin also had a bitter look on his face at this time. Because Yi Shaolin is a little hesitant now. Although he is still willing to believe that Chen Jingtong is not a liar, the situation before him makes him look like a liar no matter how you look at it.
Literally.
Chen Jingtong replied slowly and indifferently.
Tian Ciyue's eyebrows were furrowed. Does that mean our lives are in danger?
Chen Jingtong shook his head upon hearing this, pointed at Lianqi and the fat man and replied, you didn't, it was them too.
Lianqi frowned even tighter. Brother Tong, I'm sorry, it's not that we don't want to believe you, but you are like this now, we can't believe you. How about giving us some time? Let's go to the side to discuss it. Please, take your time to discuss it. I'll give you half a day. Contact me when you've thought it over. Chen Jingtong nodded without saying anything more. After leaving a few words, he turned around and walked out of the park. Chen Jingtong already knew all the information about the three people.
There is no point in staying here.
As for whether they believe in me or not, that is their business. Anyway, if they don't contact me before 9 o'clock in the evening, it means that this is their fate. If they contacted me before 9 o'clock in the evening, I would still have a chance to survive. But it is also possible that because they have seen me, they will not go to the internet cafe again today? There is another thing, that is, Chen Jingtong's statement that Tian Ciyue's life is not in danger is actually inaccurate. After all, killing someone means paying with one's life, so in that situation, it shouldn't be considered self-defense, right? Chen Jingtong shook his head as he walked. He suddenly realized that his acting skills seemed to be not very good. At least when it comes to pretending to be a charlatan, he has obviously failed. Seeing Chen Jingtong turn around and leave, Yi Shaolin was stunned for a moment, then he quickly chased after him and stopped Chen Jingtong. Brother Tong, calm down. My friends don't understand you, so they said that.
I apologize to you on their behalf.
I'm sorry.
Chen Jingtong stopped and curled his lips. I'm not angry.
It's normal for them to say that.
It would be strange if they believed me. After saying that, Chen Jingtong continued to walk out of the park. This time, Yi Shaolin hesitated for a moment, and ultimately did not chase after him.
The four people watched Chen Jingtong walk farther and farther away, and soon he disappeared from their sight. Shaolin, you call him a master? What's high about him? High blood pressure or high blood sugar? That's right, he's obviously a liar. You said he's handsome, that's true, but if you say he's capable, I don't see it. That's right, asking for money right after meeting, and talking nonsense, isn't this a common trick used by charlatans?
The three people looked at Yi Shaolin and expressed their dissatisfaction. Tian Cue frowned and thought about it, then turned her gaze back from a distance.
Shaolin, you didn't tell him about us, did you? If you didn't, I don't think this guy is necessarily a liar.
Yi Shaolin sighed, shook his head and replied, I never said that. Tian Cue continued, since he didn't say that, why didn't he say that the three of us were in danger of our lives, but only said Sister Anchi and Fatty? Logically speaking, if he wanted to cheat money, he could have cheated all three of us together.
This is indeed a bit strange.
Looking at him like this, although I think he is a liar, he seems to be completely indifferent to whether we are fooled or not.
Yes, if he is a real liar, shouldn't he have gone to great lengths to fool us? But if he is not a liar, then what he said is true. Are the lives of Fatty and I really in danger? Chapter 38, Uneasy.
The more the three talked, the more they felt something was not right. Everyone originally thought that Chen Jingtong was a liar, but after thinking carefully about what happened just now, it seemed that he was not a liar. This made the three people feel uneasy.
Now that you mention it,
I remember that he really didn't seem to care whether we looked for him or not.
Is it possible that he doesn't care because he doesn't know our identities and backgrounds, and doesn't know our wealth?
We can't rule out this possibility, so now he is either a veteran in the underworld, and his acting skills are amazing, so we can't tell the difference between the real and the fake.
Shaolin, what do you think?
Lianqi suddenly looked at Yi Shaolin and asked with a frown.
Yi Shaolin pondered for a moment, took a deep breath, and then replied,
although Brother Tong was indeed a little bit abnormal just now, you also know that he helped me before. When Brother Tong was helping me, he never mentioned money at all. I transferred him 2 sums of money, each of which was 200,000 yuan, but he only took half of it and said that I didn't need to pay more.
He also asked me not to transfer any more.
So I still believe that Brother Tong is not a liar.
Of course, as your friend, I can understand that you are a little more cautious.
If you think that Brother Tong is acting on purpose in order to play the long game and catch a bigger fish, that's fine too.
Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. When Brother Tong and I were waiting for you to come over here, do you know what he was doing? Lianqi asked curiously, what are you doing? Tian Cue and the fat man couldn't help but look at Yi Shaolin, waiting for him to speak.
Somersault.
Yi Shaolin replied slowly.
TSK, what did you think it was?
It's just a somersault, who can't do it?
The fat man rolled his eyes.
You don't understand. He didn't do simple somersaults.
He did side flips, front flips, and back flips at the same time. He did it for more than half an hour without taking a break for even a second. And he did it very quickly.
I estimate that in less than half an hour, he did thousands of somersaults. You can do this too? What are you bragging about? Forget about you. There are probably only a handful of people in this world who can do this. They don't know. Sister Cue, you are a martial artist, you should know. You are the best among us.
Seeing the fat man rolling his eyes, Yi Shaolin couldn't help but look at Tian Cue and said. However, the fat man, who had been disdainful just now, suddenly widened his eyes when he heard the words.
What did you say? In less than half an hour, you did thousands of somersaults in a row? Without stopping? Lianqi was also shocked, is what you said true? In less than half an hour, you did thousands of somersaults? And you did it continuously?
I have to admit that if what you said is true, then this person's physical fitness is extremely abnormal.
Tian Cue also took a deep breath and replied slowly. Although somersaults do not represent martial arts, they are not even considered to be in the same system.
No matter how skilled a person is or how much he has done, it does not mean that he is very strong in combat. However, doing thousands of them in half an hour can no longer be described as abnormal.
This is simply a monster. This requires sufficient physical fitness, strong coordination, and indomitable willpower to achieve this, right? Tian Siyue is the most skilled among them, but Tian Siyue believes that it is impossible for her to do it.
The fat man also took a deep breath and glared at Shaolin.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?
If you had told me earlier, I would have spent millions to test whether it was true or not.
Now that everyone is gone, what should I do? It's a good thing you didn't give it to me. Do you have a pig brain?
If Qin Jingtong is a liar, it's fine if you give him a few million.
But if he is not a liar and is really an expert, what's the difference between giving him a few million and sending away a beggar? And it is very likely that we will offend him. After all, if he is really capable, he would not need our money at all. With this kind of talent, he can make millions elsewhere. I think so too.
If he is really capable, he might have known our identities and backgrounds a long time ago.
You are right, but now that everyone has left, what should we do? If a few million isn't enough, do you want hundreds of millions?
Although our lives are worth a lot, this is too outrageous.
What if he is a liar? If we spend hundreds of millions, will we still have the face to continue to work in this industry?
As they were talking, one day they stopped paying attention.
The fat man frowned and thought for a while, then said again, "How about this? I send someone to investigate this Qin Jingtong now." Tian Siyue nodded and replied, "You can investigate, but we only have half a day." "How much information can you find out?"
Yi Shaolin rolled his eyes and said, "Come on. If Brother Tong is really an expert, you will only offend him by doing this, and the loss will outweigh the gain."
"Then what should I do? You can't really let me take out a few 100 million to play, right?
Although I have it, if I really take it out, what if I get cheated?
Let alone my face, my father will skin me alive, right?" The fat man looked bitter. Li Anqi's eyes suddenly lit up. "Got it. Who said we have to give cash? We can just give fixed assets, right?
I'm in the real estate business, at worst I can just give him a villa, right?
The villas under my control are all priced at over 100 million yuan each. Even those who have money can't buy them.
Look, Fatty didn't buy one, and Siyue was able to buy one because of my backdoor."
"Villa? You're not talking about the Tiangong Villa in Binhai City, are you? Sister Anqi, are you serious? There are only 3 of those things, one for you and one for Sister Siyue. Now there is only the last one left. It's not that I don't want to buy it. I asked your old man, and he said it was sold. Now you're giving it away?"
"Although you are the general manager, you are just a figurehead."
"I'm afraid you don't even know where the sales office is. Aren't you afraid that the old man will come after you later?"
To be honest, there are only 3 Tiangong villas in Binhai City, and each of them covers a very large area.
They were originally built to be given away, not to be sold.
As a result, because the people who were originally supposed to be sent had already moved in, Li Anqi later lived in one of the buildings by herself and decided to sell another one to her good friend Tian Siyue.
Now only the last building is left.
This villa cannot be measured by price, but is a symbol of social status. Many people want to buy it but can't.
Yi Shaolin and Fatty also wanted to buy it, and they went to find the old man, but the old man insisted that he had already bought it.
In fact, they all know it in their hearts.
That villa is the king of buildings and the signature building.
As long as it is there, it will always be popular and attract the attention of wealthy people to their real estate company.
Chapter 39, A Gamble.
At this time, Chen Jingtong had already returned to his car. He didn't know what the people in the park were discussing, nor did he know how the discussion went, but he didn't care. If the other party had a little sincerity and gave him a few million, Chen Jingtong would help. But Chen Jingtong never expected that the less he cared, the more the other party would think about it, and now they were ready to give him 100 million each.
This is simply a huge gamble.
Chen Jingtong said that how much to give depends on how much they think their lives are worth, which was actually a bit of a joke. All of Chen Jingtong's cash now adds up to only about 200,000 or 300,000 yuan.
This is in addition to the 200,000 yuan that Yi Shaolin transferred to him before. So, Chen Jingtong actually didn't want to kill them.
According to Chen Jingtong's psychological expectation, giving these people 3 to 5 million as life-saving money would not be considered as overcharging them.
As for the movies and TV dramas, where they always give out certain shares, isn't that wishful thinking? Rich people are not short of money, and rich people are not brainless.
Although a few $1,000,000 cannot buy a villa, it is still possible to buy a commercial house of hundreds of square meters. At this time, Chen Jingtong was sitting in the car, but he couldn't help but start thinking about where to go next. But no matter where he goes, Chen Jingtong's purpose is very clear.
That is making money.
This was something Chen Jingtong had decided before he went out today.
According to my previous thoughts, it's the antique street. Even though I know nothing about antiques, I can scan them.
Just scan it and you can find out the specific information of the item, when it was made, where it came from, whether it was from the Shang or Zhou dynasty or last week.
But even if you succeed in finding a bargain, I'm afraid it will be difficult to make a move right away, right?
When Chen Jingtong thought of this, he started the car without saying anything else and drove towards the antique street. But to be honest, it was the first time for Chen Jingtong to go to such a place. In the past, because he didn't know much about antiques and didn't think of himself as a chosen one, and because most of them were fakes, Chen Jingtong was not interested in them at all.
But things are different now.
He has a plug-in, so things are naturally different. Although Chen Jingtong has never been there, he has seen many videos about finding bargains in the antique street.
In addition to some antiques, there are also many ancient books. Maybe I can find some real skills?
After speeding all the way, Chen Jingtong soon arrived at the antique street.
After finding a place to park the car, Chen Jingtong walked straight inside. Binhai City's antique street is considered the largest antique trading market in the country.
There are all kinds of shops with quaint styles, and even the streets inside are lined with various stalls. Except for the store owners and employees, most of the people who come here are actually here to join in the fun. There are about half locals and half outsiders, and occasionally you can see quite a few foreigners. Chen Jingtong walked and looked around curiously, and took out his mobile phone, ready to scan at any time. It is normal to take pictures with your mobile phone in such a place, so it won't attract other people's attention. Many people regard this place as a celebrity check-in spot, taking selfies and posting them on social platforms. Just when Chen Jingtong took out his cell phone, he saw the door of a shop not far ahead. There was a middle-aged man with a dark face, rough skin, and ragged clothes. He was holding a rag bag tightly in his arms with a cautious look on his face, snooping around like a thief. You can tell at first glance that this man is a farmer in the countryside. Because this outfit may be fake, but this temperament, skin color, skin, and expression, put together, are absolutely impossible to fake. The moment this countryman appeared, on the other side, a little further away, a young man wearing a leather jacket, leather pants and sunglasses is holding a mobile phone and broadcasting live.
This anchor is an outdoor anchor and is very popular. Quite a lot of people have gathered in the live broadcast room at this time.
Today we came to the antique street to find bargains, which is his live broadcast program. As Chen Jingtong got closer, he soon entered the host's camera.
Brothers, do you see the guy holding the cell phone in front?
The host's eyes lit up and he asked the viewers in the live broadcast room.
I saw it. Wow, so handsome.
He is indeed very handsome.
Even if I am at my peak, I have to stay out of the spotlight for a while. Wow, this handsome guy is here to save my eyes. Handsome guy, you are so handsome, do your family know?
I feel like I'm suffocating from your handsomeness, give me artificial respiration.
Handsome guy, are you a god that fell from the sky? Oh my god, this beauty is simply amazing. Hey handsome, you've managed to get my attention, and now you can't run away. Handsome guy, may I ask if you grew up eating handsomeness?
Wow, when I saw this handsome guy, I suddenly felt that all the handsome guys I had seen before were not so handsome anymore. As the host deliberately pointed the camera at Chen Jingtong, the screen of the live broadcast room was instantly filled with barrages. Brothers, I'm not here to show you handsome guys.
I want to teach you.
What the host is going to say next are all knowledge points.
Remember them all.
There are only 3 types of people who come here.
The first type is to sell antiques. The second type is to sell antiques. The third type is to watch the fun.
The third group of people can be divided into those who are just playing for fun and those who are new to buying things if they see something interesting.
The handsome guy in front is obviously a novice among the third type. People like this are easily deceived. If they are not careful, they will be targeted by scammers. So I'm reminding you, if you come to such a place in the future, don't be like him and take pictures with your phone. It's easy to be targeted by scammers. As the anchor was speaking, the countryman not far away suddenly looked at Chen Jingtong, then quickened his pace and ran straight towards Chen Jingtong. Brothers, did you see that? The anchor didn't lie to you, did he? Look. He's been targeted. Next, the fun begins.
I have to say, that liar is quite professional.
He really put a lot of effort into this outfit.
If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely go find that handsome newbie and buy the thing in his arms. This is also a point of knowledge. If you see people dressed like farmers in places like this, you must keep your eyes open and beware of being deceived. They dress like this on purpose to make you let down your guard, and then make up a plausible story for you. If you believe it, they will rip you off. I've even heard the story countless times. Either the son was admitted to university but they don't have money to pay tuition, or someone in the family is sick but they don't have money to be hospitalized, or they dug up some treasure while farming or something like that. If you don't believe me, just keep watching. This outdoor anchor was originally here to create program effects, but he didn't expect that he would encounter such a situation that requires program effects just after arriving here and starting the broadcast. As long as everything goes according to his expected script, Chen Jingtong will inevitably become a typical case of being deceived. At this time, the countryman had already arrived in front of Chen Jingtong. Chapter 40 Old Liar. Hey little brother, are you here to buy something? The countryman looked around vigilantly, then lowered his voice and asked Chen Jingtong. Chen Jingtong, who was scanning with his mobile phone, was stunned and turned to look at the countryman who was chatting with him. His expression suddenly became a little strange. Although it was the first time for Chen Jingtong to come to such a place, when he saw this countryman for the first time, his thoughts were exactly the same as that of the outdoor anchor. That means this guy is most likely a liar. There are countless scammers in the antique circle, and most of them use this trick. But Chen Jingtong didn't expect that he would meet him just after arriving here. When he thought of this, Chen Jingtong wanted to refuse. After all, this guy's dress is really deliberate. Who would wear this to go out? What era is this? What's more, this is Binhai City, which is always one of the top 3 cities in the country in terms of GDP. But when Chen Jingtong was about to refuse, he suddenly had an idea. Others could not judge whether someone was a real liar, but he could. So Chen Jingtong pointed his phone directly at the countryman. Although this action was a bit abrupt, fortunately this was an antique market, and the countryman came here on his own initiative, so it did not arouse much suspicion. Besides, other people don't know that Chen Jingtong is scanning, they will just think that Chen Jingtong is taking pictures. When the countryman saw Chen Jingtong pointing his cell phone at him, his face changed and he subconsciously took several steps back. The look on his face became more alert. What are you doing? The countryman asked in a deep voice with a frown on his face. However, the moment the countryman finished speaking, Chen Jingtong had already completed the scan, and the information of the countryman instantly appeared in Chen Jingtong's mind. Name, Zhou Jiangwo. Age, 41. Height, 163 centimeters. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, liar. Relationship status, married. Personal assets, 6,387,219.30 yuan. Fixed assets, a commercial house. Method of transportation, BMW X3. Personal specialty, acting replicable. No special circumstances. After seeing this information, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This guy turned out to be a liar. What surprised Chen Jingtong even more was, are all scammers so fucking rich these days? Also, do I look like someone who can be easily deceived? Chen Jingtong put away his phone and replied calmly, nothing, it's my first time here, so I was curious and just took some photos. When the countryman heard Chen Jingtong say this, he smiled and said, it's okay. It's a novelty for the first time, but I don't like others taking pictures of me, so could you delete it? Chen Jingtong pulled the corner of his mouth again and nodded, okay, no problem. As Chen Jingtong spoke, he picked up his phone and tapped the screen a few times. It looks like it was deleted, but in fact it was not deleted at all. Deleted. Chen Jingtong shook his phone. Thank you, you are quite easy to talk to. The countryman didn't look at him carefully, and smiled again and said to Chen Jingtong. Chen Jingtong, you're welcome. It's what I should do. What did you say? Did you ask me if I wanted to buy anything? What do you want to sell? Seeing Chen Jingtong asking, the countryman's face changed again, and he looked around pretending to be vigilant, and then approached Chen Jingtong again. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously to Chen Jingtong, treasure. An absolute treasure. I dug it out by accident when I was farming a few days ago. Baby? Chen Jingtong had nothing to do, so he decided to play with him and practice his acting skills at the same time. After all, my performance in front of Yi Shaolin's friends just now was really poor. That's right. The countryman thought Chen Jingtong had taken the bait, so he cautiously covered him with his clothes while opening the sack in his arms, revealing a small gap. Chen Jingtong glanced inside and saw a head.
A green head. About the size of an adult's fist. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the head of Guanyin Bodhisattva.
But before Qin Jingtong could take a closer look, the countryman quickly closed the sack and hugged it tightly in his arms again, as if he was afraid of being discovered. Then he looked around like a thief.
Chen Jingtong. How can this guy be so into the role? He is indeed a big liar worth millions. With such acting skills, it would be a waste if he didn't win an Oscar.
If I didn't know you were a liar, I would have believed you.
Brother, I didn't even see what it is. Even if you want to sell it, you have to let me see clearly what it is, right? Chen Jingtong said speechlessly.
This. The countryman looked embarrassed, as if he was weighing the pros and cons and was in a dilemma. After a long while, he finally gritted his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind.
Okay, then look faster. As soon as he finished speaking, the countryman opened the sack again. This time the opening was wider. Chen Jingtong could clearly see the entire body of Guanyin Bodhisattva.
At first glance, he found that not only the head was green, but the entire body was green.
It looks like it was carved from jade.
The whole figure shows a sitting posture with a pure bottle in hand. Moreover, the workmanship is extremely fine, so fine that it looks like it was made with 3D printing. After a few seconds, the countryman closed the sack again.
How is it? Do you like it? Do you want to buy it? After closing the sack, the countryman asked Chen Jingtong again. Chen Jingtong was still very cooperative, pretending to be very interested, and slowly asked, "How much is it?"
1. The countryman said 1, and suddenly changed the subject, 100,000.
Chen Jingtong.
Although I know that the people here are rip-offs and the prices are outrageous. But Chen Jingtong was still a little surprised that this guy asked for 100,000 right away. No wonder this guy is worth millions and owns a house and a car.
This makes money quickly.
Chen Jingtong knew that this guy was a liar, so naturally the things in his hands were fake. After all, if it is real jade, let alone such a large carving, based on its quality, even if it is the size of a fist, you may not be able to buy it even if you add a zero. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but ask deliberately, "I only took a look at it, and you closed it again before I could see it clearly. How about this, you open it again and show it to me, so I can take a picture and study it carefully."
Chapter 41 Great Acting.
Upon hearing this, the countryman still looked like he was possessed by a dramatic spirit. He once again looked around cautiously, then lowered his voice and replied. "Little brother, this is my real treasure. I saw that you are very elegant and you look like a rich young man, so I came to find you. If it were someone else, I would never tell him. 100,000 is a huge sum of money for people like us from the countryside, but for you, it's just pocket money.
I might as well tell you the truth.
In our place, in our village, the older generation has passed down from mouth to mouth that we are all descendants of a high-ranking official in the Tang dynasty. That high-ranking official from the Tang dynasty was buried in our village.
My family's land might be right on top of that official's tomb.
This thing was picked up from the tomb. So I think this treasure should be from the Tang dynasty. Think about it, the Tang dynasty is more than 1,000 years old, and they really liked Buddhism.
Wu Zetian even cast a giant Buddha statue. If my son hadn't been admitted to university and didn't have money to pay for his tuition, how could I bear to sell this jade Buddha with such good quality and size? I will definitely keep it as a family heirloom."
The more the countryman spoke, the more excited he became, and in the end he looked anxious, as if he really had a son who couldn't pay the tuition.
"Let me take another look, can I take a picture?"
Chen Jingtong did not expose her, but continued to insist. In fact, even if this guy disagreed, Chen Jingtong didn't care at all, although Chen Jingtong admitted that he knew nothing about antiques.
"But even if you have never seen a pig run, has it been possible that you have never eaten pork?"
Buddhism has been passed down in China for such a long time.
The earliest record of Buddhism should be in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Guanyin is a Buddhist figure that appeared after it was localized in China.
Besides, Chen Jingtong does not believe in Buddhism, and it can even be said that he has no feelings towards Buddhism, or even that he is disgusted by it. After all, Buddhism spreads all over the world in prosperous times, and Taoist priests save people in troubled times. We only see that Buddhist statues need to be gilded and require incense, and that there are endless ways to make money.
Have you seen Taoism come out to make money? And Taoism is the native religion of China.
In addition, Chen Jingtong has already confirmed that this guy is a liar, so it doesn't matter anymore. It's just that I'm a little bored now, and I want to act with him to hone my acting skills.
Well, okay then.
The countryman pretended to think for a moment, then gritted his teeth, nodded and agreed. Then he looked around like a thief again, and opened the sack again. "Little brother, if you want to take a picture, hurry up. Don't let anyone see it. I know that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure." The countryman urged Chen Jingtong to take the photos quickly. Chen Jingtong nodded. Without saying anything more, he opened his phone and scanned the jade guanyin. Just after finishing the scan, Chen Jingtong was stunned for a moment. Information about this jade guanyin instantly appeared in Chen Jingtong's mind. After seeing this information, Chen Jingtong's face was full of surprise. Imperial green jadeite carved guanyin. Carving time, Northern Song Dynasty. The source of the statue, Longjiao Mountain in the suburbs of Binhai City. Time of excavation, 3 days. Special circumstances, none. Looking at the information in his mind, a hint of shock flashed across Chen Jingtong's eyes. Fuck. This is actually real. A liar actually has the real thing in his hands? And this is Imperial green jadeite? Although I don't know anything about antiques or jade. But I still know about the Imperial green. Such a large statue, in such good condition, and in such amazing condition, how much the hell is it worth? Not to mention, this thing originated from the Northern Song Dynasty. It was the era of the Jingkong shame. Although Song Qinzong and Song Huizong were not good emperors, Song Huizong's artistic level is at the ceiling level in the entire history. Chen Jingtong was so shocked that a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. This is my first time looking for a bargain, and I actually came across a real treasure? What kind of luck is this? This kind of luck is no different from cheating. Just as Chen Jingtong was shocked and surprised, seeing that Chen Jingtong had finished taking the photos, the countryman immediately put the statue back into the sack and closed the sack tightly. "Little brother, you have finished filming and watching it. What do you want to say? Do you want me to say something?" The countryman still looked frightened and asked Chen Jingtong urgently. "How about this? 100,000 is a bit expensive, how about a discount?" Chen Jingtong curled the corners of his mouth, pretending to be a little hesitant, and said to the countryman, "A discount? How much discount do you want?" Countrymen are liars in the first place, and the offer of 100,000 is just a tentative offer. After all, it is a one-time deal, and they will just cheat as much as they can. In the eyes of the countrymen, Chen Jingtong is just a fat sheep who is inexperienced and doesn't know anything about antiques or jade. Seeing Chen Jingtong bargaining with him, the countryman was very happy. This shows that my acting skills are good and the little fat sheep has taken the bait. 50% off, I'll buy it for 50,000. Chen Jingtong blinked his eyes, pretended to be in deep thought, and slowly announced his price. In fact, even if he bought it for 100,000, Chen Jingtong would definitely make a profit, and a huge profit. But the other party is a liar after all. Bargaining can reduce his vigilance. Otherwise, you just have to give him whatever he wants. Then it's not a little fat sheep. That's a big idiot. Just this top-grade Imperial green jadeite in the hands of the countryman can be easily sold at a sky-high price of over 100 million yuan once it is resold. You'd be an idiot not to buy it. 50% off? The countryman was obviously very happy, but when he heard Chen Jingtong's words, he pretended to be hurt. "How can you bargain like that? Give me 20% off. If you want to buy it, I'll sell it to you. If you don't want to buy it, I'll sell it to someone else." After finally catching a fat sheep, the countrymen would naturally kill as much as they could. If the other party insists on a 50% discount before buying, then just sell it at 50% off. Deal. Green bubble or blue baby? However, what the countryman did not expect was that this time, the little fat sheep did not bargain. He said 20% off, and the little fat sheep actually agreed right away. The countryman was stunned for a moment. The number of people he has deceived must be at least 80, if not 100. There are also many young people like Chen Jingtong. It's the first time I've met someone as straightforward as Chen Jingtong. If every little fat sheep was so straightforward, I would have lived in a villa and driven a luxury car long ago. Chapter 42 Outdoor Anchor. Chen Jingtong was just pretending to bargain. Even if the countryman was unwilling to pay less, he would still buy it. That's why he was so straightforward. When the other party asked for a 20% discount, he immediately agreed. After all, Chen Jingtong was also afraid of more trouble. But when the countryman saw Chen Jingtong being so straightforward, he was stunned. Damn it, did I make a mistake? Is it too little? If I had known this little fat sheep was so straightforward, I should have offered a higher price. The countryman was stunned for a moment, but he was secretly annoyed in his heart. Although I regretted not asking for a higher price at the beginning, it was obviously too late to raise the price now. Chen Jingtong was afraid of complications, but this countryman was even more afraid of complications than Chen Jingtong. This was not the first time that the countryman had come to the antique market, so it was not the first time that he had cheated a fragile young man like Chen Jingtong. The countryman felt that he knew the character traits of this group of people very well. After you quote a price, the other party bargains. If you agree to the final price and then suddenly change your mind, then people like them will not only stop bargaining with you, but will simply turn around and leave. Young people are indeed forthright, but they are even more forthright when they walk, not giving you any chance to be pulled back and forth. After all, most young people are novices, or in other words, the things that countrymen like are all novices. They don't understand antiques at all, so naturally they can't tell the quality of things. They buy things based on only one thing, and that is intuition. You really know what you're talking about, green bubble bar. When the countryman thought of this, he took out his cell phone with a smile on his face and said to Chen Jingtong, "Okay, let's pay and get the goods." Chen Jingtong also nodded and raised his cell phone.
Good. The countryman opened the payment code.
Chen Jingtong frowned, but smiled and said, "Brother, the payment limit is limited. Let's add each other as friends and I'll transfer the money to you." The countryman naturally knew this, but he did it on purpose to make himself look more like a countryman. Hearing Chen Jingtong's words, he immediately apologized with an embarrassed smile, then opened the friend request code. Chen Jingtong scanned and added the other party as a friend, but did not transfer money to the other party immediately. Instead, he looked at the other party again. The countryman smiled with a simple and honest look on his face, slowly squatted down, put the sack in his arms on the ground, and then opened the sack again. Although Chen Jingtong seems to be a newbie, everyone should know this common sense. After all, the things in the sack are jadeite, and even if they are traded, they cannot be passed on to others. Although the countryman is an old movie, he can only follow the rules. Seeing the countryman put the jade on the ground, Chen Jingtong squatted down as well. After checking the jade statue inside and confirming that there was no problem, he began to transfer money to the countryman, and clearly marked it as the money to purchase the jade statue in his hand. Seeing the mark under Chen Jingtong's transfer, the countryman just frowned slightly, but didn't think much about it, didn't say much, and directly took the 80,000 yuan. Seeing the money deposited into his account, the countryman finally smiled brightly again.
Hee, I really met a noble person today, I'm so happy. Of course I am happy.
I slaughtered a fat sheep this morning.
In less than half an hour, I made 80,000 yuan. Look at the time, maybe I can trick one more person today.
Chen Jingtong pretended not to see it and picked up the things and the sack from the ground. At the same time, Chen Jingtong also felt relieved.
The deal is now complete.
The top-quality imperial green jadeite statue in the sack now belonged to him. The countryman didn't know, but Chen Jingtong knew it. This was true and it could be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. If this meets those devout Buddhists, maybe it can be sold for a higher price. After all, what China lacks the least is people who have been brainwashed by Buddhism. So the countryman was very happy, but Chen Jingtong was happier than him. I came here originally to pick up bargains. Who would have thought that not long after arriving, this leak would come to me on its own initiative?
As long as I sell this thing, can't I buy my own villa at will?
Not only the villa, but there are even more, enough for me to buy a luxury car.
Young people are straightforward. We have a pleasant cooperation. I have given you the things and I have taken your money.
I will leave now and will not disturb you to continue shopping.
But I would like to advise you that you should know the principle of not showing off your wealth, right? So you better tighten your sack.
The countryman's voice was not lowered this time, but he spoke with a normal smile.
Okay. Chen Jingtong replied indifferently.
The countryman didn't say much. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Moreover, his feet were so fast that if he had not left Chen Jingtong's sight, he would have been unable to help jumping up and down a few times and whistling a few times to express how happy he was. Chen Jingtong curled the corners of his mouth and was even more delighted. In the eyes of the countryman, Xiaobai is a big fat sheep, but in the eyes of Chen Jingtong, the countryman is an old liar and a big fool. Only after the old liar disappeared from his sight did Chen Jingtong tighten the mouth of the sack again and hold the things in his arms. The countryman was right, wealth should not be shown off. After all, this is an antique market.
Even if there aren't many people who know what's good, there's definitely no shortage of them.
Looking at the sack in his arms, Chen Jingtong immediately began to think, how should he deal with this thing? He glanced at the antique shops on both sides of the street.
Ordinary shops might not be able to afford the items, and even if they could, they certainly couldn't give Chen Jingtong a price that would satisfy him. Do we really have to go to the auction? Or should we look for Yi Shaolin? They are so rich, they should have some channels for this, right? It's better to do a private transaction than an auction.
After all, an auction will charge several % commission. But now Yi Shaolin and the others probably still think that he is a liar.
I gave them half a day to consider it. If they haven't contacted me yet, it means they haven't made a choice yet.
Although he really wanted to take action quickly, it was obviously not appropriate to contact Yi Shaolin at this time.
Although this thing is very valuable, it's so damn hard to sell it because it's so valuable, right?
Chen Jingtong frowned slightly, thinking, how can he sell this thing? At the same time, Chen Jingtong also started searching on his mobile phone for the specific price of this thing.
Chapter 43: Successfully Picking Up a Leak. As the web page opened, the first thing Chen Jingtong saw was a small pendant on a necklace carved from imperial green jadeite. It is about the size of a thumb.
Although it is also in the shape of Guanyin Bodhisattva, compared with the complete full-body statue in Chen Jingtong's hand, it is not even as big as an ear. But for such a small pendant, the original transaction price was as high as over 200 million.
Chen Jingtong. Oh shit.
I thought it was valuable, but I never thought it was this valuable.
A piece as small as a thumb can be sold for more than 200 million? How much can I sell this thing for? How the hell is this a bargain? This is even more outrageous than picking up gold. In the blink of an eye, he went from having a total net worth of only 200,000 or 300,000 to becoming a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of millions or even billions? However, while Chen Jingtong was stunned, the outdoor anchor who had been pointing the camera at Chen Jingtong not far away laughed happily. Brothers, did you all see it? What is acting? This is fucking acting. This is acting that was honed in real life.
Not to mention that he can beat those young actors who can just lip sync their lines 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, even those veteran actors can't act as well as him.
It took less than 5 minutes, right?
The handsome guy was directly cheated by the old liar. I just don't know how much money he lost.
This is a living example. Next time you come to a place like this, don't get fooled again. Many people come here and always think they are the chosen ones who can get rich overnight. Although there have been such examples, they are all survivor bias.
Among 10,000 people, 9,999 of them were deceived. If you really want to make money in this industry, you can only rely on experience, knowledge, and vision. As long as you enter this area, you must be alert and beware of any suspicious people. Be careful, otherwise you will be deceived if you are not careful. The outdoor anchor who witnessed the entire transaction between Chen Jingtong and the old liar once again used Chen Jingtong's case as a negative example to warn the audience in his live broadcast room.
Fuck. The host is awesome. The host is really awesome. I give full marks to this prediction. Even Fei Ku would have to admit defeat when it comes to this kind of prediction. What's Fei Ku?
Even Brother Ziozi has to become his disciple when he comes. As expected, handsome people are generally not very smart.
God is still fair.
But I have to say, that old liar's acting skills are really good.
If the anchor hadn't reminded me, I would have been fooled. That's because you're stupid. In a situation like that handsome guy, if you were more careful, you would have seen that he was a liar at a glance. I've never been to the countryside, nor have I met any farmers, but what era is this now? How can anyone still be so poor? I admit that he is more handsome than me, but his IQ is probably not even 1/10 of mine. Anchor, why don't you go ask that handsome guy how much money he was defrauded of? Yes, Anchor, please ask. I'm very curious. Brothers, if you want the anchor to go over and ask, deduct 1. 111, 1111. 111, 1111. 111, 1111. As the comments from the audience in the live broadcast room flew up, in a blink of an eye, the entire screen was filled with ones. These people were indeed just curious, and they were obviously treating the affair between Chen Jingtong and that old liar as a good show. Everyone, including the anchor, now firmly believes that Chen Jingtong has been cheated. Even many people have begun to gloat over other people's misfortune. After all, this didn't happen to them. Taking pleasure in others' misfortune, he directly instigated the anchor to ask Chen Jingtong how much money he had been cheated of.
Seeing these comments in the live broadcast room, the anchor's eyes flashed, and then said, "Since the brother strongly requested, I will go all out and ask the big brother about his situation and point out the matter of him being deceived." After saying this, the host immediately took the phone holder and walked towards Chen Jingtong's position.
Soon he arrived beside Chen Jingtong.
"Hey, bro, excuse me for interrupting you."
After arriving next to Chen Jingtong, the host spoke to Chen Jingtong with a smile. Chen Jingtong looked at the other party in confusion. "I'm an outdoor anchor on the Douyin platform. My name is Jiangnan number 1 Deep Love. I'm live streaming. I just saw you bought something. I don't know how much you gave the other party. Can you tell me?"
Seeing Chen Jingtong's puzzled expression, the host quickly explained. However, as soon as the host finished speaking, Chen Jingtong replied decisively, "It's not convenient." Seeing Chen Jingtong refuse so decisively, the host was stunned for a moment.
Fuck. This handsome guy has personality. You rejected it so directly? So quickly? This kind of person simply deserves to be cheated.
The anchor tried to remind him out of good intentions, but he didn't appreciate it at all.
"Do you know that our Jiangnan's number 1 affectionate one is a big anchor?"
"That's right, you didn't even give us the most affectionate face in Jiangnan."
Huh? No.
"This handsome guy seems familiar to me.
Where have I seen him before? Fuck. Now that you mention it, I remember. I saw him in Chi-Chi's live broadcast room. This is my love rival." Chi-Chi? Who is Chi-Chi? Why is he a love rival? Why didn't I understand? Chi-Chi, you don't know?
She's the most popular school beauty on our Douyin platform. I don't think I've ever seen a prettier anchor than her.
If I remember correctly, that Kiki didn't join any union, right? Yes, that's why my popularity has never increased. I can testify that I have also seen that Chi-Chi. She is really beautiful. She can also draw and sing very well. Many rich people like her.
I just didn't expect that she has a boyfriend, and her boyfriend is this handsome guy." Seeing that Jiangnan's most affectionate man was rejected, the people in the live broadcast room immediately started quarreling, but without exception, they all felt even more disgusted with Chen Jingtong. Especially when someone recognized that Chen Jingtong was the handsome guy who appeared in Zhou Qiqi's live broadcast room, more people began to mock him crazily. However, at this time, after Chen Jingtong rejected the outdoor anchor, he did not wait for the other party to speak again. He turned around, picked up the sack, and left.
Chapter 44. The audience exploded.
Just when the barrage of comments in the outdoor anchor's live broadcast room completely exploded, Chen Jingtong had already raised his foot and walked forward. Chen Jingtong didn't know about the situation in the live broadcast room, nor did he want to know.
Because Chen Jingtong's attention was now completely focused on the bookstall not far ahead. Now that he saw the bookstall, Chen Jingtong naturally wanted to go and take a look. However, because he had already obtained the top quality imperial green jadeite, Chen Jingtong didn't care much about what he could get next. He was just passing by and taking a look. What if there was something good?
As for other antiques, Chen Jingtong was too lazy to look at them, so he focused his attention on the bookstall. Fortunately, the distance was not very far, so Chen Jingtong reached the bookstall in just a few steps. Then he squatted down and started looking at the books on the bookstall.
All the books are yellowed and look like ancient books. At least on the surface, it looks like an ancient book.
The owner of the stall was also very old, and looked to be at least in his 60s. He was wearing a military coat, holding a pipe in his hand, and sitting on a folding chair, puffing on the pipe. There is also an old-fashioned radio next to him, but now the old man is listening to tapes. Even the songs the old man listens to are old songs from the last century. Chen Jingtong was already squatting in front of the stall, but the old man was still listening to songs and smoking his pipe.
He didn't even look up at Chen Jingtong, let alone say hello.
Chen Jingtong was stunned for a moment, but didn't take it to heart. At this time, my attention had already been attracted by the yellowed books on the stalls. Among these various and dazzling books, some are printed books, and some are actually handwritten bound books. There were so many categories that Chen Jingtong was overwhelmed. Chen Jingtong glanced around and finally his eyes fell on an ancient book that looked like it had been burned by fire. There was an obvious sign of burns at the corner of the book, a large black spot. Even without Chen Jingtong picking it up, he could tell it was a damaged copy.
Not only that, the title of the book also made Chen Jingtong unable to take his eyes away. Xianmen's Silver Needle Technique.
Looking at this crazy, cool and awesome name, Chen Jingtong always felt that it looked familiar, as if he had seen it in some online novel. This miraculous silver needle method is basically found in all new media novels about miracle doctors. But in the past, Chen Jingtong would always sneer at it and didn't believe it at all. But Chen Jingtong never expected that he would actually see such a thing in real life. But now Chen Jingtong still doesn't know whether this thing is real or fake. Chen Jingtong picked up the book and looked at the uncle who was setting up the stall.
"Uncle, can I look at this book and take a picture?"
The old man was still sitting there, smoking his pipe and listening to songs.
After all, books are different from antiques.
You can take pictures of antiques at will, but they are not yours anyway.
But it's different with books.
You don't have to buy the book to see the content, so you can't just take pictures randomly.
You have already finished taking pictures, what else do they have to sell?
You can, but you can't take pictures of the contents. The old man raised his eyelids and replied indifferently. Okay, I won't take a picture of the contents inside, I'll just take a picture of the cover. Seeing that the old man agreed, Chen Jingtong nodded and promised not to film any content. Then he took out his mobile phone, turned on the scan function, and scanned the book.
Xianmen Silver Needle Method Incomplete Ancient Book. Time, 1 year of Puyi in the Qing Dynasty. Source of items, Scrap Collection Station. Special situation, get stronger when you take out the needle. Special effects, exorcise demons and cure all diseases. Chen Jingtong looked at the information that emerged in his mind and his heart suddenly moved.
I was just looking around, and out of curiosity, I scanned it.
Unexpectedly, this thing turned out to be real. Xianmen Silver Needle Method? Or a defective product?
I don't know if it's because of the fire.
But Chen Jingtong was more confused about what this meant by becoming stronger after removing the needle. Does it mean that my medical skills will become stronger or something else? Judging from the effects below, things like exorcising demons and curing all diseases, it may not just be about improving medical skills, right? But this is the 21st century. Where do these monsters come from? The one that can cure all diseases is understandable, but the one that can exorcise demons is hard to understand. Is this reasonable? Is this scientific?
Chen Jingtong's mind was full of doubts, but it was obviously not the right time to think about them now, because as long as he bought it and tried it, he would know the answer. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong raised the ancient book in his hand and looked at the strange old man again.
"Uncle, how much is this book?"
"Oh, you have good taste, kid. The moment you squatted down, I knew you were not an ordinary person. I have so many books here, but you didn't read other books, and the first one you picked was this Xianmen Silver Needle Technique.
Not bad, not bad. This book was written by Hua Tuo.
As long as you learn it and study it thoroughly, you will have no problem telling the dead to live. But after all these years, no one has learned it, and there are only a few people who can understand it." Chen Jingtong couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he heard what the old man said.
How come the old man who was pretending to be deep just now suddenly became energetic when he heard me asking the price? And he even spoke in a very convincing and exaggerated way?
If he hadn't scanned it and knew that this thing was genuine, Chen Jingtong would have regarded this old man as a liar. There isn't much else in this antique market, but there are so many fakes and scammers. But now that Chen Jingtong knew that this thing was real, he couldn't tell for a moment whether this old man was pretending to be profound and a master, or was he really a liar like the countryman before?
"Master, what you said is so miraculous that people who don't know would think it's true. If it can really bring the dead back to life, would it be your turn to sell it? Can your lies be a little more reasonable?
What you said is really too absurd, who can believe it?" But before Chen Jingtong could open his mouth, a sudden voice came from nowhere.
"Who are you? Didn't your family teach you what it means to respect the elderly and love the young? What is politeness?"
The moment the voice came out, the old man's face darkened and he shouted coldly. Chen Jingtong looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that the person who spoke was none other than the outdoor anchor whom he had just rejected, the one called the most affectionate guy in Jiangnan.
"I don't know when this guy followed me." Chapter 45 The Liar Comes Again. "You." The outdoor anchor Jiangnan No. 1 was stunned when he heard the words. Although Chen Jingtong didn't understand the twists and turns of the antique circle, as an outdoor anchor, he had some understanding of Jiangnan's No. 1 affection. This line of work tests your eyesight, and whether you make a profit or a loss depends entirely on your own ability. So even if several people are interested in the same thing at the same time, they will be sorted according to first come first served.
When others are negotiating the price, others should not interrupt, unless you are in the same group as the person negotiating the price.
Otherwise, if you interrupt casually, you will break the rules.
However, the people in the live broadcast room, like Chen Jingtong, are not from this circle and naturally don't understand these rules.
When they heard this, they were furious again. Fuck! Is this old man so arrogant? That's right, when did the liar become so confident?
An old man who refuses to die is a thief.
The ancients were right. Anchor, fight back. If you don't fight back, I will unfollow you. That's right, fight back. What's the point of being so arrogant, old liar? Do you really think you own every piece in the Forbidden City? Do you think yours has a cover?
Seeing the outdoor anchor stunned, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately began to frantically instigate the anchor to fight back. Especially those crazy fans of the anchor, they don't think there is anything wrong with what the anchor did, and even think that by doing this, the anchor is upholding justice.
It's just that most people are keyboard warriors. They just type on the keyboard. This is the internet, so you still have to practice.
The host felt a bit awkward looking at the screen full of comments asking him to fight back. If I don't fight back, many people will definitely stop being my fans and simply unfollow me. But if he retorted, others might not know, but he would be very clear that he was the one who interrupted and broke the rules first, and there was nothing wrong with the old man retorting to him. Thinking of this, the host frowned, and suddenly saw Chen Jingtong.
His eyes lit up and a plan came to his mind. Uncle, he is my friend. You lied to my friend, so why can't I say a few words? Besides, you are so old, you should know this truth, right? The outdoor anchor pointed directly at Chen Jingtong and used Chen Jingtong as a shield. Boy, are you friends with him?
The old man was stunned when he heard that, and looked at Chen Jingtong and asked slowly.
It was clear that this guy came here alone just now? When did you get a new friend? However, Chen Jingtong pretended not to hear what the two people said. He looked at the old man again with an expressionless face and asked the question. Uncle, how much are you going to sell it for? Just tell me a number. As soon as Chen Jingtong's voice fell, the old man sneered instantly. Even a fool can see that Chen Jingtong is not a friend of the outdoor anchor who was holding a mobile phone and broadcasting live. Even though Chen Jingtong neither denied nor admitted it, he didn't even bother to talk about this topic. Because if it was really cheap, Chen Jingtong would not have no response at all, but would have continued to ask how much the book sold for. Thinking of this, the old man glared at the anchor of Jiangnan's #1 affectionate channel again. This time, the disgust in his eyes was even stronger. In fact, no one in the entire antique circle likes people like this anchor. Every industry has its own established rules. It doesn't matter if you don't understand them, but if you break the rules, it's normal for others to hate you. Boy, I see that you have extraordinary bones and are a rare cultivation genius that only appears once in a century. Well, we are destined to be together. Just give this book an 888, which is a good omen. The old man glared at the anchor fiercely, then looked at Chen Jingtong again and replied with a smile. He was like two completely different people. Is it okay for Green Bubble to give you money? Upon hearing this, Chen Jingtong nodded immediately and prepared to pay without any hesitation. Sure. Seeing Chen Jingtong being so straightforward, the old man couldn't help but laugh. Although there was a small incident just now and the mood was ruined by the anchor who was chattering on his mobile phone, the old man was naturally very happy to see that Chen Jingtong did not even bargain. Nearly 1,000 yuan will be deposited into your account immediately. He bought this thing from a scrapyard. I bought a lot of them at that time, and this one was one of them. There are only a few pages in total, and the purchase price at the time was less than $1 per pound. The cost of this book, if you calculate it, is probably less than 50 cents, right? Nowadays, a book that costs less than 50 cents can be sold by an old man for 888 yuan. The price has increased by nearly 2,000 times. It's more than just making money. It's really making huge profits. The old man smiled from ear to ear and took out his payment code and handed it to Chen Jingtong. Without any further ado, Chen Jingtong took out his mobile phone, scanned the payment code, and transferred the money to the old man without a penny less. If this had happened in the past, when Chen Jingtong's phone hadn't mutated, he would have had no idea whether this thing was real or fake, so Chen Jingtong would naturally bargain for it. The old man offered a price of 888 yuan, and Chen Jingtong would definitely not buy it home unless he lowered it to 8.8 yuan. But now, Chen Jingtong knows whether this thing is true or false. For a few $100s, you can buy a book that can make you stronger by just getting acupuncture. Who do you think earns more?
To borrow the words of a famous anchor, you can make money, but I will never lose money. Not to mention a few hundred yuan, even if it is tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions, for Chen Jingtong, as long as he can buy it, it is definitely a profit. Of course, if the other party really dared to offer such a price, Chen Jingtong would still bargain even if he knew it was true.
Is this guy's talent just for being handsome? Doesn't he have any brains at all? Yes. Why doesn't this person listen to advice at all? The anchor was clearly telling him to speak for him, and it would have been fine if he didn't appreciate it, but he actually made the anchor embarrassed? Does this guy have money but nowhere to spend it? Exactly. How dare you charge 800 or 900 for such a crappy book? If I throw money into the water, it will make a sound.
But he spent so much money on such a crappy book.
I'm afraid he would find it too dirty to wipe his butt with, right? Looking at the way he's dressed, he doesn't look like a rich man, does he? This guy is totally out of his mind. TSK, 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 even if you use this money to have a good meal? You know what? There's a 5-star hotel in our city, and the buffet there only costs 800 yuan. It's not even as much as he spent on this book. The case is solved. This guy is just a fat sheep. No wonder everyone who sees him wants to kill him. We can scold him, but we have to present the facts and reason with him. This time it's not someone else who wants to kill him, he brought it to us himself. Chapter 46, Money and Goods. In the outdoor anchor's live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was almost unanimous in criticizing Chen Jingtong.
These viewers across the screen all thought that Chen Jingtong was a fool, with water in his brain, the kind of person who would help others count money after being cheated.
In addition to these viewers, the outdoor anchor's face also gradually became gloomy. He frowned and looked at Chen Jingtong coldly. The host's anger level soared as Chen Jingtong did not give any face or cooperate. As a well-known outdoor anchor, he did not care about being rejected by Chen Jingtong the first time, and took the initiative to help Chen Jingtong the second time to prevent Chen Jingtong from being cheated. But not only did the other party not appreciate it, but he was also in a difficult situation now. The outdoor anchor stared at Chen Jingtong for a few seconds before turning around and leaving with a gloomy face.
At this moment, there is obviously no point in staying here any longer, it will only make myself more embarrassed. Moreover, he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and would go up to Chen Jingtong to settle the score. It's just that Chen Jingtong didn't pay any attention to this outdoor anchor at all, so he naturally didn't see the outdoor anchor's reaction. After paying the money, Chen Jingtong picked up the ancient book, took the bag handed to him by the old man, and put the ancient book in it. He did not leave immediately, but continued to read the rest of the books on the stall. Although he had already bought a genuine copy, Chen Jingtong still wanted to see if he could buy another genuine copy. There was no bargaining just now. Firstly, Chen Jingtong didn't care about the few $100s. Not to mention that he still had 100,000 or 200,000 yuan on him, even the jade statue was worth hundreds of millions. Besides, only when you buy it in your hands can it be considered yours. If it is snatched away by someone else, you will have no place to cry. Now that the money and goods have been paid, it's no use even if I want to go back on my word. According to Chen Jingtong's guess, since things like the Shenmen silver needle method can be bought at this bookstall, there should be other useful things as well. Seeing that Chen Jingtong not only did not leave but continued to watch, the old man's eyes lit up. I thought Chen Jingtong would leave after buying everything, but he was ready to continue buying. The old man's previous arrogant attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn. If you don't make money, you're a bastard. It seems like it's hard not to get rich today. However, while Chen Jingtong continued to read and the old man continued to fantasize about making money, suddenly, there was a burst of noise coming from the distance. Don't block the road. Get out of the way. Are you fucking deaf? I told you to get out of here, but you couldn't hear me, right? As the sound came closer and closer, it soon appeared in front of everyone. The person who spoke was none other than the countryman who had previously sold the imperial green jadeite statue to Chen Jingtong. However, the old swindler who had previously disguised himself as a countryman had lost his simple and honest look on his face, and was replaced by a look of anxiety. He was pushing away the people who were blocking his way and cursing as he ran towards Chen Jingtong. And there were several people following him with unfriendly faces. Among the people behind him, there was an old man with white hair and 4 burly men with fleshy faces. The countryman ran all the way and soon arrived at the place where he had previously traded with Chen Jingtong. He immediately stopped and started searching around. The anxiety in his eyes was about to overflow, as if something extremely urgent was going on. After searching for a while, it didn't take long before I found the answer. He suddenly looked in the direction of Chen Jingtong, and finally his gaze fell directly on Chen Jingtong, who was selecting books in front of the bookstall. Then, without stopping for a moment, he raised his foot and ran towards Chen Jingtong. At the same time, several people who had been following him instantly raised their feet and ran towards Chen Jingtong. In the blink of an eye, this group of people arrived in front of the bookstall and surrounded the entire stall, including Chen Jingtong. Such a grand scene instantly attracted countless people to watch.
But no one understood what happened.
At this moment, the outdoor anchor who had just turned around and was about to leave, after seeing this scene, couldn't help but stand there in a daze.
What is going on? There is still a show? Don't I have to think of the program myself today? Is the program so dense?
After a brief moment of surprise, the outdoor anchor suddenly showed a sneer on his face.
But he didn't move forward.
He stopped and pointed the camera of his mobile phone at Chen Jingtong again. Although he didn't know what was going on, Chen Jingtong was surrounded by a large group of people and it was obvious that he was in trouble. The outdoor anchors who suffered defeat one after another felt that they would soon see Chen Jingtong being defeated. Although it was not him who did it, it was still a way for him to vent his anger. After all, there are free good shows to watch, and you don't have to find the script yourself to live broadcast, so why not do it?
Ha! Why didn't the anchor leave? Look, that idiot has been surrounded. What the hell? What's going on? The host has a lot of shows today. Anchor, tell me the truth, is this a script? Is this going to be a fight? Wait a minute, what is that idiot doing? Where did these people come from? The anchor is making a big production today. It must have cost a lot of money, right? No. Look, there's someone familiar inside. Isn't that the farmer who sold things to that idiot at the beginning? What farmer? He's obviously a liar.
As the outdoor anchor's camera was pointed at Chen Jingtong again, the audience in the live broadcast room became excited again. Just like the outdoor anchors, seeing that there is something good to watch, this group of people are the typical ones who enjoy watching the fun. When they saw that Chen Jingtong was going to be in trouble, they were even happier.
So that you don't know what's good for you? Zhou Jiangwo. What are you doing?
However, the moment they surrounded the bookstall, the old man selling books at the stall frowned instantly, looked at the countryman, and scolded him in a deep voice. "Master, this matter has nothing to do with you.
I am not here to see you. I am here to see this little brother."
Upon hearing this, the countryman pointed at Chen Jingtong who was squatting in front of the bookstall, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Of course the old man knew this countryman, who was a notorious liar on this street. But this guy has one characteristic that makes him different from other scammers. Other scammers will cheat anyone they can catch, but this guy specifically targets those who look like newbies.
And every time he pretends to be an ignorant farmer from the countryside.
In the past few years, countless novices have been deceived by him. However, although this guy is a liar, in the antique circle, such people and such things are very common and are no longer news.
Chapter 47. Want to go back? In the antique circle, if you make a mistake when buying something, you can't blame others.
So even though everyone knows that this guy is a liar, nothing has happened to him over the years.
That's the reason.
After all, antique transactions are all about mutual consent. When this guy is cheating you, he will quote a sky-high price and you can bargain. It was only because the old man knew this liar that he was so curious when he saw him surrounding Chen Jingtong with such a large force.
Uncle doesn't know what's going on either. For so many years, this guy has always been a scammer and has never suffered any loss.
Now he has brought so many people here to surround Chen Jingtong.
What does this mean?
Little brother, don't be afraid. Although I'm here to find you, I'm not unreasonable, nor am I here to cause trouble. After the countryman replied to the old man, he stopped looking at him and turned his gaze back to Chen Jingtong. He looked at Chen Jingtong with a gloomy face and said coldly.
But, would Chen Jingtong be afraid?
Not to mention that this guy brought 5 people, including an old man. Even if you bring 50 people with you, I may not be able to defeat you, but if I, Chen Jingtong, want to leave, you can't stop me. Therefore, Chen Jingtong was not afraid at all, and his facial expression did not change at all. Even when he was surrounded by this group of people, others didn't know why, but Chen Jingtong had already guessed it. It's nothing more than that I bought that imperial green jadeite from this guy, and after he went back, he seemed to know that it was the real thing and very valuable, so now he regrets it and brought people to find me. The purpose is, of course, very simple. it's just about getting the things back. Chen Jingtong could see the regret in this guy's eyes, as if he felt determined to take the things back.
It seems that this guy really knows that the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva is the real thing. However, as a swindler, he usually doesn't study the knowledge of antiques. He is always thinking about how to cheat people. That's why he made the mistake and was picked up by Chen Jingtong. It really is true that we should not have the intention to harm others, but we must always be on guard against others. Now, does this count as shooting oneself in the foot? Brother, what are you trying to do with all this fuss? There are so many of you, staring at me covetously, how can I not be afraid?
Although he was not afraid, Chen Jingtong still deliberately glanced at the people surrounding him and pretended to be very scared. I don't know why, but when Chen Jingtong saw this guy, he wanted to act with him.
I'm really sorry, little brother. I did something wrong.
I came to you just to buy back the Guanyin statue I just sold you.
To be honest, that thing is not mine. It belongs to my second uncle. I lied to you.
I stole it from my second uncle's house.
Now my second uncle found it and asked me to return it to him. So, can you give it back to me? Otherwise, I won't be able to report to my uncle. This countryman sighed and groaned, and people who didn't know the story would actually think it was true.
Brother, although I am a novice, I also know the established rules of the antique circle.
The payment is settled, the item is in my hands, and I have already given you the money. Now this item is mine, and you want to buy it back. Is this breaking the rules?
Chen Jingtong raised his head and looked at the countryman. The frightened expression on his face had disappeared, as if he had let down his guard after knowing the other party's intention.
I admit that I did break the rules by doing this. I'm really sorry, very sorry. But that thing is not mine. Second Master is looking for me to settle the account now, so I can only come to you to buy it back.
Well, after all, I was the one who broke the rules first.
Little brother, if you sell it to me, I'll give you a little extra money. How about that? I consider myself unlucky. Didn't I sell it to you for 80,000 yuan? I'll round it up for you and buy it back for 100,000 yuan. How about you do me a favor?
As soon as the countryman finished speaking, the bookstall owner's eyes widened instantly. It was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight.
This old liar actually cheated this kid out of 80,000 yuan?
Just now I thought I made a lot of money by selling these things that I bought for only a few cents to this guy for hundreds of dollars.
I didn't expect this old liar would ask for such a high price? A direct quote of tens of thousands?
As an old player in the antique street, the old man knows this countryman better than Chen Jingtong. This guy has never sold real stuff in all these years. There are only two ways for him to sell his things. Either they were picked up, or they were bought from other stalls for no more than 100 yuan. All in all, the value of anything that came out of his hands would definitely not exceed $50.
He really dares to ask for such a cheap thing.
He asked for 80,000 directly, which means he made 70,000 or 80,000 from this guy with just one order.
But now, this guy actually wants to add 20,000 yuan to the item he sold for 80,000 yuan? So what exactly did he sell?
The old man looked curious, and not just him, but everyone around him looked curious.
Only the outdoor anchor's expression became increasingly uglier at this moment. After hearing this, I probably understood what was going on. I thought Chen Jingtong was going to be in trouble, but I didn't expect Chen Jingtong to. So Chen Jingtong succeeded in picking up a bargain? I bought something for 80,000 yuan, and now the seller wants to pay 100,000 yuan to take it back? Fuck! Did I hear it wrong? This idiot just paid 80,000 yuan for that liar's stuff? I knew he was rich, but I didn't know he was this rich? 80,000 yuan. I can't even earn 80,000 yuan in a year without eating or drinking. These days, the majority of people earn 3,000 to 4,000 a month. 98% of the wealth in society is in the hands of 2% of the people, and the rest are nothing but beasts of burden. That's not right? Didn't the anchor say that the guy was a liar? If he's a liar, then isn't this 80,000 yuan pure profit? That's what I thought, too. Logically, this idiot should have lost 80,000 yuan, right? Why did the liar increase the price to buy it back? Could it be that what this idiot bought is the real thing? The value is far more than 80,000? Even if it's fake, it only took less than 10 minutes, right? They bought it back for an extra 20,000 yuan, which means this idiot made 20,000 yuan in 10 minutes? If that's the case, then the actual value of that thing is probably far more than 100,000. Fuck. I'm so jealous. What kind of shit luck is this? This is a bargain? The liar was cheated by a fool?
The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene and started discussing it.
However, everyone looked in disbelief.
After all, they all agreed that Chen Jingtong had been cheated. As a result, Chen Jingtong not only got a bargain, but he also made 20,000 yuan in less than 10 minutes.
Is this fucking reasonable? Is this fucking scientific? Chapter 48. Everyone is shocked. Stop.
Chen Jingtong frowned and interrupted directly. I have already bought the things, and I will not return them to you now. You quoted the price at that time, and I paid the money. Now you have received the money, and I have received the things, so this matter ends here.
Brother, please understand me, I am old. If I can't get this thing back today, my uncle will skin me alive.
Seeing that Chen Jingtong was unwilling to make a move, the countryman gritted his teeth and said again, how about this, I won't increase the price by 200,000. To show my sincerity, I will increase the price by 200,000.
As long as you are willing to pay it back to me, I will give you 280,000.
The countryman was crying and snotting, and he spoke with such emotion.
I can't pay it back. Chen Jingtong shook his head expressionlessly. 30.
I'll give you 300,000.
The countryman gritted his teeth again, his eyes starting to turn red, and raised the price again.
Today's countrymen are so regretful that their intestines are turning green.
They say if you walk by the river often, you'll get your feet wet. After enduring a lifetime of suffering from eagles, he ended up having his eyes pecked out by an eagle.
In the first half of my life, if I didn't cheat 10,000 people, I'd at least cheat 8,000. The house, car, wife and children in the city are all supported by his superb acting skills. Who would have thought that in the end, a top-grade imperial green jadeite would be treated as a fake and sold for tens of thousands of dollars? If that thing is sold at the market price, it would cost at least several hundred million.
He worked so hard to cheat for so many years, and only made a little money? It's not even a fraction of the top-quality imperial green. As long as you make a move, even if you keep the money in the bank, the interest will be enough to live on for a lifetime. If I hadn't taken action, would I still have to act and deceive people in the future? So be sure to get it back. He will get it back no matter what.
However, Chen Jingtong still shook his head.
Boy, aren't you going too far? That thing is mine, not his. He has no right to sell it.
You bought it for 80,000 yuan, and now I'm giving you 380,000 yuan.
Stop while you're ahead, understand?
However, this time, after seeing Chen Jingtong shaking his head, the old man next to the countryman couldn't help but speak, and his tone was extremely unfriendly.
Uncle, what do you mean by that? Let me ask you, who is going too far?
I paid for the things I bought, they were not stolen or robbed, I paid for them and they were delivered to me, and he took the initiative to buy them from me.
Besides, you say it's yours, so what? Where's the evidence? Let's not talk about whether you can prove it's yours. Even if you can prove it's yours, so what? Now you bring a group of people here, and you want me to give it back to you after a few words? Why?
Chen Jingtong turned around, looked at the old man, and replied in a deep voice.
How about this, I won't add little by little. I'll give you 2 million. Please give it back to me, I beg you.
Seeing that Chen Jingtong seemed a little angry, the countryman quickly opened his mouth to beg for help again. As he spoke, he knelt down in front of Chen Jingtong with a thump.
As this scene appeared, all the onlookers were instantly in an uproar.
The old man who owned the bookstall was also stunned at this moment, and the pipe in his hand almost fell to the ground without him realizing it. He had never expected to see this scene. He thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes hard. At this moment, he became even more curious.
What kind of treasure is this?
How could this old liar spend 2 million to buy back something that was sold for 80,000 yuan?
He even lost all his dignity and just knelt down to this kid? What the hell? What's going on? Did I miss something? Something that was sold for 80,000 and I bought it back for 2 million? It seems like that idiot really made a fortune this time. This isn't just picking up a bargain, this is F-King gold bars, right? Maybe it's gold bricks? Didn't you see that liar kneel down? If I remember correctly, I know the liar. He showed me a green statue of Guanyin. He told me it was from the Han Dynasty. I laughed at that time. How could there be a Guanyin from the Han Dynasty? That's not a problem. I would think it's fake too. Don't scammers do their homework before they cheat? Guanyin from the Han Dynasty, why don't you talk about Ultraman from the Han Dynasty? So, even though that thing is not from the Han Dynasty, it is real? Fuck. Now it seems to be true. I'm starting to regret it. What should I do? Fuck. I also met that liar. He later changed his tactics and said it was from the Tang Dynasty. Fuck, if I had gritted my teeth and bought it, would I be financially free now? So it seems that this guy checked it out after returning home, so he also knew that although the thing was not from the Han Dynasty, it was genuine. Now he regrets it and comes to buy it back from someone else? Those of you who have seen it, can you tell me the details? How big is it? What material is it made of? Let me tell you this, it's a top-grade imperial green jadeite statue. The main thing is that the green is so damn green, even greener than Bachan's. Who the hell would dare to believe this? That's right. If someone on the street holds a thing like this and tells you it costs tens of thousands of dollars, would you believe it? Now it seems that it is the real top-grade imperial green. If I remember correctly, the head alone is as big as an adult's fist, and the whole body is at least more than 30 centimeters long. Fuck. How much is such a large, top-grade imperial green statue worth? According to my estimate, it's probably over 100 million. What are you afraid of? It would be easy to make over 100 million, right? Even hundreds of millions is possible. Whether they were watching the live broadcast online or on site, when they saw the scene, they all started talking and whispering to each other. And the more they talked, the more shocked they were. This shock seemed to be contagious, and soon spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100. By the end, everyone was so shocked that they could only say two words. Fuck. Hence, the constant sound of WTF came one after another. This scene was naturally also seen by the outdoor anchor. The outdoor anchor looked at the scene in amazement, swallowed subconsciously, and his eyes fell on the burlap bag in Chen Jingtong's arms. At the same time, in the outdoor anchor's live broadcast room, all the online viewers who saw this scene through his camera were also stunned. Although they were not at the scene, the shock they felt was no different from being there. At this moment, they couldn't believe that this was actually true. From the moment the countryman returned, they initially thought that Chen Jingtong might have picked up a bargain, but he only made an extra 20,000 yuan, which was already enviable. But I didn't expect. Chapter 49, really unable to withstand a fight. At this time, when they saw that the liar raised the price from 20,000 at the beginning, then to 200,000, and finally directly soared to 2 million, they were completely numb. I finally came back to my senses, but I didn't expect that 2 million is not the upper limit. Someone at the scene actually reported that the actual value of the thing was even over several hundred million. Is this fucking true? The people in the live broadcast room were totally shocked. Didn't he say he was cheated? Didn't they say he was crazy? How the hell, how come in the blink of an eye, the scammers became the ones who suffered the most? Idiots are the biggest beneficiaries? Although we often see people picking up bargains in the antique circle in movies and TV dramas, but in real life, who can see someone spending tens of thousands of dollars and picking up hundreds of millions? Now it seems that who the hell is the idiot? All of a sudden, a question mark slowly appeared in everyone's mind. Although the number of people in the outdoor anchor's live broadcast room is increasing, there are only a few barrages. Everyone was so shocked at this moment that they forgot to click the comment button. Several hundred million. That's fucking money. It's not a cold number. It's not happy beans. I don't even have that many happy beans. Soon, someone finally came to his senses first, began to tremble and shake, and send out a barrage of comments. However, this time the direction of the barrage was completely different. Everyone began to praise Chen Jingtong. It was as if the people who scolded Chen Jingtong at the beginning were not them. The outdoor anchor's mouth twitched, and his expression became more and more ugly as he looked at the barrage. Because he suddenly realized that no matter how angry he was, he couldn't do anything to Chen Jingtong. Facing the stunned eyes of everyone around him, the countryman now kneeling on the ground had an even uglier expression than the outdoor anchor. He never imagined that among the onlookers around him, there were people who had been deceived by him but failed, and these people actually revealed what the items were and how much they were worth. In this case, let alone kneeling down, even if he kowtowed to Chen Jingtong, he would never be able to get the things back. It's true that I'm a newbie and a white sheep, but I'm not an idiot. 2 million seems like a lot. But compared with 200 million? Even a fool knows what to choose. Brother, I beg you. Just give it back to me.
Knowing that it was useless to raise the price any further, the countryman began to beg with tears and snot once again.
Chen Jingtong curled his lips. You should have heard what they said, right? You should also know the true value of that thing, right? You want to buy it back for 2 million, do you think I'm a fool? As soon as Chen Jingtong finished speaking, the countryman's face darkened. So what you mean is that you are not going to give it back to me? I can't pay it back. Chen Jingtong replied coldly. You forced me to do this.
The countryman stood up suddenly, looked at Chen Jingtong viciously, and yelled at him. The moment he stood up, the countryman suddenly pulled out a dagger from his pocket. Then, without waiting for Chen Jingtong to speak, he rushed towards Chen Jingtong and stabbed the dagger in Chen Jingtong's abdomen. This scene happened suddenly, and the countryman was extremely fast.
Fuck. I'm so angry. Fuck, are you going to kill someone? He's crazy. He wants to kill someone. I can't buy it back now, so are you going to start buying it? What a pity. Is that kid lucky or unlucky? He got the things, but he didn't have the life to spend them. When the people around saw this scene, their faces changed drastically. But even if I wanted to save people, it was too late. After all, the countryman was right in front of Chen Jingtong, and Chen Jingtong was surrounded by them, so everyone present subconsciously felt that Chen Jingtong was in great danger this time. Only. Just when everyone thought that Chen Jingtong was in great danger. The next second, a dull sound was heard. Bang! Then, the moment the voice sounded, the countryman's body flew backwards instantly. He knocked over several people in a row before falling heavily to the ground. He struggled, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and was unable to get up for a long time. Others didn't see how Chen Jingtong made his move, but the uncle at the bookstall did. The moment the countryman rushed over, Chen Jingtong suddenly raised his hand and slapped the countryman hard in the face. Then, he saw that the countryman was slapped away by Chen Jingtong. Fuck. But I'm uneducated, so I can only say FCK. FCK. What the hell, this kid is not only lucky, but also so skilled. I thought that liar was going to kill someone, but I didn't expect that handsome guy wasn't afraid at all. What kind of kung fu is this? Chinese kung fu? Everyone was shocked once again by this scene. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. No one expected such a reversal. The distance was so close, but the countryman stabbed with the dagger unexpectedly, and it seemed that Chen Jingtong was about to be injured. But the person who was injured was not Chen Jingtong, but the countryman who attacked first? Is this a quick reversal? As the onlookers exclaimed, the faces of the people who came with the countryman also changed and their pupils contracted. However, although these people's expressions changed drastically, their eyes were still fixed on the sack in Chen Jingtong's arms. There are things in there worth hundreds of millions. Now it seems that it can't be bought back with money. Then we can only snatch it back. Although robbery is illegal, this thing is worth hundreds of millions. It is even possible to sell it for tens of millions if we meet a few big buyers. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. With so much money, why not just flee the country and spend the rest of your life just lying around, eating, drinking and having fun? Several people's thoughts were changing. They looked at each other and nodded. Superior. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the other four people rushed towards Chen Jingtong instantly. Chen Jingtong stood there leisurely, as if he had expected this outcome. He had tied the sack around his waist long ago. His expression did not change at all and he was not afraid at all. With a tap of his foot, his whole body flew into the air, and his left elbow smashed hard into the chest of the man in front of him, knocking him to the ground. At the same time, he kicked the man behind him in the shoulder, sending him flying. He used that man's body as a fulcrum, raised his body again, and kicked the third man hard again, kicking the third man away instantly. Chapter 50. Call the police directly. In just the blink of an eye, all three of them were lying on the ground like countrymen. The only people left standing at the scene were two of the countryman's accomplices. A young man who dared not move, and an old man with a head full of white hair. The two men subconsciously widened their eyes, looking in horror at the elegant and handsome Chen Jingtong who slowly landed in front of them. At this moment, I couldn't stop shaking all over and could hardly stand. Brother, you are such a good fighter, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had told me earlier that you were such a good fighter, why would we be pretending? You are such a good fighter, why do you do so many high difficulty ones? Are you using us to practice on you or to show off? He watched as his three accomplices were knocked to the ground in an instant, unable to get up.
The legs of the remaining two people were so weak that they dared not fight again.
Didn't you see those people lying on the ground, rolling their eyes now?
Not to mention fighting again, it's even a question whether they can get out of bed for the next 3 months. Chen Jingtong curled the corner of his mouth. Seeing that the remaining two people didn't have the courage to fight again, he just glanced at them indifferently, and then took out his mobile phone as if no one was around.
This time, the phone wasn't pulled out to scan them.
After all, scanning this kind of junk is a sheer waste of time.
Chen Jingtong took out his cell phone just to call the police. What era is this? How dare they rob in broad daylight? Still carrying a controlled knife? And the things they want to steal are worth over 100 million?
Apart from anything else, the fact that it is worth over 100 million is enough to ensure that these people have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives and spend the rest of their lives peacefully in prison. After Chen Jingtong called the police, the other party immediately took the case seriously after hearing that the value of the robbed wealth was as high as hundreds of millions, and reported it directly to their superiors.
The police also responded immediately and headed straight for the antique city. Wow! This handsome guy not only has a unique vision, but I didn't expect his skills are so amazing too? This is really like a knife stabbing your butt. It's really eye-opening. This liar is simply asking for trouble, isn't he? This is an antique city. You want to trick people into thinking you're a novice, right? Can you regret it? That's right, if you want to regret it, just regret it. If someone is not happy about it, why do you commit murder directly? With so many people here, are you going to start looting right away? If that thing is really worth hundreds of millions, they will probably be unable to afford it. It's been at least 15 years. If you ask me, you deserve it. You don't know the guy with the dagger, do you? He's a well-known liar here. I've heard about it too.
A friend of mine got scammed out of more than 50,000 yuan when he first came here.
That friend of yours isn't you, is he?
Seeing things develop to this point, people around were filled with sighs. Many people's eyes began to fall on Chen Jingtong again.
He was already very handsome, and now I can't forget him. Many old players in the antique city knew that Chen Jingtong was a newbie.
They didn't expect that this newbie would make hundreds of millions in his first attempt. It seems that for at least the next 10 years, Chen Jingtong will become a legend in the antique circle. Moreover, this matter will surely spread rapidly throughout the entire antique circle in a very short period of time, and even become a hot topic among the whole nation.
Chen Jingtong naturally didn't care about the reactions of the onlookers.
The two people standing in front of him at this time saw Chen Jingtong take out his mobile phone to call the police, and their faces changed drastically in an instant. He frowned, thinking that something was wrong, and turned around to escape.
If I were you, I wouldn't make such a stupid choice. If you dare to move again, I will regard it as you attacking me. I'm sure you don't want to end up like them, right?
Chen Jingtong curled the corners of his mouth, pointed with his chin at the few people still lying on the ground, and said lightly. As soon as Chen Jingtong's voice fell, the two of them trembled all over, subconsciously stopped their actions, and completely gave up the idea of escaping. After all, they had seen Chen Jingtong's skills, and naturally knew that it was impossible to escape from Chen Jingtong. Seeing that the two people didn't dare to move, Chen Jingtong withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and looked at the bookstall in front of him again. Then he squatted down and continued to read the old books in front of him as if no one was around, as if nothing had happened just now.
Although Chen Jingtong acted as if nothing had happened, the old man who owned the bookstall could not.
Seeing Chen Jingtong squatting down again to read his old books, he subconsciously widened his eyes.
For a while, I was unable to come back to my senses. I didn't know if I was hallucinating or what was going on. What kind of amazing mental quality does this require? How can one, after being robbed at knife point, turn around and continue reading as if nothing happened? The key point is that those people are still here, and some of them are lying on the ground twitching. There are two people standing behind him with their faces turning pale and blue. Could this be the master? That's really high.
If you ask me how high it is, it must be at least as high as 3 or 4 floors. As this scene appeared, not only the old man who owned the bookstall was confused. The rest of the people present were also stunned.
According to normal circumstances, Chen Jingtong has now dealt with the people and called the police.
The next step is to wait for the police to arrive and clean up the mess.
Then these onlookers should also disperse. However, in reality, the crowd of onlookers not only did not disperse, but increased in number.
The newcomers all heard that someone inside had found a top-grade imperial green jadeite worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and they wanted to come and broaden their horizons. But when I got there, I heard the seniors talking about what had just happened. It was said that some top-quality imperial green jadeite worth hundreds of millions was coveted by someone who brought people with him to rob at knifepoint in broad daylight. In the end, a handsome guy fought 1 against 5 and knocked down 4 of them in the blink of an eye.
These things are just like in movies and TV dramas. Movies and TV dramas aren't written this way.
Many people even called and texted their relatives and friends after arriving at the scene, notifying them to come and watch the fun. Many people couldn't wait to take out their mobile phones and started taking pictures frantically. In addition to taking pictures of the few people who were lying on the ground twitching and unable to get up, more people were taking pictures of Chen Jingtong, who was squatting there selecting books as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the same question slowly arose in everyone's mind.
So is Chen Jingtong really a newbie? Who is Chen Jingtong? What is your identity? And what does that top-grade imperial green jadeite statue look like?
More people began to look at the sack wrapped around Chen Jingtong's waist.
Chapter 51, Waste of Natural Resources.
At this moment, more and more people knew about the sack around Chen Jingtong's waist, which contained top-quality imperial green jadeite worth hundreds of millions.
What the hell, you use this thing to store things worth hundreds of millions? What does it mean to squander natural resources?
This is such a waste of resources.
Uncle, can I take some pictures of the books on your stall?
Don't worry, I will only take pictures of the covers, not the contents. However, the discussions around him did not affect Chen Jingtong's interest in continuing to observe the old books on the stall. Instead, he looked up and asked the old man in front of him as if nothing had happened.
Shoot. Shoot whatever you want. Shoot however you want.
The old man was completely stunned at this time. Without waiting for Chen Jingtong to say more, he nodded and replied. The books on this entire stall were all bought by the pound from scrap dealers, and the total cost was less than a few dozen dollars. He had already earned hundreds of dollars from Chen Jingtong, so he didn't care whether Chen Jingtong would spend hundreds more to buy his books. Besides, he saw everything Chen Jingtong did just now. This guy has the skills, the money, the vision, and the good looks.
Now I have become the absolute focus of everyone present. How can I not be a little bit calm?
Seeing the old man nodded in agreement, Chen Jingtong picked up his mobile phone again, turned on the scanning function, and started scanning the book in front of him.
2, 3 books. Chen Jingtong swept very quickly. The information about those books also flashed through Chen Jingtong's mind quickly.
Soon, Chen Jingtong scanned all the remaining books on the bookstall.
As Chen Jingtong finished the scan, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Because Chen Jingtong found some good stuff in the bookstall.
Even this time, Chen Jingtong found more than one book. Uncle, I want to buy this book, that book, and that book, 3 books in total.
How much do you think they cost in total?
Chen Jingtong pointed at the 3 books he liked, picked them up, looked at the old man again and asked.
Okay, let's stick with the previous price. If you buy 3, I'll give you a discount.
I'll charge you $2,000 for the 3 books.
What do you think?
The old man didn't even look at the 3 books Chen Jingtong had chosen, and just replied with a smile. Among the 3 books selected by Chen Jingtong, one is the Boxing Manual of Bajiquan, one is the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine, and the other is the Boxing Manual of Taijiquan.
2 books are about martial arts and one is about medicine.
These 3 books came from the same source as the one Chen Jingtong bought earlier, the Shenmen Silver Needle Dafa, which was from a scrap collection station. In fact, this kind of thing is everywhere. Just go to any pirated bookstore and you will definitely find this kind of thing. The old man was a little confused. It was impossible that he could get a bargain by just looking at a few old books, right? Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help but look curiously at the 3 books that Chen Jingtong had chosen again.
But no matter how you look at it, doesn't look like something valuable? If you're talking about finding a bargain, it should be some kind of calligraphy or painting, right? Isn't this just an ordinary boxing manual? You can't even tell whether it's real or fake, and even if it's real, it's not worth much. Aren't there electronic versions everywhere on the internet?
If anyone could learn some unique martial arts by reading a boxing manual, then the world would be full of martial arts masters. The old man thought to himself that he had lived for such a large part of his life, several decades, and he was almost a man with 1 foot in the ground.
How could he be considered a master? If I were to say which master I have met in the past few decades, it would be this handsome guy in front of me. As for the others, they can only be seen in movies, TV dramas, and novels.
Chen Jingtong pretended not to notice the old man's puzzled expression. He directly opened his mobile phone, scanned the old man's payment code again, and transferred the money to the old man without bargaining. After paying the money, Chen Jingtong collected the 3 books including the previous one and threw them directly into the sack containing the top-grade imperial green jadeite. After tying the sack again, Chen Jingtong stood up and had no intention of looking at the other books on the stall. The rest of the books have been scanned, and there are no genuine ones left. Chen Jingtong turned around and saw the few people who were still lying on the ground twitching, especially the old liar. He frowned and thought to himself that he clearly didn't use much force when he attacked just now, so why have these people been lying there for so long?
Is this an attempt to scam me? But Chen Jingtong didn't care.
He looked at the 2 people who were still standing there with terrified faces, and then looked outside the antique city. Seeing that the police had not arrived yet and since he had nothing else to do, Chen Jingtong simply opened the sack and took out the book on Shenmen's silver needle that he had bought for the first time and started reading. After all, I will have to go to the police station to record my statement. As for how long it will take, it is hard to say.
So time is very precious to Chen Jingtong.
Everyone at the scene knew how powerful Chen Jingtong was, so seeing Chen Jingtong reading a book as if no one was around, naturally no one dared to disturb him. But more and more people started taking out their cell phones and taking pictures of Chen Jingtong frantically. Fortunately, Chen Jingtong turned a blind eye to it, pretended not to see it, and did not try to stop it. After all, there were too many people taking photos and it was hard to manage them all. As for the outdoor anchor, as more and more people came, he was too embarrassed to stay and had already slipped away. Time passed by minute, and I didn't know how much time had passed. The police finally arrived. There were 4 policemen in total this time, and when they arrived at the scene, they all had serious expressions. After all, the person who called the police said that the property robbed amounted to hundreds of millions. And the robber had a weapon, which was enough to be called a big case. Seeing 4 policemen arriving at the scene, Chen Jingtong put away the book and took a quick look. He was stunned for a moment. Because among these 4 people, one is actually an old acquaintance of Chen Jingtong. This person was still walking in the front, but the bruises on his face were very obvious. This person was none other than Zhang Yanxiang, who had a big fight with Chen Jingtong last night. Chen Jingtong never thought that after what happened last night, Zhang Yanxiang would actually take the lead in responding to the police call today.
This is so fucking dedicated. You can't refuse to accept this.
Just as Chen Jingtong was stunned, Zhang Yanxiang also saw Chen Jingtong and was also stunned.
The 2 of us were like this, you looked at me in amazement, and I looked at you in amazement.
They just looked at each other in bewilderment. Zhang Yanxiang didn't expect that she would meet Chen Jingtong again here.
Chapter 52, Seeing the Beautiful Policewoman Again.
The beautiful policewoman Zhang Yanxiang and Chen Jingtong looked at each other. After a long while, Zhang Yanxiang came back to her senses. The corner of her mouth twitched. She glanced at the people lying on the ground, groaning in a miserable state, and then she looked at Chen Jingtong again.
You called the police?
Yes.
Then I can understand why they all lie down.
Zhang Yanxiang sighed, then changed the subject and said again, since you called the police, take them all back. You should also come back to the police station with us, explain everything clearly, and record your statement.
Okay. Chen Jingtong nodded. It was something that was expected.
The only unexpected thing was that the beautiful policewoman Zhang Yanxiang, who had had a big fight with him last night, not only went to work today with an injury, but also happened to take his order. Soon the police helped up several people lying on the ground, and arrested the 2 people who had been standing there without daring to move for half an hour.
Did you drive?
Zhang Yanxiang frowned and looked at the person who was arrested. They only drove 2 cars when they came, and now they have arrested 6 people, so it is obvious that there is not enough space.
It's open.
Okay, I'll take your car later.
Good.
Chen Jingtong was the driver and Zhang Yanxiang sat in the passenger seat. Chen Jingtong naturally had no objection to this. After all, even if the police car could accommodate him, Chen Jingtong didn't want to sit in it. If I leave my car here, I will have to come back and drive it after recording my statement.
That would be very troublesome. It's much easier now. I can just drive my own car, record my statement and leave. I don't have to come back here.
After Chen Jingtong sat down, he untied the sack around his waist and stuffed it directly into Zhang Yanxiang's arms.
Be careful, don't fall.
Zhang Yanxiang was puzzled. She took the sack from Chen Jingtong and finally couldn't help asking, so the sack contains the hundreds of millions of dollars worth of stuff you mentioned when you called the police?
Yes.
Chen Jingtong started the car and said without turning his head.
So what's inside? Zhang Yanxiang frowned and asked again.
Although she heard that the item was worth hundreds of millions of yuan when she called the police, Zhang Yanxiang didn't know what it was exactly. Now Chen Jingtong stuffed this thing worth hundreds of millions into her arms.
It was impossible not to be curious. A jade statue and a few old books.
Chen Jingtong answered without turning his head, still looking at the road ahead.
Statues? Old books? How can they be worth hundreds of millions? As soon as Chen Jingtong's voice fell, Zhang Yanxiang could not help but be stunned. What statue is worth so much money? It can't be Michelangelo, right? What old books are worth hundreds of millions? Could it be an authentic work of Emperor Huizong of Song? Rather than the statue, Zhang Yanxiang would rather believe that the valuable things inside are old books. After all, China has a history of thousands of years, and there are countless valuable calligraphy and paintings. The original works left by any famous writer may not be worth hundreds of millions, let alone tens or even hundreds of billions. For example, the original work of Li Bai, the original work of Du Fu, the original work of Lanting Preface, and so on. Of course, when Zhang Yanxiang heard Chen Jingtong say it was an old book, he subconsciously thought of a national treasure. That is the Yanle Encyclopedia compiled by the third emperor of the Ming dynasty, Yanle Emperor Zhu Di. Are there 4 copies of the Yanle Encyclopedia here? But before Zhang Yanxiang could figure it out, Chen Jingtong replied, "It's not the old book that's valuable, it's the statue, the top-grade imperial green jadeite." Top-grade imperial green jadeite? Are you sure? As soon as Chen Jingtong's voice fell, Zhang Yanxiang trembled all over. Sure. Chen Jingtong nodded slightly.
Although they don't understand statues or jadeite, most people still know about the top-quality imperial green.
Then can you tell me what happened now? Just think of it as recording your confession in advance. Zhang Yanxiang couldn't resist her curiosity and asked again. Chen Jingtong did not hide anything.
When Zhang Yanxiang asked about it, he told her everything he had just experienced. Of course, Chen Jingtong chose to hide the fact that he scanned the code with his mobile phone. When Chen Jingtong finished speaking, the look in Zhang Yanxiang's eyes when she looked at Chen Jingtong suddenly became extremely strange.
What kind of damn luck is this? First time to the antique market. Can you buy something worth hundreds of millions with just 80,000 yuan? Or did someone else come to you on their own initiative? Is that guy still an old liar? Even Xiong Yao wouldn't dare to write such an outrageous plot, right? I have a very curious question and would like to ask you, is that okay?
Zhang Yanxiang looked at Chen Jingtong in shock.
Ask. Did you know it was the real thing when you bought it, or did you only know it was the real thing when that old liar brought people to ask you to take it back?
Zhang Yanxiang looked at Chen Jingtong curiously and asked slowly. Chen Jingtong did not choose to hide it, but replied calmly, "I knew it was true when I saw it."
When Chen Jingtong's voice fell, Zhang Yanxiang took a breath of cold air. You're awesome.
This compliment was not because the thing Chen Jingtong stuffed into her arms was worth hundreds of millions. After all, she didn't care about her family background worth hundreds of millions. She felt that what made Chen Jingtong so great was his courage and extraordinary vision. After all, as an old swindler in the antique circle, he can make mistakes in judging things, but Chen Jingtong can tell the real from the fake at a glance.
This is not just a simple bargain. This is purely based on vision. If it were someone else, even if the opportunity was in front of you, you wouldn't be able to seize it if you didn't have the ability. Just luck. Chen Jingtong replied calmly while driving. Can I take a look?
Zhang Yanxiang blinked, pointed at the trouble in her arms, and asked again.
Go ahead and take a look. Aren't you going to appraise its market value when we investigate the case later? You have to see it anyway, so just take a look.
Seeing Chen Jingtong nodded, Zhang Yanxiang opened the sack and directly took out the top-quality imperial green jadeite statue inside. I had been in a sack before, so it wasn't that shocking. At this moment, as Zhang Yanxiang took it out completely, the light coming in from the car window instantly shone on it, and the car became colorful, which made Zhang Yanxiang stunned. No matter what a woman's status or net worth is, she is naturally defenseless against this kind of ineffective thing. So Zhang Yanxiang's attention at this moment was completely attracted by this work of art. Even if she didn't understand anything about statues, works of art, or even antiques. But this statue in front of you, just looking at it with the naked eye, is definitely the only one you have ever seen in your life. She has visited so many art exhibitions, and the statue in her hand is countless times more perfect than those works of art that can be sold for hundreds of millions by sticking tape on a rotten banana. As she watched, Zhang Yanxian's expression suddenly changed.
Chapter 53. The beautiful policewoman was shocked.
Zhang Yanxian's face changed, and she subconsciously reached out to her neck, grabbed the pendant on her neck, and then took it out directly from the ravine.
It was a green jade pendant. It is about the size of a little finger and shaped like a crescent moon.
After Zhang Yanxiang took out the crescent pendant, she compared it with the statue of Chen Jingtong.
Upon seeing this, Zhang Yanxiang was even more shocked. You are indeed lucky. But the reason you were able to find a bargain is mainly because you have a better eye. While admiring it, Zhang Yanxiang put the statue back into the sack. She originally wanted to tie the mouth of the sack again, but suddenly she saw a few old books in the sack out of the corner of her eye. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yanxiang couldn't help but take out those old books. After looking at the title of the old book, Zhang Yanxiang couldn't help but reveal a strange look again. Qianmen's Silver Needle Method? Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine? Tai Chi Boxing Manual? Guoquan Boxing Manual? The titles of these books are very intimidating at first glance.
Especially the Qianmen's Silver Needle Method, which looks like the title of some popular God of War novel. Those miracle doctors who have learned invincible skills, when they go down the mountain to meet their 9 fiancées, half of them know a few tricks of the silver needle technique. What's even more outrageous is that Zhang Yanxiang had even seen a novel of this kind, which said that when the God of War was on a mission outside, his wife was captured by bad guys and sold to a brothel. But the God of War was too busy to do anything else, so after completing the mission, he could only take 100,000 soldiers to take care of his wife's business. Zhang Yanxiang shook her head, and amid the turbulent waves, she moved her gaze back to the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. This book is not something made up, it is a medical classic that has been passed down for thousands of years. The remaining 2 boxing manuals are also very famous martial arts. Although these things can be found everywhere on the market, when Zhang Yanxiang saw Chen Jingtong put these books together with the statue worth hundreds of millions, she subconsciously felt that these books must not be ordinary things. Especially since she fought with Chen Jingtong for 300 rounds last night. If Chen Jingtong hadn't been unwilling to continue, she would have been afraid that she would not be able to get out of bed today.
If I remember correctly, Chen Jingtong used this Guoquan last night.
Zhang Yanxiang felt that Chen Jingtong must have learned Chinese martial arts. Now Chen Jingtong has bought 2 more boxing manuals, which further proves that these 2 boxing manuals are authentic. When he thought of this, Zhang Yanxiang couldn't help but feel a palpitation in his heart, and he wanted to directly open the 2 boxing manuals to see the contents inside. Although Zhang Yanxiang was not interested in medical skills, he was very interested in boxing. These days, female boxers are the T0 version and are said to be invincible. If a passing dog provokes them, it will get punched twice. But Zhang Yanxiang still forced herself to hold back. After all, it was not hers. Even if she wanted to see it, she had to get Chen Jingtong's consent. After thinking about it, Zhang Yanxiang put the books back and tied the sack. After finishing, Zhang Yanxiang turned around and couldn't help but look at Chen Jingtong. I have to say, this guy is really handsome. This profile is simply invincible. But before Zhang Yanxiang could admire the handsome guy for longer, her walkie-talkie suddenly rang. Zhang Yanxiang came back to her senses and quickly picked up the intercom to listen. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanxiang's expression changed instantly. There is a Xingfuli community near the north exit of the antique city. The residents called the police and said that a family of 4 were all killed. At that time, they had just left the gate of the antique city. The intercom asked the nearest police officer to rush over and control the scene first, and the backup would arrive soon. Murder? Zhang Yanxiang tightly gripped the walkie-talkie in her hand, and her face instantly turned gloomy.
What's wrong?
Zhang Yanxiang did not turn off the intercom, so the conversation naturally fell into Chen Jingtong's ears.
Chen Jingtong looked at Zhang Yanxiang, whose expression changed drastically, curiously, and asked casually. I'm afraid we can't go to the police station now. Turn left and go to the Xingfuli neighborhood next door.
A murder has occurred there.
I'm the closest police officer there, and I need to go over there to control the murder scene. Zhang Yanxiang didn't hide anything and spoke directly.
After all, although Chen Jingtong needed to go back to the police station with her, Chen Jingtong's case was simple and clear.
Chen Jingtong is not the perpetrator but the victim, so there is no need to restrict Chen Jingtong's personal freedom.
Besides, she was still in Chen Jingtong's car and needed Chen Jingtong to take her there as quickly as possible. So there was no need to hide it from Chen Jingtong. Even if he didn't tell her, Chen Jingtong would probably see it on the news before long.
Okay.
Chen Jingtong nodded, without saying much, he turned the steering wheel in his hand, turned around, and took Zhang Nianxiang towards the nearby Xingfuli community. Fortunately, the community was near the antique city, and they had just started from the antique city and had not walked far, so Chen Jingtong quickly drove Zhang Nianxiang to the crime scene.
Thank you.
I'll go down and deal with the scene first.
You wait for me in the car. If you don't want to wait, that's fine.
You can go to the police station to give your statement and deal with your own affairs.
I'll make a phone call and arrange for someone to pick you up.
Zhang Nianxiang unbuckled her seatbelt, looked at Chen Jingtong, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Without waiting for Chen Jingtong to reply, he opened the car door, got out and walked inside. Looking at Zhang Nianxiang's leaving back, Chen Jingtong curled the corners of his mouth, but immediately took out his mobile phone and scanned Zhang Nianxiang's back. Then the information about Zhang Nianxiang instantly appeared in his mind. The moment the information appeared, Chen Jingtong was stunned.
Name, Zhang Nianxiang. Age, 23. Height, 171 centimeters. Place of origin, Binhai City.
Relationship status, unmarried, single.
Personal assets, $1,902,319.28. Fixed assets, a villa in Binhai City.
Means of transportation, a Mercedes-Benz C260. Personal skills, military boxing, gun skills can be copied. It is about to happen. 3 minutes later, Zhang Nianxiang entered the crime scene, pushed open the door of the deceased's residence, and triggered the mechanism set by the murderer at the crime scene, and died on the spot due to electric shock. Looking at the information in front of him, Chen Jingtong's expression changed drastically in an instant.
With his brows furrowed, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Who would have thought that this beautiful policewoman would have such a tragic fate? I just saved him from someone else's drugged wine last night, and now he's going to die again today? Getting more outrageous every day? This time, should I save him or not? This is a problem. Chapter 54 Murder Case.
As for whether to save Zhang Nianxiang this time, Chen Jingtong was more curious about the murderer.
What on earth is this person thinking? After killing someone, you still set a trap at the crime scene? What's more, an unaware person would die on the spot after triggering the trap he set.
Chen Jingtong frowned and looked at the sack that Zhang Nianxiang had placed on the passenger seat.
The things in here are worth hundreds of millions.
However, compared to the money, if he didn't hurry up and catch up, Zhang Nianxiang would probably die on the spot. Chen Jingtong didn't care about so much at this time. He just opened the car door and chased after him. As for whether someone would smash the car window and steal his things, he obviously couldn't think about it that much now. Taking him along, Chen Jingtong never even thought about what other tricks the perverted killer had up his sleeve.
Bring this thing with you, it's not safe to put it in the car.
After getting off the car, Chen Jingtong chased after Zhang Nianxiang in front of him at the fastest speed.
Officer Zhang, wait a minute.
Chen Jingtong's speed is naturally much faster than that of ordinary people.
Even Zhang Nianxiang can only look up to him. So soon, Chen Jingtong caught up with Zhang Nianxiang.
Zhang Nianxiang heard Chen Jingtong's call from behind, stopped in confusion, turned around and looked at Chen Jingtong.
What's wrong?
Chen Jingtong shrugged and said with a smile, I thought about it and it's boring to stay in the car.
How about I go with you? You have seen my skills.
If something happens later, I can at least take care of you.
After all, it was me who hurt you last night. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't be able to bear it, right? Who knows if the murderer is still at the scene?
Chen Jingtong made up an excuse and replied. What Chen Jingtong didn't expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Nianxiang shook her head and refused without even thinking about it.
I appreciate your kindness, but I won't bother you. This is a murder scene.
You are not a police officer, so it is not convenient for you to show up.
Besides,
Zhang Nianxiang looked at Chen Jingtong and continued, you put things worth hundreds of millions of yuan in the car.
Aren't you afraid that someone will take the opportunity to steal them?
Seeing that Zhang Nianxiang didn't know what was good for her, Chen Jingtong could only sigh, money is important, but it's not as important as life.
If I hadn't gone with you, you might have died at the crime scene. What did you say?
Zhang Nianxiang frowned, her pretty face turned cold, she stared at Chen Jingtong and asked word by word. Although he didn't quite believe what Chen Jingtong said, he even felt that Chen Jingtong was deliberately exaggerating. However, Zhang Nianxiang had to admit that she had only had brief contact with Chen Jingtong a few times, and including today, it was only 3 times. But the feeling that Chen Jingtong gave her was somewhat mysterious, unfathomable and unpredictable.
Take last night for example, if Chen Jingtong hadn't appeared in that bar, her fate would be unimaginable. With her temper, after she wakes up, those three scumbags will definitely be in a state of neither living nor dying. This also means that she will pay the price for it. So Chen Jingtong saved her life. And that whole night, Zhang Nianxiang couldn't help thinking about it. How did Chen Jingtong appear in that bar? Is it really a coincidence? At that time, after Chen Jingtong stopped himself from drinking that glass of wine, he turned around and left. Now that I think about it, it doesn't seem like a coincidence at all. Did Chen Jingtong really know something in advance? Not only that, last night he insisted on fighting with Chen Jingtong for 300 rounds. Chen Jingtong is different from other men. Besides being very handsome, he will also beat up beautiful women without hesitation. Although he couldn't beat Chen Jingtong, he was even beaten black and blue by Chen Jingtong. But Zhang Nianxiang had to admit that in her heart, Chen Jingtong was completely different from other men. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Nianxiang had deliberately chosen to ride in the same car with Chen Jingtong, and even sat directly in the passenger seat. Which sentence didn't you understand? Chen Jingtong shrugged his shoulders and replied calmly, I said, if I don't accompany you, you will die at the crime scene. At this moment, Zhang Nianxiang thought a lot and heard Chen Jingtong repeat it again with certainty. Zhang Nianxiang has gone from being completely unconvinced at the beginning to being half believing and half doubting. Why? Zhang Nianxiang frowned and asked. Chen Jingtong sighed and explained again, just now you asked me in the car whether I knew from the beginning that the statue was real, or did I know it when that old liar brought people to find me? I answered you that I knew from the beginning. Do you remember? I remember, so what does this have to do with it? Zhang Nianxiang asked with a puzzled look on her face. It does matter, of course it matters. Because I can tell fortunes. Chen Jingtong laughed. Why do I feel like you are fooling me? Zhang Nianxiang was still skeptical. What good will it do me to fool you? I saved you in the bar last night. You don't think it was a coincidence, do you? Chen Jingtong shrugged again. This kind of woman is really hard to deal with. If it were Zhou Qiqi, he would have handled it long ago. As Chen Jingtong's voice fell, Zhang Nianxiang became speechless. She thought about it all night but still couldn't figure out what happened last night. Now that Chen Jingtong mentioned it again, coupled with the lucky find just now, even if I don't believe that there are really people in this world who can predict the future through fortune-telling, I still have to take what Chen Jingtong said seriously. Are you really so accurate? Zhang Nianxiang took a deep breath. Since her life was at stake, she had to be cautious. It is indeed very accurate. At least so far, it has not made any mistakes. Chen Jingtong replied calmly with an expressionless face. Zhang Nianxiang curled her lips and said, to be honest, I have investigated your background. You are not good at fortune-telling. What happened last night might just be a coincidence. Or maybe you know those scumbags and knew their plans in advance. Chen Jingtong sighed, if you don't want others to know about some things, then others can't find out. Zhang Nianxiang frowned even more tightly, what will I encounter if I go to the crime scene? It's nothing. The murderer just set a trap at the crime scene. When you push the door and go in, the trap switch will be triggered, and you will die on the spot due to electric shock. Chen Jingtong looked up at the residential building in front of him, and instead of hiding it, he answered directly. Zhang Nianxiang. The person who called the police in this murder case was the deceased's neighbor. When he went out, he smelled blood and discovered that his neighbor's family of 4 had been killed, so he chose to call the police. According to the clues provided by the reporter, the neighbors may have already entered the crime scene. Even if there really is a trap that can cause electric shock, the first person to die should be the deceased's neighbor. But the neighbor was clearly the one who called the police? Could it be that the trap at the crime scene was not triggered? Chapter 55, Saving the Beautiful Policewoman Again. It seems that Chen Jingtong lied to me and was deliberately exaggerating, or was the trap fake? What if what Chen Jingtong said is true? Is there something wrong with the person who called the police? The identity of the person who called the police cannot be confirmed at the moment. So the person who called the police could also be the murderer? As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Nianxiang's face changed drastically. If the person standing in front of her now was not Chen Jingtong, she would definitely not believe even the punctuation marks. But no matter what, Chen Jingtong had saved her once after all, and Chen Jingtong's skills were indeed very good, much better than hers. So even though Zhang Nianxiang was still half believing and half doubting, the seed of believing it was better to believe it than not to believe it had already been planted in her heart.
As for what the situation was at the crime scene, it's also very simple. Just go up and take a look and the truth will be revealed. Zhang Nianxiang's thoughts turned for a moment, then he gritted his teeth, nodded to Chen Jingtong, and said in a deep voice, "In that case, come with me to take a look."
Okay. Chen Jingtong nodded, followed Zhang Nianxiang, and walked upstairs together.
There is no elevator installed in the residential building in this community, and the crime scene is on the 4th floor, so the two people went up the stairs. Fortunately, both of them were in good physical condition and they finished the 4th floor quickly. Standing at the door of the crime scene, the two men frowned and looked at each other. The door was not locked but ajar. It was only because of Chen Jingtong's reminder that Zhang Nianxiang did not push the door open rashly.
Chen Jingtong took a deep breath, looked around, and then said to Zhang Nianxiang, "Don't rush in.
I'll go find the switch of this building and turn off the power before we go in."
Okay. Zhang Nianxiang frowned and nodded.
Chen Jingtong didn't say much, turned around and started looking for the power switch along the stairs.
Soon I saw an electrical box hanging on the wall next to me. There is an electrical box on almost every floor of Chen Jingtong's residential building, which doesn't surprise Chen Jingtong at all. Moreover, each building has an electricity shaft, which is usually located next to the elevator and is a very small room.
The space is very narrow and is filled with electricity meters from each household. This is the kind of place where only maintenance workers come to check out occasionally. If your home suddenly loses power, it's possible that your electricity bill has run out. Even if you have renewed your subscription, you still have to bring your electricity card and reinsert it before your home can have electricity restored. After seeing this electric well, Chen Jingtong opened the door directly. The door was not locked, but was ajar for the convenience of the residents. After Chen Jingtong opened the door, he looked up and saw that the room was indeed full of electricity meters. Chen Jingtong began searching the electricity meter of the household at the crime scene from top to bottom. However, as he started searching, Chen Jingtong's brows couldn't help but furrowed again. Chen Jingtong looked through everything to make sure he hadn't missed anything, but he couldn't find the electricity meter of the household where the crime occurred. The electricity meters here are actually all those of the residents on the 5th floor. Chen Jingtong soon understood that the electricity meters in the power well of this community were not set according to the floors.
Instead, the electricity meter on each floor is on the next floor.
Chen Jingtong frowned, closed the door of the power well, turned around and walked towards the floor below. At the same location, Chen Jingtong saw the power well again, and the door was still ajar. After opening the door, they began searching the electricity meter of the household where the crime occurred again. This time, Chen Jingtong found it not long after. Without any hesitation, Chen Jingtong reached out and turned off the power of that household. After turning it off, Chen Jingtong closed the door of the power well again and turned to walk upstairs. When I arrived at the door, Zhang Nianxiang was still waiting there with a frown on her face.
Chen Jingtong did not say anything.
Instead, he took out his mobile phone and pretended to take a photo. In fact, he turned on the scanning function and scanned Zhang Nianxiang.
Name, Zhang Nianxiang. Age, 23. Height, 171 centimeters. Place of origin, Binhai City.
Relationship status, unmarried, single.
Personal assets, $1,900,270,319.28. Fixed assets, a villa in Binhai City.
Means of transportation, a Mercedes-Benz C260. Personal skills, military boxing, gun skills can be copied. It was about to happen, he should have been electrocuted to death, but because he was warned, he was spared and the danger was averted.
Special status, you can add me as a friend. Would you like to add me as a friend now?
As Chen Jingtong scanned Zhang Nianxiang's information appeared in Chen Jingtong's mind again. After reading this information, Chen Jingtong breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the danger has been lifted and Zhang Nianxiang will no longer be in danger of her life.
The trap at the crime scene has also proven to be ineffective.
But when he saw the last message, which said he could add him as a friend, Chen Jingtong curled his lips and ignored it for the time being. The reason why Chen Jingtong was so cautious was that although he had turned off the power, theoretically, there was no danger in opening the door now. But Chen Jingtong couldn't be sure whether the murderer had received electricity through this house. And whether the murderer has any other plans.
Chen Jingtong didn't dare to gamble. After all, electricity doesn't recognize people. So rescanning is obviously the safest way. As long as he knew whether Zhang Nianxiang was in danger, he would know whether his previous series of operations were effective. Facts have proven that it is indeed useful.
While Chen Jingtong breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but look at the last message again.
Because it also showed that Zhang Nianxiang's favorability towards him had risen to 69. 69? Chen Jingtong looked at the number and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Of course, Chen Jingtong was not thinking wrongly. Chen Jingtong was very innocent. He was just thinking that if this matter happened to someone else, and the other person was not Zhang Nianxiang, his favorability towards him would probably go through the roof. I didn't expect that even though I saved Zhang Nianxiang twice, her favorability towards me was only 69 points? 69 is 69. Now is obviously not the time to pay attention to this matter. After reading Zhang Nianxiang's message, Chen Jingtong put away his phone.
As for Zhang Nianxiang's specialty, he had already copied her military boxing before. There is another shooting skill that I haven't copied, but it still shows that it can be copied later. The last time he gave up on copying it was because Chen Jingtong felt that he would have little chance to use this thing in China, so he chose military boxing without hesitation. But to be honest, as a man, I am naturally defenseless against things like guns. Just like Yin Jiping has no resistance to Xiaolong Nu. Chapter 56 Copy again. Just because Chen Jingtong didn't make a choice before doesn't mean he doesn't want to make a choice now. After all, there was only one replicable point at that time, but now he has accumulated two. Even if you copy one, there will always be one more. And now that I have saved Zhang Nianxiang again, I should be able to get another replicable point. The reason why there is no increase is because Zhang Nianxiang is still standing at the door. She has not pushed the door, let alone walked in. When Zhang Nianxiang pushes the door and walks in, it will naturally increase. After all, although there are conditions for obtaining the copy points, with Chen Jingtong's understanding, these conditions can basically be ignored. In that case, copying the shooting technique doesn't seem to be a big deal. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong immediately focused his attention on the marksmanship, and then he copied it instantly with a thought. The next second, a flood of knowledge about marksmanship instantly flooded into Chen Jingtong's mind. In just a blink of an eye, Chen Jingtong acquired Zhang Nianxiang's marksmanship skills. Includes the basic knowledge of various firearms and shooting techniques. Even though Chen Jingtong had only touched a toy gun before. As he acquired this knowledge, Chen Jingtong became very sure that if there was a gun in front of him, no matter what kind of gun it was, as long as he got it in his hand, he would shoot, and with extremely high accuracy. It was as if he had become as proficient in firearms as Zhang Nianxiang. That's really good. As this knowledge poured in, Chen Jingtong sighed sincerely in his heart. For Chen Jingtong, these things were just like getting them for free and required almost no effort. If I have to say, it just took a little more time. After copying the shooting skills, Chen Jingtong put the phone back into his pocket and walked towards Zhang Nianxiang. Is it done? Zhang Nianxiang saw Chen Jingtong coming over and asked subconsciously. Okay, the power is off, you can open the door. Chen Jingtong nodded and looked towards the half-open door. Good. Zhang Nianxiang also nodded solemnly. Without any hesitation, he reached out and pushed open the half-open door. He no longer had any doubts about Chen Jingtong. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Nianxiang's pupils suddenly contracted. An extremely pungent smell of blood hit her in the face, causing Zhang Nianxiang to frown involuntarily and close her eyes slightly. Looking around, I saw that the entrance was covered with blood that had not yet dried. Those mottled bloodstains spread along the floor. At the end of the bloodstain, there lay a person whose life or death was uncertain. Zhang Nianxiang frowned, covered her mouth and nose slightly, and walked towards the person lying on the ground. Chen Jingtong looked calm as he walked inside with Zhang Nianxiang. The only difference between him and Zhang Nianxiang was that Chen Jingtong's attention was not on the person lying on the ground, but on what was behind the door. Looking closely at this time, I found that there was indeed a switch hidden behind the door. The switch was extremely simple and not complicated. There were two wires connected to the switch, and the wires extended all the way to the ground. It's just that when the switch is not touched, the two wires are separated. Once the switch is flipped, the two wires will touch each other. The other end of the wire was connected to the power supply line, and the switch on the wall showed obvious signs of tampering. Even the previous fuse was removed manually. Therefore, as long as the simple switch behind the door is subjected to a slight vibration, these wires will be instantly charged, causing people who walk in without knowing why to be instantly killed by electric shock. After seeing this situation, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but sigh, then turned off the switch and pulled out the wires on it. Although it has been confirmed, Zhang Nianxiang's crisis has been resolved. But there was no one guarding the power well.
What if someone saw the switch was turned off and turned it on again with good intentions? So to be on the safe side, Chen Jingtong chose to get rid of it once and for all. Hearing the sound of Chen Jingtong pulling out the wire, Zhang Nianxiang couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. After seeing these things, Zhang Nianxiang's face instantly became solemn. At this time, Zhang Nianxiang naturally knew that Chen Jingtong had not exaggerated or lied to her before. After all, she came here with Chen Jingtong, and when Chen Jingtong went to turn off the power switch, Zhang Nianxiang was guarding the door the whole time. It can be fully proved that the trap inside has nothing to do with Chen Jingtong. This further proves that everything Chen Jingtong said before was true. If Chen Jingtong hadn't appeared, reminded her, and followed her upstairs to turn off the power, Zhang Nianxiang didn't dare to imagine what would become of her. There is no doubt that he will be electrocuted on the spot. This is really weird. Although Zhang Nianxiang is not very old, she has handled quite a few cases. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. A man who claimed to be a neighbor called the police and said that his neighbor's family of 4 had been killed. Now it seems that the person who called the police had a big problem. There is even a high probability that he is the murderer. Before calling the police, the murderer actually set up a trap behind the door that could kill people. What kind of mentality is behind this? This is too perverted. At this moment, Zhang Nianxiang subconsciously felt that the person who called the police was the murderer. Otherwise, with the door ajar, it would be impossible to see what was going on inside. If you want to see what's going on inside, you must push the door open and go in. If you push the door open and walk in, the trap mechanism will be triggered, causing electric leakage, and you will be electrocuted to death. Who is the person who called the police? I have reason to suspect that he is the murderer. But now it seems that things are far from that simple. He killed the people inside, set a trap, and then called the police. His purpose is obviously to let the police who came in die here too. Zhang Nianxiang frowned, his face gloomy, and began to analyze. Judging from the existing clues, the murderer is probably a lunatic. A madman who totally disregards human life. He even took the policeman's life into account. There is probably nothing this kind of person would not dare to do. There is nothing he can't do. Your analysis makes a lot of sense. Chen Jingtong curled the corners of his mouth and nodded in agreement, which brought Zhang Nianxiang's thoughts back to reality. Thank you for saving my life again. Zhang Nianxiang came back to her senses and looked at Chen Jingtong, thanking him solemnly. This time, she thanked Chen Jingtong with utmost sincerity. But my heart was already filled with rage towards that horrible, crazy murderer. Chapter 57 Searching for Clues. You're welcome. Chen Jingtong nodded expressionlessly, accepting Zhang Nianxiang's thanks. Zhang Nianxiang sighed solemnly, looked at the person lying in the blood not far away whose life or death was uncertain, and then said in a deep voice, Mr. Chen, stay here and don't move. I'll go and take a look. Okay. Seeing Chen Jingtong nod, Zhang Nianxiang raised her foot and walked towards the man in the blood. The entire house was not too big, with the living room only about 20 to 30 square meters. However, within these 20 to 30 square meters, there were 4 dead bodies lying. In addition to the bodies of 2 adults, a man and a woman, there were also 2 bodies of children on the ground. The boy looked to be only 6 or 7 years old, and the girl looked to be only 1 or 2 years old. This made Zhang Nianxiang frown even more. What kind of pervert is this? Who would kill such a young child? As Zhang Nianxiang's expression became more solemn, Chen Jingtong, who was not far away, also set his eyes on the 4 bodies lying in the blood in the living room. After seeing this extremely cruel scene, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but frown. To be honest, I have never seen such scenes except in movies, TV shows, or novels since I was a child. It was the first time that Chen Jingtong saw such a scene in real life. Not spitting it out directly shows that he has extremely strong mental strength. But even so, after seeing this scene, Chen Jingtong still felt extremely uncomfortable. In addition to psychological discomfort, there is also physical discomfort. It feels like there is a breath stuck in my heart and I can't let it out. Everyone will die, but everyone is afraid of death. Even though Chen Jingtong is now very skilled and has cheats to help him, he is still afraid of death. The feeling of facing death is very uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong's gaze couldn't help but fall on Zhang Nianxiang. Unexpectedly, Zhang Nianxiang was able to remain calm when facing this scene. Apart from her solemn expression, she did not vomit or anything like that. Chen Jingtong sighed, took out his mobile phone again and turned on the scanning function. Then, he scanned everything he could see indiscriminately.
In an instant, several pieces of information appeared in his mind.
Name, Fu Yusheng.
Age, 2 years old.
Emotional status, none. Current status, dead.
Cause of death, the murderer Li Jiadong slashed her throat with a dagger, and she died of excessive blood loss from the knife in the throat.
Personal specialty, none. After seeing this message, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but fall silent.
It's just a child. He is only 2 years old.
Depressed. Chen Jingtong only felt extremely depressed.
A child who was only 2 years old, who probably couldn't even speak clearly, hadn't even had a chance to take a good look at this world, but had his throat cut so cruelly. What kind of pervert is that murderer? How could he have the heart to do such a cruel thing to a 2-year-old child?
What is the relationship between the murderer and this family? What kind of deep hatred could allow someone to kill a family of 4 so cruelly? Chen Jingtong couldn't help but sigh and looked at the rest of the information again. However, at this moment, Zhang Yanxiang's voice suddenly rang out.
Mr. Chen, I allow you to take pictures, but please don't move anything in this room.
Don't let the scene be damaged.
Any object in here may contain clues that are crucial to solving the case. Seeing Chen Jingtong taking pictures of the scene with his mobile phone, Zhang Yanxiang thought about it and finally couldn't help it. She respected her duty and gave him a reminder.
Got it. I won't move. I'm just taking some pictures.
Also, I think I know who the murderer is. Chen Jingtong nodded and replied casually.
What did you say? Do you know who the murderer is? Who? Who is so perverted? Who is so cruel? Hearing Chen Jingtong's words, Zhang Yanxiang turned around in shock, stared at Chen Jingtong, and asked several questions in a row. Li Jiadong. Chen Jingtong shrugged and replied calmly. Li Jiadong? Who is Li Jiadong? Where is he? What is his relationship with this family? Why did you kill this family?
As Chen Jingtong finished speaking, Zhang Yanxiang asked several questions again.
Then I don't know. I only know the name of the murderer. As for other information, I don't know anything.
Chen Jingtong shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the living room as he spoke. After all, compared to Zhang Yanxiang, Chen Jingtong is more likely to obtain more useful clues from the current situation in the living room. Although he didn't know how to solve the case, if there were items left behind by Li Jiadong in the living room, Chen Jingtong could get more information about Li Jiadong through his mobile phone. After Chen Jingtong swept around the living room, he walked to the bathroom and then to the bedroom.
Chen Jingtong scanned everything that could be scanned.
Chen Jingtong had already given up hope, thinking it was impossible to obtain more information about the murderer Li Jiadong. But unexpectedly, when Chen Jingtong was scanning the bedroom closet, he suddenly found an unexpected surprise.
2 customized wardrobes. Item manufacturing location, Binhai City. Item manufacturing time, March 2020. Item owner, Chao Yunjin.
Special item, Li Jiadong, the murderer of Chao Yunjin, is hiding in the partition inside the closet. The moment Chen Jingtong saw this message, he was stunned. I rubbed my eyes hard, thinking I was hallucinating.
But after Chen Jingtong confirmed it again and again, it was finally confirmed.
There is actually a murderer hiding in this closet.
The murderer didn't leave? Still at the crime scene? And he stayed at the crime scene after calling the police? Damn, isn't Li Jiadong too brave? How big a heart does this have to be? Only after you dared to call the police yourself did you stay at the crime scene? Chen Jingtong also knew about this kind of wardrobe. Because when renovating a house, if the area is insufficient, the wall will be hollowed out to reserve a cloakroom. Then customize a wardrobe for yourself and put your clothes in it.
There is usually a partition inside, but the space of this partition is usually not too large. Chen Jingtong knew this because there was a similar wardrobe in the bedroom of Li Laoxi's house.
Behind the makeup mirror at the end of the closet is the partition room. Chapter 58. Is the killer so perverted? Just as Chen Jingtong's eyes flickered and he stared at the makeup mirror.
At this time, there was indeed a person hiding in the partition behind the makeup mirror. This person was wearing pure black clothes and pants, had long, messy hair, a feminine face, and wore a pair of glasses. His face had a sickly flushed color. He was licking his lips in the dark, with a strange and excited look on his face. And he was holding a pneumatic nail gun in his left hand. Although it was not a hot weapon, this pneumatic nail gun was enough to pose a fatal threat to people at a short distance. It is obvious that he stayed here and deliberately called the police because he had not killed enough and wanted to continue killing. Chen Jingtong put away his phone, slowly moved towards the makeup mirror, then reached out and slowly pushed the makeup mirror. Chen Jingtong's speed was extremely slow. After all, after witnessing Li Jiadong's brutal killing, Chen Jingtong had no idea what was going on inside. For example, Chen Jingtong had no idea whether this cruel guy had set up any traps inside or whether he had any deadly weapons in his hands. Although Chen Jingtong had practiced Tai Chi internal energy and acquired a lot of martial arts boxing techniques, he had basically no time to learn anything except that somersault. At this time, the only martial arts Chen Jingtong had learned was the military boxing he copied from Zhang Yanxiang. When meeting ordinary people, such as those old swindlers in the antique city, Chen Jingtong would naturally have no problem dealing with them. But you have to know that Zhang Yanxiang's skills are several times stronger than those of ordinary people. If it weren't for me, she would have almost lost her life twice. This time, Zhang Yanxiang didn't even have a chance to attack, and died on the spot. With these previous experiences, Chen Jingtong no longer dares to be so reckless, so he still has to be cautious in everything. Chen Jingtong, who had just touched the makeup mirror, couldn't help but retract his hand when he thought of this. He took out his mobile phone again and scanned it at the makeup mirror.
The next second, an option suddenly appeared in my mind.
Please choose the person in the mirror, or the person behind the mirror. Chen Jingtong looked at this option and was stunned for a moment.
This was the first time that Chen Jingtong used his mobile phone to scan the mirror.
It seemed that there were still many functions of this scanning function that he had not yet developed, or functions that he did not know about.
After a brief moment of surprise, Chen Jingtong chose himself. Name, Chen Jingtong. Age, 24. Height, 183 centimeters. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, none.
Relationship status, single, has a girlfriend who is a school beauty.
Personal assets, $219,847.30. Method of transportation, a second-hand car.
Personal specialties, military boxing, painting, marksmanship, somersaults, and special length. Special case, the mobile phone scanning function can scan everything.
Available replication points, 2. Current friends, 2.
What's about to happen? If you choose to continue pushing the makeup mirror, you will be hit head-on by the murderer Li Jiadong hiding behind it with a pneumatic nail gun. However, because Li Jiadong's shooting skills are too poor, he has great luck. While the host is dodging, a long nail is shot into the host's temple, and the host dies on the spot.
Chen Jingtong. Oh shit. Fortunately, I was cautious enough.
After seeing this information, Chen Jingtong was stunned. His pupils dilated instantly and he looked incredulous. My whole body became numb and I couldn't help but shiver.
I never thought that I would actually face death.
If I had not stopped and continued to push open the makeup mirror in front of me, I would probably have become a corpse like this family. Originally, Chen Jingtong thought that although he was not that powerful now, he could still beat 10 ordinary people.
But I never thought that I would die in such a miserable way. Fine. I am cautious by nature. Pneumatic nail gun? Chen Jingtong frowned.
He didn't expect that the killer actually had a pneumatic nail gun.
The most outrageous thing is that this guy's shooting skills are not good, but his luck is off the charts? You shot yourself and you call that lucky? Damn cell phone, come out. Can you explain to me what is meant by extremely good luck? What the fuck is fucking luck?
While standing there speechless, Chen Jingtong's expression changed drastically.
The perverted killer here kills everyone he sees? If I didn't have a cheat and could scan it in advance and know what was going to happen next, if it were anyone else, wouldn't they have died on the spot? No matter how good this perverted shooting skills are, who could have imagined that there was a perverted killer hiding behind this makeup mirror? Caught off guard, absolutely no one can escape the shooting of this perverted killer. If even I can't do it, who else can?
Chen Jingtong looked at the makeup mirror coldly again before moving his gaze from it to the wardrobe next to it. Finally, he looked at the bedside table beside the bed. Then a plan came to his mind. He walked over and picked up the bedside table. After doing all this, Chen Jingtong walked to the mirror again, took out his mobile phone and scanned it again.
This time I still chose to look at my own information, mainly to see what is about to happen.
This time, Chen Jingtong finally breathed a sigh of relief. As he moved the bedside table, he knew he would not die at the hands of that perverted killer again. Seeing this, Chen Jingtong put away his phone without wasting any more time. Then he lifted the bedside table with both hands and smashed it towards the makeup mirror.
Bump! Crack! With a loud bang, the makeup mirror was instantly smashed into pieces by Chen Jingtong and shattered all over the ground.
With a loud bang, as the makeup mirror shattered, the bedside table continued to move forward, passing through the broken mirror and smashing hard on the perverted killer hiding inside. The perverted killer never expected this, and even if he did, the narrow space inside made it impossible for him to dodge. In an instant, he was hit hard by the bedside table that was thrown by Chen Jingtong, and his head was bleeding instantly. The perverted killer was stunned. He was hit and curled up there, twitching all over, with blood flowing from his head. Obviously, this blow directly caused the perverted killer to lose all his fighting ability. Not to mention killing anyone again, he might even have trouble getting up now. Even the pneumatic nail gun that he had been holding tightly in his hand fell to the ground, and he had no energy left to pick it up. Chen Jingtong curled his lips and kicked the pneumatic nail gun aside. Are you using too much force? Chapter 59. The killer was killed instantly. Chen Jingtong. What's wrong? What happened? The loud noise instantly caught the attention of Zhang Nianxiang in the living room. As soon as Zhang Nianxiang's voice sounded, Zhang Nianxiang herself ran towards the bedroom and reached the bedroom in a few steps. Just as Zhang Nianxiang ran towards the bedroom, Chen Jingtong picked up his cell phone again and scanned the perverted killer who was still twitching in front of him. Information about the perverted killer instantly appeared in his mind. Name, Li Jiadong. Age, 28. Height, 166 centimeters. Place of origin, Binhai City. Occupation, internet scumbag writer. Relationship status, single, dating a girlfriend of 7 years, hooking up with his best friend, just got cheated on. Personal assets, $2,317.23. Means of transportation, none. Personal specialty, typing 3,000 words per hour. I'm seriously injured. I've been a failure for too long. I'm writing a suspense crime novel about a failure. To prove that I'm not a loser, and because I was cheated on, I implemented a murder plan based on the plot in my book. Looking at the information emerging in his mind, Chen Jingtong couldn't help but be stunned again. A failed online writer? Is it so perverted? Internet writers are not scary. The flopped online writers are the scary ones. It seems that when reading books in the future, we should get into the habit of giving likes, good reviews, and urging the author to update. If you have money, you can support it, and if you don't have money, you can also click on the free one to show your love. Although it's not much, it's a thought. Otherwise, if the author fails and becomes a failed online writer, what should I do if I get targeted? You said so, right? Chen Jingtong couldn't believe it, this was actually true. The bloody fact was laid before his eyes. Chen Jingtong still remembers reading a news report a long time ago about a murderer on the run who later changed his identity and made a living by writing online novels. I used to think that this was just a joke to attract attention in traffic. But now I feel that it is probably true. Chen Jingtong curled the corner of his mouth. This pervert in front of him really deserved to die. Kill people according to the plot in your novel? Just to prove yourself? Prove what? Prove that you are a perverted murderer? Regardless of whether this pervert is a failed online writer or how he became a failed writer, this is not a reason to kill him, right? As Chen Jingtong finished reading the information about this perverted killer, Zhang Nianxiang also rushed to the bedroom. As soon as he came in, he looked at Chen Jingtong standing in the bedroom. Chen Jingtong, what's going on? What was that noise just now? Because the bedroom was not very large and Chen Jingtong was standing next to the closet, Zhang Nianxiang's vision was blocked. She didn't see that there was a person lying in the partition inside the closet, twitching and bleeding. However, as Zhang Nianxiang walked towards the bedroom and reached Chen Jingtong, she suddenly saw what was inside the partition in the closet. When the twitching figure of the perverted killer appeared in Zhang Nianxiang's sight, Zhang Nianxiang was stunned for a moment. Although it looks miserable, it can be confirmed that this miserable person is still alive. At this time, Zhang Nianxiang was full of questions. Why was there one more person? Who is this person? How come he was so badly injured? As Zhang Nianxiang was shocked, she soon discovered the pneumatic nail gun that Chen Jingtong had kicked aside just now. After seeing the pneumatic nail gun, Zhang Nianxiang's expression changed drastically. Although this thing is not as good as hot weapons, its power cannot be underestimated when shooting at close range in a limited space. At least it can kill people. Is he a murderer? The moment I saw the pneumatic nail gun, even if I was slow, I couldn't help but think of the other party's identity. Yes, he is Li Jiadong, the culprit behind the extermination of this family of 4. Chen Jingtong nodded and replied immediately. What did you say?
Is he really the murderer? He is Li Jiadong? This. Zhang Yanxiang's pupils constricted and her face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? He killed someone and stayed at the crime scene? He hid in this bedroom? He even called the police? Wait. Did you make the noise I just heard? Did you use the bedside table to break open the closet partition and smash him like this? That pneumatic nail gun fell from his hands? He's hiding here, intending to continue killing people? Zhang Yanxiang was full of doubts. She looked at Chen Jingtong, then at the twitching Li Jiadong. Countless doubts turned into questions and came out of her mouth. Although most murderers will return to the crime scene. However, even for a police officer like Zhang Yanxiang, this was the first time that someone had to stay at the crime scene. What a strong mental quality this requires? Or, how perverted is this? He killed a family of 4, not even sparing the children, and then called the police himself. Not only that, they also set a trap behind the door with the intention of electrocuting the police who came to investigate the case. As if that wasn't enough, he actually stayed at the crime scene, hiding in the partition of the bedroom closet, holding a pneumatic nail gun, intending to continue killing people? What kind of perversion is this? The word crazy is not enough to describe this kind of perversion. He is Li Jiadong. Chen Jingtong remained expressionless, nodded again and repeated. Then how did you find him hiding in the closet partition? So, you had expected this early in the morning? That's why you went straight into the bedroom? You went into the bedroom just to look for him? Zhang Yanxiang couldn't help herself again and asked questions like a machine gun out of curiosity. That's not the case. I just wanted to see if there were any other clues, such as traces left by the murderer. It was purely an accident that I found him. Chen Jingtong shrugged. Meeting such a perverted person, he no longer had the mood to pretend. I see. Zhang Yanxiang also nodded and replied casually. Although Chen Jingtong did not choose to show off, at this moment, in Zhang Yanxiang's heart, Chen Jingtong's image involuntarily became much taller again. Even if Chen Jingtong didn't say it, Zhang Yanxiang could guess that this perverted murderer was hiding in the partition of the closet. Who in their right mind would have thought that someone would hide in a closet partition? What's more, this person is a murderer. Under normal circumstances, the first reaction would be that the murderer would flee the crime scene as soon as possible after killing someone. For example, Zhang Yanxiang stayed in the living room to check because she subconsciously felt that the murderer had left the crime scene. But unexpectedly, Li Jiadong not only did not leave, but he was hiding in the closet partition, ready to wait for an opportunity to commit the crime again. Thinking of this, Zhang Yanxiang involuntarily turned her head with a complicated expression and looked at Chen Jingtong beside her again. Chapter 60. Wait a minute. More updates. As Zhang Yanxiang's mind raced, she suddenly realized that Chen Jingtong had saved her again. If Chen Jingtong hadn't insisted on accompanying me up here, I would have been electrocuted to death as soon as I entered the door. Even if he wasn't electrocuted to death, he would have been shot to death with a pneumatic nail gun by this perverted murderer if he was caught off guard. At such a close distance and being completely unprepared, Zhang Yanxiang thought it was impossible for her to avoid the opponent's shooting. Okay, the trap has been lifted and the murderer has been caught. You should be safe from now on. You can continue with the case. I'll go downstairs first and meet you in the car. Chen Jingtong looked at Zhang Yanxiang, whose expression changed again and again as she fell into deep thought. He calmly said something and turned to walk out of the bedroom. Wait. Zhang Yanxiang looked at Chen Jingtong about to leave and couldn't help but open her mouth. What's wrong? Chen Jingtong pulled the corner of his mouth, and a famous scene involuntarily emerged in his mind. Wait a minute. Where's my husband? Well, thank you. If it weren't for you today, I might have been in danger of losing my life several times. You go wait for me downstairs, but I don't know how long it will take to handle it. If you can't wait, you can go to the police station in advance. Let me know when the time comes, and I'll call the bureau and arrange for someone to take your statement. Zhang Yanxiang took a deep breath, looked at Chen Jingtong, and said with extremely complicated eyes. Okay, go ahead and do your thing. I'll tell you if I can't wait. But now, I don't have anything to do, so just wait. Chen Jingtong nodded and walked out of the bedroom again. Seeing Chen Jingtong's leaving back, Zhang Yanxiang seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. In the end, she said nothing and just watched Chen Jingtong leave. As soon as Chen Jingtong left, Zhang Yanxiang immediately took out handcuffs and handcuffed Li Jiadong, who was still twitching on the ground. Chen Jingtong left the room, went downstairs, and headed straight for his second-hand car. He opened the passenger door immediately and looked at the sack on the passenger seat. Seeing that the sack was still there, Chen Jingtong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he sat in the car and opened the mouth of the sack, and the top-grade imperial green jadeite statue worth hundreds of millions of dollars instantly appeared before his eyes. To say that I don't care is of course impossible. After all, this thing is worth hundreds of millions. Although Chen Jingtong is not worried about not being able to make money in the future, he is still a very poor man at the moment. If you want to buy a villa to practice martial arts, then you have to get the money safely. Seeing that the things were still there, Chen Jingtong tied the sack again. However, Chen Jingtong did not choose to drive away immediately. Instead, he moved the driver's seat back as far as it could go and then started to recline the backrest. This second-hand car is not like domestic cars. It has a refrigerator, a sofa, and a large color TV. The seat backs can only be folded down to a certain position. After finishing, Chen Jingtong lay down directly, squinting his eyes slightly. However, Chen Jingtong's mind couldn't help but reflect on everything he had just experienced. From cutting off the power and breaking the trap, to seeing 4 bodies lying in the living room, to using the bedside table to knock down the perverted killer Li Jiadong in the bedroom, and now he is back in the car. Although everything is over, even though Chen Jingtong is now lying in the car, he still feels a chill on his back and is filled with fear when he thinks about it. To be honest, this was the first time that Chen Jingtong faced death at such a close distance. I guess I've learned a lesson. Although my skills are pretty good now, they're still not good enough. I need to hurry up and continue to improve. Also, I have to be more cautious in the future. It seems that the saying that drowning is caused by water is not groundless. If I hadn't been careful enough just now, I would have really capsized in the ditch. Thinking of this, Chen Jingtong made a summary and began to organize his gains today. The biggest gain, of course, was copying Zhang Nianxiang's shooting skills. As the thought came to mind, the knowledge about marksmanship in his mind instantly started to turn. So much so that Chen Jingtong can't wait to find a place where he can masturbate and try his skills out. If I remember correctly, there's a place in Binhai City where you can shoot handguns, right? It's called a shooting club. I'll try it sometime. Chen Jingtong curled his lips and put this matter on the agenda. However, although I really want to try out my current shooting skills, it is obviously not the right time yet. I can only wait a few days and have time to try it out. After sorting out what he had gained, Chen Jingtong simply closed his eyes and began to rest. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Jingtong opened his eyes and took out his cell phone. Chen Jingtong was woken up by the vibrating cell phone in his pocket. I took out my phone and took a look, and found that someone from Green Bubble had sent me a message. Chen Jingtong opened the Green Bubble and saw that the person who sent the message was Yi Shaolin. Brother Tong, I'm sorry, my friends asked me to pass on a message, saying they want you to take another look. Have they thought it through? Chen Jingtong curled his lips and asked in reply. Yes, Brother Tong, they have thought it through. How much? You should know that I only help people with Yuan dynasty. Chen Jingtong curled his lips again. He didn't hide anything. Last time he said he would only help people with Yuan dynasty, he said it to their faces. This guy wouldn't understand it as someone with a predestined relationship, right? This time, Chen Jingtong went straight to the point and typed it out. Brother Tong, are you free now? How about we meet and talk about it? Okay. Chen Jingtong thought about it and agreed. After all, those few people are indeed wealthy, and any one of them is worth over 100 million. Yi Shaolin was even more outrageous. He transferred 200,000 yuan at a time, and more than once. If I hadn't stopped him, I wouldn't know how much money this guy was going to give me. In the eyes of these people, money is probably just a number. As long as you don't make them feel like idiots, it's easy to make money from them. At this time, in a villa, Yi Shaolin, Tianxiue, Lianqi, and the fat man were all sitting in the living room of the villa. Even though Chen Jingtong had given them half a day, less than an hour had passed, and they had even agreed not to contact Chen Jingtong again so soon. However, they decided to take a gamble. After all, this bet is their lives. It is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. Rich people are more afraid of death than poor people. This is what is called the barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes. Now that the choice has been made, it is natural to prepare everything Chen Jingtong needs, so there is no hesitation and Yi Shaolin directly contacts Chen Jingtong.